Oh, Amy. I have a lot of. You hear
That
much?
lizard movie is out too, by the way.
You hear how much background
Feedback?
noise I have?
Uh, Not really.
It's crazy, crazy much.
Yeah, that fucking Pixar lizard movie is out. I want to see it. Because I watched
D- did they
I
make it
haven't.
just because there was a lizard meme, or was it part
No,
of the
no, no, no.
lizard meme?
That happened because the lizard was in the trailer, and people were like, "That's funny." Lizard pressing a lizard bunny a button, which that is funny. But I haven't watched a Pixar film for a minute, and I ended up watching that Elio movie, and I
Check.
told you about it.
Check, 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 check. Okay, I need to talk at about this volume. That's even too quiet.
Too quiet?
Yeah, I'm looking at OBS. I'm trying to
Oh.
just balance it out. Hello? Hello? Check, check, check. We'll split the difference. It'll be okay
Okay.
from here.
Ooh, that's loud.
What?
How's that for my volume?
I don't know. You'd have to look at your own levels on OBS.
Sure, I don't have OBS.
Then you gotta download it.
I can look at the audio levels on here. It's 3 from the top when I'm just talking normally.
What does that
That should be
mean?
fine. It was
What is
clipping
the-
hard when
What does
I had
three
to turn
from
my
the top
headphones down.
mean?
Hmm?
What does 3 from the top mean?
Like if you look at the monitor and the audio page on Restream, it's 3
There-
notches from the top.
Okay, but those notches are irrelevant to me.
I don't know what the fuck they are. They don't tell me.
Exactly. So what's the point? That doesn't help.
I sound good.
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Hi, Amy.
I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump's warned Tehran of more attacks.
I 100% have a sty forming in my eye. I can already fucking feel it.
Oh, really?
Okay? Oh, yeah. I fell asleep with my contacts in a few times lately.
Is that the eye goobers?
No, like it's like a pimple that forms on your eyelid.
Oh, gross.
You never had one?
No.
Oh. Or like sometimes like an ingrown hair from an eyelash or something.
Let's see.
To come after the
The
Sounds
worst,
shit.
I had one when I was a kid. That was like so bad that like my eye was swollen shut.
That's crazy.
United States and Israel launched strikes on civilian infrastructure in Iran.
On bridges.
On Thursday, the U.S. bombed a major
Very
bridge under
Israeli-coded.
construction in the city of Karaj, west of Tehran, then attacked it again about an hour later. As emergency crews were assisting the wounded, Iran says the double-tap strike on the B-1
Can you invite me? I
suspension
can't join
bridge
your game.
killed 8 people and wounded nearly 100 others. The head of the construction company building the bridge said it had absolutely no military use and warned its destruction will worsen traffic for more than a dozen provinces in Iran.
If this is help, please redefine that term for me. They destroy infrastructure to push the country backward and weaken the spirit of our people.
Separately, Iran says U.S.-Israeli airstrikes have destroyed the Pasteur Institute of Iran, a century-old medical research center that's played a key role in combating infectious diseases in the Middle East. Iran's Red Crescent says U.S.-Israeli strikes have hit more than 113,000 civilian sites, including homes and schools, killing more than 2,000 people, including
Thanks,
women
Trump.
and children, with at least 21,000 injured. Maria Martinez is the head of the Red Crescent's delegation for Iran.
We estimate that at least 3% of the population has been displaced. This represents around 1 million families, 3 million people.
Iran has published a list of major bridges across the Persian Gulf region it said could come under tit-for-tat retaliation following the U.S.-Israeli coalition strike on the B-1 bridge earlier in the day. Iran's targets include bridges in Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and the King Fahd Causeway linking Saudi Arabia to the island nation of Bahrain.
The Iranians hit bridges and shit as well?
No, they published a list of targets they could hit.
Oh. I was going to say, I don't think Iran hit civilian infrastructure beyond refineries and US bases. Pretty awesome how America be doing this. Yeah, really helping the Iranian people. As we said from the beginning, all this is America helping the Islamic regime, just like they did before, control and oppress the Iranian people. Once again, an American regime change war has failed and replaced a dictator with a dictator. Except this time, it's not even US installed or US sympathetic. It's just the Islamic regime with a different head. Well done, Donald Trump. You did so well. And now you're crying, threatening NATO, and doing all this, just throwing a fucking tantrum because you're a big, fat baby who got angry because people didn't want to follow you into an aggression war in NATO, a defensive pact. Fuck you. You muted and then unmuted yourself.
I know, because the button doesn't fucking work. You press it, and it only like makes the sound of the button being pressed and then stays muted. Iran just made a bunch of like oil contracts for Europe. We'll look into it a little more. So basically, they circumvented America and just started dealing with Europe directly to bring their oil prices down.
That's great. Australia should also do this.
I think Australia is also involved in the...
Actually, you know what?
Because Australia denied U.S. Access to the air.
Ooh.
So, like, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with that, but I'm not positive. I haven't read it fully, so we'll see more about it today.
Ooh.
Iran's threat of escalation came as it announced a wave of drone and missile...
Apparently, Albanese has sent the SAS to the Middle East while claiming that we're not involved. Australia signed a free trade agreement with Europe. Did you hear about this? Australia is joining the EU. I think if Australia joined the EU, it would make the Nazi thing worse. Let's see if it works now.
Attacks on Gulf nations, including U.S.-owned steel plants in the UAE and a weapons factory in Israel. Iran said one attack targeted a data center of the U.S. software company Oracle in Dubai. Damn. UAE officials denied the claim. Iran also said it struck an Amazon cloud computing center in Bahrain. Meanwhile, Kuwait said Iran struck a power and desalination plant earlier today, hours after it struck an oil refinery, sparking a number of fires. Separately, Yemen's Houthis said they'd fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel in coordination with Iran and Hezbollah.
Watch out, Amy, you get demonetized.
Iranian-backed militia claim responsibility for 6 attacks on U.S. military
bases. How many subscribers do they have?
Over a 24-hour period. The attacks came as 2 Iranian drones struck a U.S. diplomatic support facility at Baghdad International Airport Thursday evening. Israel's military says it struck more than 3,500 targets across Lebanon in the months since it renewed large-scale attacks on Hezbollah while invading parts of southern Lebanon. The Lebanese Health Ministry reports 1,345 people have been killed and over 4,000 wounded since the start of the war, with 125 children among the dead. In Gaza, a Palestinian man died from his injuries Thursday after Israeli soldiers shot him in the outskirts of Khan Yunis. The killing came after 2 Palestinians were killed and several others wounded in an Israeli airstrike targeting a gathering of people in Khan Yunis. A relative said the strike killed a father and a toddler.
He was in his neighborhood, walking with his young son, who was 2 years old. He was carrying his son and walking in the street when a reconnaissance drone hit them directly with a missile. He and his son were martyred instantly, and their bodies were torn to pieces.
In the United Kingdom, 2 leaders of the Palestine Solidarity Movement have been found guilty of failing to march within a designated area set by police during a massive pro-Palestine demonstration in London last year. Ben Jamal of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and Chris Nineham of the Stop the War Coalition said they would appeal the convictions. In a statement, Human Rights Watch said the verdict was intended to intimidate and silence dissenting voices to the UK's ongoing support for the Israeli government war crimes. Meanwhile, in France, police on Thursday detained European Parliament member Rima Hassan on suspicion of, quote, apology for terrorism over a social media post about a former member of the Japanese Red Army who participated in an attack on an Israeli airport in 1972. Hassan was born stateless in a Palestinian refugee camp in Syria as a member of the leftist France Unbowed Party. She was a leader of a Gaza Freedom Flotilla mission that was intercepted by Israeli forces in international waters last June as they attempted to deliver food and aid to Gaza. Critics have condemned her arrest as judicial harassment aimed at silencing her outspoken criticism. President Trump has fired Pam Bondi from her position as U.S. Attorney General amidst reports of Trump's growing frustration with Bondi's failure to prosecute his political enemies. Bondi's the second cabinet member to be fired by Trump since he retook the White House after Homeland Security
Hey. Goodbye.
Did you see the picture of her picture in the trash?
No, I haven't. Is that from like the official picture?
Yeah. You just took it off the wall and threw it in the trash.
That's fucking hilarious.
Secretary Kristi Noem was ousted in March. Trump said his former criminal defense attorney, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, would serve as acting U.S. Attorney General.
Treating his,
meanwhile, Lee Zeldin, who currently
cabinet,
heads the Environmental
I
Protection
wouldn't be surprised if we got some Nazi conclusions.
To replace Bondi as attorney.
I'm like surprised that, because like he's like pretty anti like drugs and alcohol, so I'm surprised how tolerant he is of Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Unless that's all a lie.
Bondi was a Trump loyalist who oversaw the Justice Department's disastrous handling of the Epstein files. Her firing comes just months after a heated congressional hearing in which Bondi refused to apologize to Epstein survivors who were present in the room for the DOJ's failure to fully redact their names in the Epstein files. California Congressmember Robert Garcia said in a statement, quote, she will not escape accountability and remains legally obligated to appear before our committee under oath, referring to a House Oversight Committee subpoena issued against Bondi last month, set for April 14th. On Thursday, Congressmember Ro Khanna said Senate Democrats should impede the nomination of a new U.S. Attorney General until all Epstein files without redactions have been released.
Democrats must insist that any new Attorney General will release the remaining 3 million files with no redactions other than protecting the survivors. The new Attorney General must commit to investigating and prosecuting people who are all over these files and raped or abused these girls. And the new Attorney General must commit to not using the Justice Department for political prosecutions. It is not enough to replace one Trump sycophant with another.
We will speak with constitutional law professor David Cole after headlines. The White House is preparing to unveil a record-shattering Pentagon budget request of $1.5 trillion for the next fiscal year. It's by far the largest year-over-year increase in a presidential military spending request since World War II. It includes funding for F-35 stealth fighter jets, new warships, including Virginia-class submarines, and Trump's Golden Dome missile defense shield, which the White House says will cost $185 billion. Meanwhile, President Trump has said the U.S. cannot afford to pay for social programs like daycare, Medicare, and Medicaid amidst record military spending. Trump
what we
spoke
should
during
do,
a White House Easter lunch on Wednesday.
So just a
It's
thought.
not possible for
Press
us
the
to
wrong
take care of
button.
daycare. Medicaid.
Pause.
Okay, so just a thought. How do you feel about writing or making a video on and it's gone. Can you go back a bit? Just like 30 seconds? I think it was something she said that...
To pay for social programs like daycare, Medicare, and Medicaid amidst record military since World War II. It includes funding for F-35 stealth fighter.
Okay, making a video on AUKUS, but seriously considering the impacts of the agreement if we were to completely drop Pillar 1, which is the giving money to America to make ships that we'll probably never get. And considering Donald Trump's actions and the fact that he's stealing money from allies and redirecting money into replenishing American stockpiles, a serious consideration should be given to dropping Pillar 1. Just being like, fine, we've given you the money, we're not giving you any more, we don't want your stupid fucking ships, we're going straight to producing the SSN AUKUS with Britain. I mean, fuck it. Bring another country into it. Pillar 2 also includes subsidiary partners of AUKUS, like New Zealand. So, we could... And this is like... This is not me talking from a personal opinion and whatever. I couldn't give a fuck. Like, realistically... Australia needs to upgrade their navy. If anything, we should only spend money on the navy. But the way that people cry about this annoys the shit out of me because they only ever talk about Pillar 1. They never talk about the fact that the second pillar has nothing to do with the United States other than joint operability. That's it. But I also want to look into it a bit more, and I'm thinking maybe we interview someone and take like 5 minutes from an interview, just like a 10-15 minute interview about AUKUS, and include that, something like that. I'll try and find somebody who's not necessarily in favor of AUKUS, but understands it, and will be able to talk to us about it, and give us a bit more information that I can't glean from just information on the internet. What do you think?
I mean, my plate is full, so whatever you want to do.
Okay. Because I still have to, now that South Australia election's done, I'm going to re-record the front bit and see how it fits with the rest of the recording and fix that and upload that. See how that goes. Because I think, and I don't think it's going to necessarily be like a unique take that we had, but One Nation, all they did was make conservative politics irredeemable. So, I guess we'll see. See what happens. Oh, that's right. Everybody hates me.
I have the death sentence in 12 systems.
Jets, new warships, including Virginia-class submarines, and Trump's Golden Dome missile defense
I'll give
shield,
you a Golden Dome.
which the White House says will cost $185 billion.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, President Trump has
plant
said the U.S.
in
cannot
Hiroshima.
afford to pay for social programs like daycare, Medicare, and Medicaid amidst record military spending. Trump spoke during a White House Easter lunch on Wednesday.
It's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state.
Bro just asked for like $1 trillion increase on the military budget, by
Did he
the way.
really?
Well, he says it's not possible for us to take care of daycare.
Amazing.
I know, right?
Truly.
Because you can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. We have to guard
What is
the
a purple
country.
brick?
A new report by Oxfam International
Like
finds the
when the lens
wealthiest
shows
1/10
a
of
square
1%.
as purple, the fuck does that mean?
Okay, so
It's already got something on it.
you're talking about the builder lens? So if you actually go to the lens and open them and click builder, it has the color code there. So purple is resources or resources outside range.
It says
Or-
resources, but there's nothing there.
Or recommended, pillaged, or unique ability. So like the mountains will always be purple because it's the ski resort that it's telling you that
Yeah.
you can build there.
Interesting.
Percent of the world's people are hiding more than $2.8 trillion in offshore accounts to avoid paying taxes. That's more wealth than is owned by the poorest half of humanity, more than 4 billion people. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has fired the Army's Chief of Staff, General Randy George, along with 2 other top generals. A Pentagon spokesperson gave no reason for Thursday's abrupt firings. General George has served as a senior assistant to former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin under President Biden. The New York Times reports he'd recently clashed with Hegseth over Hegseth's decision to block the promotion of 4 Army officers to become one-star generals. 2 of them are black, the other 2 are women. Meanwhile, Democrats on the Senate Armed Services Committee are pushing for an investigation into a Financial Times report which found Hegseth attempted to make a multi-million-dollar investment in arms company stocks just weeks before President Trump joined Israel in its attack on Iran. The Trump administration's deported 12 people to Uganda, marking the first known arrival of immigrants expelled from the U.S. to the African country since striking a so-called
So they're just doing the British policy
agreement. Trump has pushed to deport immigrants from the U.S. to countries they have no ties to as part of his brutal immigration campaign. The Uganda Law Society vowed legal challenges, saying those deported were, quote, effectively dumped in Uganda through an undignified, harrowing and dehumanizing process that's reduced the deportees to little more than chattel for the benefit of private interests on both sides of the Atlantic, unquote. Other African countries have agreed to receive U.S. deportees under Trump, including Eswatini, Ghana, Rwanda, and South Sudan. A Venezuelan man is suing the Trump administration after he says he was illegally detained and deported from the United States to El Salvador's notorious Secat mega prison last year. The Venezuelan immigrant, who is identified by the pseudonym Johnny Hernandez, is seeking $56 million in damages. Despite having no criminal record in the U.S. or Venezuela, he was arrested by federal immigration agents sent to El Salvador, where he says he was tortured. Brent Ward, a member of his legal team, said in a statement, quote, the Trump administration knowingly and unlawfully locked up an innocent person for 4 months in a concentration camp-like prison, where he suffered torture, shooting, beatings, and solitary confinement. Our client suffered catastrophic injuries in Secat, from which he will never fully recover, he said. And environmental groups have sued the Trump administration for removing protections for endangered species in the Gulf of Mexico to allow oil and gas offshore drilling.
It's the Gulf of America. You come over to my house, you get my wife's name right.
And ecosystems vulnerable to extinction, including the critically endangered Rice's whale. The move was approved by a six-member committee chaired by Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth invoked the vote, claiming that lifting the Endangered Species Act protections in the Gulf was a matter of national security as the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has disrupted global oil supplies. The Sierra Club said in a statement, quote, the Trump administration's playing God with our most vulnerable wildlife by deciding which endangered species are worth saving and which can be sentenced to extinction to pad oil and gas profits. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Okay, this semester we're going to be covering what happens to failed empires. And our
I
main
sent
example
a bunch of
will
videos
be
too. They should
the
have
United States
descriptions with
Empire,
them.
okay? This is an example. This is our first example, okay? Now, I'm going to be using game theory to predict what happens to the United States, okay? And game theory, okay, is when you predict things, right? That's what game theory is. And I'm the best at it, okay? I recently predicted lots of things that have come true, right? And I predicted the United States would launch a war with Iran, right? Okay? And I predicted also that the United States would lose this war, okay? We'll see if that happens, right? What more do you people need from me, right? I'm Nostradamus, essentially, right? Okay? And I'm not just going to sit on my laurels, right? I'm going to make some new predictions today using game theory, right? Okay? I knew that through pressure with Israel, Trump would launch a war with Iran. Why Iran? Can anyone tell me? I have a full class of students right here, and no one can tell me, okay? Well, there's multiple factors, okay? One of these reasons is something called the Strait of Hormuz, okay? It's a heterosexual strait, okay? It's unique to the region. Why? Okay, I'll demonstrate it for you, okay? Let's say that this is Iran, right? This is Iran. This is the UAE, okay? It's a little backwards, but let's just go with this, okay? Now this is the Persian Gulf, okay? Now there's a choke point right here, okay? To limit the oil that's going through, okay? The Persian Gulf. So everything that's trying to get in and everything that's trying to come out is blocked right here, okay? Right here. It's being blocked right here, okay? All right? Economic collapse. Now, why would an empire like the United States, at the peak of its powers, engage in such a disastrous war, right? Okay, the United States is failing economically and has to make a last-ditch effort to try to preserve the superiority of the American dollar, right? Okay, and it's all happening right here. This is where it's going down. We don't know yet what's going to happen here, but I predict failure for the United States, right? Okay, now, this all sounds reasonable, right? This all makes sense to you, but there's a problem. The Illuminati. That's a good thing. I'll talk about that today. But before I get to that, I'm going to make a few more predictions about the beginning of the collapse of the American empire, right? Okay. All right? I'm going to make a few predictions right here. And the first prediction is important. This is a key. This is a key to the future collapse of the United States, okay? Number one, Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day, right, loses Best Picture at the Academy Awards. It loses Best Picture. Now, how could Steven Spielberg's movie about aliens possibly lose the Best Picture Academy Award? You might be asking that, right? Okay. Number two, Florida will leave the United States, okay? Florida's going to leave the United States for a number of reasons. I'm going to get to that, okay? But here's the problem. I'm going to get to that. Number three, this is the third step in the collapse. Famous YouTuber Jake Paul wins the presidency. You might be asking, how is that possible? How could he do that? I don't know. I do know. We're going to be talking about that. But first, let's talk about Disclosure Day. Now let's talk about what are key United States exports, okay? What are key United States exports? Anyone tell me? What are the main three exports of the United States? Anyone tell me? Beanie Babies. That's correct, actually. That's one of them. Beanie Babies. What's number two? Number two, American football. That's actually an incorrect one, all right? That's a good example of a wrong answer. Anything else? Okay? I'll answer it for you. Fucking idiots. Movies. one of the greatest exports from the United States, okay? Movies are essential to American cultural identity. Without movies, we don't have The Notebook. We don't have Ryan Gosling in Project Hail Mary. We don't have any of those things, right? Okay. Do we have any questions? All right. The United States is at its end of its unipolar control of the culture, right? The culture is moving away from movies. Look just recently, a hinge point. This is what I call a hinge point, okay? We all know what a hinge point is. A hinge point is where something hinges, right? Something important hinges on the hinge point because a change happened, a change that couldn't happen before, right? Okay? We have what I call a change in direction, a unique direction that we weren't on before. The United States and Israel attacking Iran, that is an example of a hinge point, okay? Another example of a major hinge point, Honora wins Best Picture. Came out in 2024, won Best Picture in 2025, the Academy Awards. Conan O'Brien hosted, right? Very good monologue. But Honora was an anomaly. And Honora was a sign of where things were going, okay? Honora is a film about, what's Honora about? Anyone tell me? Jesus Christ. Okay, Honora is about sex workers. I don't like watching Honora with my parents. It makes me feel funny, okay? Makes me feel weird. There's lots of sexual images and references in Honora, right? Okay? And what could have won in that year, right? What could have won? I call this the Amelia Perez hinge point, when Carla Sofia Gascon said a lot of nasty things on Twitter, right? Okay, Amelia Perez nominated for almost a record-breaking number of Academy Awards. But in the vacuum of Amelia Perez, what rises? Honora. Now, I propose that if Amelia Perez hadn't been attacked in a similar way, if you look in history, historically, right, the frontrunner often gets attacked. Marty Supreme, one of the frontrunners, got attacked, right? You look historically, a history of negative Oscar campaigns happened. You look at the late 90s, okay? Saving Private Ryan, supposed to win Best Picture. Everyone thought it was going to win Best Picture. Directed by Steven Spielberg, excellent film, right? Okay. But what wins instead of Saving Private Ryan, okay? What wins? What won Best Picture? Shakespeare in Love.
What?
Slight. Not
Shakespeare in Love won the Academy Award for Best Picture?
Dog shit movie.
I did not know that.
Dog shit movie.
Important, not historically speaking, right? Shakespeare in Love wins Best Picture because of a man named Harvey Weinstein. This campaign was one of the early points that will lead to the downfall of our civilization because it leads later on to the winning of Honora, okay? Honora is not a Best Picture winning film, okay? Small film, it's an independent film. You may say this is good. This is good for the culture, right? But it is a sign that the United States hegemony is collapsing, okay? And this will lead further to a breaking when? To my first prediction, Disclosure Day loses Best Picture. What is Disclosure Day? Anyone know? Steven Spielberg. Seen Jaws? Steven Spielberg's new movie, Disclosure Day, is about how aliens are living amongst us, right? What I propose is that it's real, okay? Disclosure Day is real. Steven Spielberg knows something. He knows something about aliens that we don't. He knows
It's so
Obama.
quiet.
And Obama knows that aliens are real. Okay? Disclosure Day is going to be a huge event, right? It's going to make a lot of money at the box office. Now, everyone wants Disclosure Day to win Best Picture, but what happens, right? What happens? Let's propose a theory, okay? Let's propose a theory. Let's say that, hypothetically speaking, Avengers Doomsday gets a Best Picture nomination, okay? I know it's not technically something that's likely to happen, but let's just say there's always a big film that ends up taking a spot, right, for Best Picture, okay? This year was F1. Before, it's usually the Avatar movies, right? Let's say Avengers Doomsday squeaks in to the Best Picture nominees. Remember, there's 10 Best Picture nominees, right? Disclosure Day gets kicked out by a bunch of these stupid indie films, right, that are boring, that make me go sleepy time, right? These indies, they get kicked out, okay? And why would that happen? Why is independent cinema dominant over a movie like Disclosure Day, which I haven't seen, but I heard it's going to be really good, right? Okay. This leads to a huge public outcry. What people don't know yet is that Jimmy Fallon, excuse me, not Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert will be hosting the Academy Awards in 2027, which will be honoring the films from this year, 2026, okay? And when Disclosure Day loses Best Picture, he's going to say a slur. How do I know this? How do I know this will happen? Came to me in a dream. Okay? And after Stephen Colbert says this word on stage, and I'm not going to repeat or predict what words Stephen Colbert will say on stage, but he can be very angry that Disclosure Day loses Best Picture, okay? All right? He says this, and there's a change in the culture forever. The United States no longer controls the culture. Stephen Colbert is no longer on TV at this point, okay? He's a figurehead. He's like a monarch. He's like the Queen of England, okay? After that happens, Florida leaves the United States, all right? Becomes its own country. And President J.D. Vance, that's right, he's going to be president at this point. Don't ask me how I know. President J.D. Vance is going to let it happen. He's going to say, Florida can do whatever it wants, man, right? That's what he says. And this will ricochet all throughout the United States. Other states are going to try to leave, right? Gavin Newsom, president of California, but it's not going to work, right? Only Florida, right? Because Florida, you can blockade, but you cannot block out, okay? So what's going to happen is that all this energy from Florida is going to come shooting out, politically speaking. It's going to result in a new direction in the United States. Isolationism, all right? Religious fervor, natural disasters, climate change, okay? Which will result in YouTuber Jake Paul. He's going to run for president. He's going to run under the Green Party and is going to win in a landslide, okay? He's going to edit the Constitution. He's going to call it editing the Constitution, but what really that means, right, okay, means he's going to burn the Constitution, okay? And at this point, the United States is no longer dealing with Iran. It's no longer dealing with China. All right? Its main conflict is with Canada and with Mexico. Jake Paul will avenge the Disclosure Day truthers. Okay? He's going to reveal who is an alien and who is not. Okay? It's going to be very theatrical. It's going to result in lots of ricochet effects. Okay? Plague, climate change, hurricanes, lots of things are going to change, and this will all result in a new day, new direction for the United States empire. Because at this point, the United States will not be an empire. It will not be concerned with any of this stuff, okay? And as you can already tell, my predictions, while maybe a little unorthodox, are rooted in fact. Everything is changing. Any questions?
This is great. I don't know how he does this without.
Are you all scared of me, or
laughing.
like what's going on? Why don't you ask any questions?
I mean,
all of this
edited.
Is just a theory, a game theory. That's class.
I just want to know how many takes it took. Because that's great.
Called you China's Nostradamus. You have three famous predictions. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out.
Oh my God, everything's talking in my ear. Quiet. Okay, anyway. I guess it was just temporary paid while the Professor Jang video's out now.
Oh, it's out? Great.
That's why I opened with that.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
On facts.
I figured
too
you were
much
doing
on
something
rigor,
with it.
and not enough
Too
on
much
imagination.
on facts. Do you hear yourself? Does China control what you say now? Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many
That's so
entities
funny.
around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter
lectures,
when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Hang on. Was that a fart sound?
I don't think so.
Is Media-san burying fart sounds in his intro?
I kind of hope so.
Alright, everyone, let's get our listening ears on. Dial them up.
Back in 2024, China...
What do you think?
No.
Really?
Nothing stands out as a fart sound.
Okay, you got your listening ears on?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you have them on good enough. I need you to listen with every fiber of your listening. Okay? Maximum listening. Are you ready for maximum listening?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Come on.
No,
Back in
it's like a
2024,
frog
Chinese
croak.
Come on. That is totally a fart.
I don't know. I think it
It's
sounds
one of
more
them
like
zipper farts.
Who is green? Which group is green?
Zulus?
Do they like me? No, they don't like me.
Nobody likes us. We're
Fighting
bombing the
Burundi.
world.
Well, they shouldn't have started a war on us. Yeah, it's their own fucking fault. Yeah, this is like Trump and Iran.
Educator Shui-Chin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election. The US would then go to war with Iran.
Excuse
and then
me?
ultimately the US would lose that war.
Where the fuck is
Since
my
then,
battleship
the
gone?
self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation and has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight, and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Chin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world, but also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shui-Chin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Oh, my fighter's died too.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize.
Okay, so like these tiles right here, it's marking them for the seaside resort, but that's not always what I want there, you know?
Yeah, I barely ever build them. Dude, what the fuck?
I mean, it is 6 gold. That's pretty good profit.
It's individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right. So the United States is attacking Iran, and these 2 nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has
You done attacking
the
it?
world's
Can I
greatest
take it?
military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology.
It's mine.
It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an
Damn it.
asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy
it worked.
hostage, meaning that rather
Great.
than attacking the United States directly,
I
which
thought
you
my
cannot
fucking
defeat directly, there's
dude just
instead
walked up to it and stopped.
controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking
You want me to
the
get rid of
GCC
it?
nations, infrastructure of the GCC nations.
Doesn't matter to me.
In order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous
fuck that
predictions
city.
in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war
need,
with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still
I need
stand by that
area to
prediction?
put my units.
Yes,
So,
I do.
get
I
rid of
think
that city.
that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. What I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and
Does
it
it?
is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an
opposite
end
of America.
goal. And
are
right now,
stupid.
it seems that the administration, the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans to not support this war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Right. So even though Iran has the advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest empire. It has a lot of resources. It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been dispatched to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to the Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot of the Iranians. 90% of Iranians' oil exports depart from Karg Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the three options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose. But given the track record of the Marines, we can expect the Marines to have an early success. The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed? The reality is that the Iranians have been preparing this battle for about 20 years. They developed this very effective asymmetrical warfare strategy of using drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases, to hit and strike American assets around the Middle East. It's almost like guerrilla warfare. And historically, a imperial power has had great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare. Yep. So unfortunately, the Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war. Trump is still hoping for a quick strike, a knockout punch, and he believes that the American Marines can deliver this knockout punch.
Liking this video? And don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive
grab your balls
you have
so
to
hard,
head to Zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism. You have made a lot of predictions. Some have called you China's Nostradamus. How would you
I think those people are idiots, just to be clear.
Trump would win in 2024 and he'd go to war with Iran. But that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory. People who follow American politics or world politics could have guessed that. I think I and many others were warning that Trump could win in 2024 and that he would escalate with Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these three predictions, right? Because in Trump's first term, as you mentioned, Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. The biggest escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war during that time. But because of the escalation efforts on both sides, we prevented World War III during that time. But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict in the Middle East. So if Trump had won a second term, then he would start the conflict. I was pretty confident that he would start the conflict if he had won in 2020. But fortunately, he lost. And so my question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024?
Look, man, you already think that the Holocaust and Roman history is fake.
Pretty obvious to me.
Might as well go full ball and just say Donald Trump won 2020.
They were not delivering on the promises, that there were a lot of issues. For example, what was happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, that was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment. And so I thought that Trump had a very good chance of winning.
Looks like you're about to die.
And if he won in 2024, I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all three predictions have panned out.
Oh, no.
Just on your predictions, I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, J.D. Vance, is widely seen.
Did I make any predictions that he would pick Nikki Haley?
For
Because I
who?
want to
No.
say that that was not in my cards because she was the only one. Like Chris Christie ended up backing her because she was the only one who would speak in opposition. Like, why would he pick her? Like, that's got to be one of the dumber things this guy has said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you ever predicted that Trump would pick Nikki Haley for anything. I think that's
Well, I
strange.
don't know who I gave predictions for. Like, I might have said, who was the front runner at the time? Who was just there to suck Trump's dick?
In front of Nikki Haley?
Yeah. DeSantis, right? Like, DeSantis might
Yeah.
have been a smarter option, but Trump was mad that even he was running. Even though he was running just to defend Trump.
Yes.
You know? So, like, even running to secure power was too much for Trump.
I mean, that was a pretty big red flag at the time. I guess nobody paid attention. I guess
Oh,
when
come on. His fucking supporters don't give a shit.
No, but I guess when you literally promote a political action conference that has a Nazi rune as a stage, what do you expect? Like, realistically. I'm fucking reeling because of that information I found out the other day about Pauline Hanson being courted by American lobbyists. Very cool.
Seen as a skeptic of this war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So, so I was thinking of what Trump's electoral strategy would be in 2024. And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign because Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C. She would also be very popular among suburban white women. That was key to Biden's
That's why he
victory in
should have picked her.
2020.
I mean, he won anyway, so.
I made the prediction that he would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about it because I also felt that J.D. Vance also had a good opportunity to be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or J.D. Vance, this would determine how we can foresee or understand Trump's second term. And so if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been he would have been fully committed into the neocon project of regime change throughout the Middle East, of supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete opposite, who is J.D. Vance, who is America first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial overreach. But not only that, he also picked Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the two major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these two individuals is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America first and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio and Peter Hegseth.
Yes.
So that, yeah.
Peter.
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is. Where does China
said
fall
Peter
into all of
Hegseth.
this? You're a Chinese Canadian. You're based in
Very
Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed U.S. war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So the official Chinese Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to global trade that benefits all. China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally
so full of shit.
I mean,
hilarious.
Like everyone committed to world peace, I guess, but also like we'll go fight Taiwan if we need to.
for territorial expansion.
Yeah. So like, I don't think that like China has built a different economic model.
Mm.
You know, like the U.S. has its role in the world is largely the security.
Mm.
You know, they can pick one, either economy or security.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
I agree.
Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle
Imagine saying China
because
has
China depends
no
a lot
leverage in the global system.
Economy.
That's such a stupid fucking thing to say.
He said it doesn't have much leverage, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Like,
I
when it
completely
comes to,
disagree, though. Like, China could
like,
go out and do this and get that leverage overnight, pretty much. If they wanted to, but they don't want to. That's the thing.
Well, it's because they're oil dependent on the region.
Yeah.
So they have the opposite of leverage. Like, they need the Strait open. So, like, they have instead of leverage, they have a very good reason to be involved and use whatever they have. That doesn't mean that they have a big token to play.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to get? They're going to convince Trump not to do stuff? No. Think he's going to listen to China?
Oh, fuck no. I hate
Fucking...
that I can't take out cultists.
Sorry, a lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic and very business-orientated, and I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China agrees to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right. So when I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry. And one major issue.
That is awesome.
Bro. Sometimes plots be thickening.
That's so funny. God, you literally couldn't make this up. Insane.
Technically, PBS is...
PBS goes hard.
No, I was going to say, technically, that is state media for the U.S. That would make him a spy in China's eyes.
About China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring.
I think we need to call him something besides Chinese Nostradamus now. Okay? Now, there's one that makes more sense, and then there's one that's funnier that more people will understand. Okay? The one that actually makes sense would be he's Chinese Aaron Mate.
That's funny.
All right? But the one that is funnier is Chinese Tim Pool.
Chinese Tim Pool is funnier.
Even though it's less accurate.
Is it though?
Well, Aaron Mate was at Democracy Now, and now he's like
True.
at Gray Zone.
Tim never really had a real job as a
He was at
journalist.
Vice briefly, and then they were
Yeah.
like, "You just ran away from the protests instead of filming them." Do you understand what a journalist is?
It is what he did. Pretty embarrassing.
Of the state-owned enterprise system. So,
You know, the way he said it is what he did, it reminded me of the classic Pot of Greed video.
Okay.
You know that video?
Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Yeah, do you know the... I'm pretty sure I've showed this to you, right?
Probably.
Boy, it would be a shame if someone started recruiting partisans in your territory over here.
Are you gonna put a settler on this little strip island?
Probably.
All right. This city I'm gonna keep though. Two cities on that island? No good.
You can keep whatever you take. How about that?
Well, it's because I raised the last city.
You can keep whatever you take.
I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
Oh, is this when he goes, and I summon
Roll my
Pot of
dice.
Greed?
That is what it does. Pot of Greed. Draw 3. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck. And I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck. Then I play Magic Force, which allows me to play Pot of Greed once again to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
You know, he's right. And I attack and I win, right?
No!
You don't have any... Well, you don't have any monsters, and...
Oh, he's supposed to be here!
What? Oh, you got the Celtic Guardian!
My turn! I summon Dark Magician! I also summon Jack's Knight!
What? How... You can't summon a bunch of cards on one turn. It's against the rules.
You never saw this
He was
coming.
allowed to.
I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
That's not what it does! It doesn't do that. That is what it does. It doesn't...
That's what it do, Yugi!
That does what it do!
Amazing.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is legitimately a bonkers tabletop card game. Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about it?
Vaguely.
They don't have a magic or energy system. You can just summon.
Yeah. So you can basically play your whole hand on one turn if you wanted to.
Yeah. Well, they had to like nerf Pot of Greed.
Like it was that good.
Yeah, they had. Well, because
I thought you could only have certain amount of trap cards and special spell cards. I thought it was meant to be like 20% spell and trap cards.
Only certain cards are limited and banned.
Okay.
But like, there was a right away there was a deck that was the 5 pieces of Exodia and just Pots of Greed.
That's fucking awesome.
And so like, because there's no magic that you need or energy that you need or whatever summoning mechanic that you need, anything that gets cards in your hand is super powerful in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
So really all
Like
it is a game of how to get more cards in your hand. Like the more cards you can get in your hand, the more advantage you have over the opponent. Which makes it really fucking as chaotic as this fucking video is.
I don't think I ever actually played the card game.
I haven't, but sometimes I'll watch these videos where it will be different pros from different like it'll be like a Magic the Gathering player and he has to and he'll be presented with different Yu-Gi-Oh cards and they'll read what it does and he has to guess if it's banned, still
funny.
in play or limited. And they'll do the same thing where a Yu-Gi-Oh player will have to guess that with Magic cards and stuff.
Ah, okay.
So I like those types of videos, and that's why I know about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because I don't know shit about Magic either. I played Pokemon cards as a kid, but those videos are really fascinating to me for some reason.
I was just like, ooh, Pokemon.
You know, it's
Never
like
really played the
I
card
actually like watching StarCraft, but that video where Indra rage quits against illusions, like, I don't care if you don't care about StarCraft, that is a fucking fascinating game.
Just because of how it plays. Is that the one you showed me?
Maybe.
Because there was also one I think you showed me that he was playing a bot.
Oh no, that's the when he plays the AI and it's just using stalkers.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna hit next turn, and I'll be back.
Oh my god. This crazy. What a revelation. I just realized I didn't flip back to this dumb video. It's been on that goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh screen.
People are trading peacefully, and which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle China, because China depends on a lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot
this is what I'm saying,
negotiating
right?
leverage over China in the upcoming talks.
Like,
scheduled
the Chinese
for
government
May.
could literally go to Iran and just be like,
what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic,
just like
and
Europe, just like Australia, apparently,
and I think that,
like, they
Trump
could easily
and China
do that,
will sign a
and
landmark
boom, that
deal
leverage is
where China agrees
no
to
longer
buy
in
a lot of
play.
energy from North America.
full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance
I rewound
journalist at the
because
time.
I realized I
you were
wasn't
suspected by
playing.
the Chinese government of spying. You were deported from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right. So when I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry. And one major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swarming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum by Chinese law.
I had to take my headphones off. Go back.
I signed a
20
confession
seconds.
saying that I was a reporter and working.
You already heard this part.
Yeah, I just
was
missed that little bit there.
and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48
In
hours,
what,
which is
NATO?
the maximum.
I think he was about to say communist. And he stumbled over his words.
Interesting. Okay. Keep going.
By Chinese law. And I signed a confession saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back into the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you being a spy, how did they let you back in? China's not known for being that trusting.
They suspected me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy. And I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2002. In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com headlined, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort. You said, in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintains its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views from less than a decade ago?
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because, like everyone else, in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where you are very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show, they allow you to be on YouTube, you get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that
Good question, Matty.
the best way to understand my situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow you to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese government has noticed that.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built the Great Firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to Westerners.
Hold on, that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Look, the reality is
That's not what I'm
that
saying,
this is
though.
a fair
Ask her about the
legitimate criticism
Holocaust.
that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, you know, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with...
Here's the thing. He's always known when to say shit and when not to.
Yeah.
There's a reason why he started doing the Jews control shit on Sneeko's stream.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He's not stupid. He's just a fucking grifter bitch.
That's really what it seems like. I mean, the game theory thing is interesting, but to take it seriously, I think, is very short-sighted.
Yeah.
You and familiarized with your work. People have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Jesuits are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, the most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called predictive history. And the very idea of predictive history is this: how do we know if our understanding of history is correct? And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this gives you a pretty...
But also, a higher voice has to beam the ideas in your head too, right? Don't forget that part.
Insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there. You said you were at Yale. Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not, at Yale? It wasn't in international relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah. And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor, but I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a God. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis, you just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up. You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds... I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange, but there is a difference between facts and truth, right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people, I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews, in which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what specifically I've said that you find offensive?
When you do a video
what you
called
said about
Dawn
the
of
Holocaust.
Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture on the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible as my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Sorry, what is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say
Magalica.
Pax Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So I'm using a Latin convention, and so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible. And this extends from the now to the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project, but I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews, for Jews, by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the
And this is, listen, just to be clear, and this is speculative analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots. Because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube...
No, I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left. So I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech. I am anti-war. I'm anti-empire. I believe in individual autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences, given my politics, I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress. Okay, so my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire for the United States, and that they will have to call a national draft. Okay, that's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think that the talk of nuclear weapons is fear-mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a disaster. God forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui-Chin Jiang, I appreciate you taking time out. I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube.
Honestly, I'm kind of impressed on how well he was able to hold up to Mehdi Hassan. Like, you look at, like, Mehdi Hassan do his head-to-head show with the fucking, we do not have super patience. Like, he rakes that guy over the coals.
Journalists at your local petrol station recently?
At North Ride, no ride. The billboard's blank, the taps are off.
Prices are continuing to rise as they have been all month.
I just want to give you a shot at this Shell servo. When we came onto air early this morning, it was roughly around $2.30 a litre for unleaded. It's now gone up to $2.50, $2.54.
Wow. Covering an energy crisis is tricky. There's no explosions or protests, just vaguely distraught motorists furrowing their brows at unpleasant roadside signs.
I wasn't looking at the price, thinking, then I looked at the next minute, it was $90 in there, and I thought, fuck it, me.
Bloody hell, driving around all day, it's hard.
For people younger than like 60, all of this feels unprecedented. Something happening far, far away on the other side of the world has caused the price of diesel to almost double in a few weeks, and has sparked concerns that we might run out of it.
There are currently 38 days worth of petrol and 30 days of diesel and jet fuel in the national reserves.
The thing is, this isn't.
How dope is it that we fucking shot a rocket to the moon while there's a shortage of fuel? Like, suck my dick.
Not really
right?
relevant. Rocket fuel is completely different.
It's optics based, okay? It's about swinging dick. You gonna tell me that rocket wasn't swinging dick? It's also very interesting, like, because, you know, I've been clowning on the Artemis project for years.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how nobody cared about Mission 1, the unmanned one, and now, like, I've seen so much hype and buzz over Artemis 2, and I'm shocked. I didn't think anyone was ever gonna care about the Artemis missions. You can't hear you.
Say it again. I was getting spoken to by 3 different people.
That I'm shocked that the Artemis mission is actually getting a lot of like people are actually interested.
Because
I didn't think that was ever going to happen.
No, I didn't think that it would either. Like, Artemis was just a thing that was happening. I didn't think it would actually result in anything either. But people seem to be enjoying it.
Now that I think just putting people on it, I think that they really pushed hard on the promotion of it as well.
Yeah.
Now that
it's what they should be doing.
A crewed mission. And they're having the crew constantly do like social media.
Yeah.
Unprecedented.
It is something that has happened before.
The shocks we saw in the 1970s.
In the 1970s, oil...
Alright, are you back now? Can we watch this dumb video about the guy fighting illusions?
Yeah.
Like, this dude was like... When esports was just starting out, this guy was like the villain of esports that everyone fucking hated because he was a little whiny bitch about everything. Like, he is like like, I don't know if anyone else in any sport besides like fake wrestling that has worse sportsmanship
than this
dweeb.
Hilarious.
Competition breeds rivalry. Sometimes it's between organizations, their legacies evolving with every exchange.
Katie rolls to SK Telecom, a rivalry that transcends League of Legends. Tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves! Faker, what was that?
Sometimes it's two competitors at the peak of their powers trading blows.
This has been nicknamed the Dream Final. So many players have been waiting for a final such as this one with two people who just seem to be unbeatable.
And it's almost gone. He takes it out. And the SCV making the other star for it. Jaedong is still in control of this game. Flash is falling apart fast.
But sometimes a rivalry is built from something else. A difference in mindset. A casual enmity born from a lack of respect. When Huck and Idra clashed in the early 2010s.
Oh, that's another thing. It was Huck, who is like the textbook nice guy of early StarCraft.
Oh, interesting.
And I want to say, like, Huck is still like involved in the scene as well. I don't know what he does now, but he does like, he makes like videos and stuff, but he's not like, I don't think he competes anymore.
It was the fresh-faced New Hope against the grizzled, foul-mouthed Brood War veteran. And it was always worth watching.
The Void Ray's all hallucinations, doing absolutely
no damage
whatsoever.
That's one of my favorite lines in esports history.
Hey, but
doing
before we get into it, if you
no
want this sweet
damage.
Kappa shirt from our What Is series, or plenty of other The Score Esports branded shirts just like it, you can check out the Score Esports merch department, which you can find a link to in the comments below.
It's like he's going to go over like what made the lead up to this game so good, but he's also going to explain the mechanics of what's going to go on in the clip that makes it so unbelievably funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our next player. Known as the Kraken, from Team Evil Geniuses, Idra.
Greg Idra Fields had long been a foreigner in a game dominated by Koreans. He even moved to the country and joined Korean teams like Istro and CJ Entis. By the time StarCraft II rolled around, Idra was the foremost foreigner in Brood War. But Idra became known for something else, too. Being unafraid to speak his mind, shit-talking on ladder, and generally pushing the limits of sportsmanship.
And it's funny because like StarCraft especially does not have the toxicity, and like the toxicity is very, very frowned upon.
Interesting.
Like, I remember this one person, they were getting coaching and they were like looking at a clip and the dude was like, here's where I have some bad manners, you know, and like ashamed that he lost his cool and had
That's very funny.
and was saucy in the chat.
I need more oil.
This guy's really bad. This guy's just bad. Actually, this guy's terrible. He is terrible. This guy's actually awful. He's just awful.
All right, what do you think about Cruncher, and how do you think this match is going to go?
I'm playing really bad, but it's more than enough to beat him.
All right, guys, well, shake hands if you're going to. And let's go ahead.
Right?
And,
What a
get in the booth,
bitch.
guys.
As competition in the West mostly shifted towards StarCraft II, a new breed of foreign hopes arose. And one among them, Chris Huck Loringer, showed promise.
This week, you are actually in the final, so how do you feel about that?
I feel great. I mean, this is my second LAN of all time, so the experience is definitely adding up. ESL was a real challenge for me just because it was my first LAN. Hopefully I continue to do well.
He boasted a strong win-loss record during the game's beta period, which earned him tournament invites and a chance to play for Team Millennium.
I do want to continue to emphasize that fact about Huck, the fact that he's just laid back and he's very embracing of all the situations he's in. He doesn't even think of himself as like the best player in the world. He's always asking players for advice, and when he loses games, I mean, we've even seen Idra lose games, and Idra tends to say, oh, that's a terrible strategy, you'll never get far doing that. But Huck says, God, I can't believe you beat me that badly. I got to figure out how to not make that happen. And he literally says it like that. I've seen him do it in private practice games with other players.
His style was aggressive and unpredictable, switching between standard builds and more unpredictable strategies, like the Mothership Rush.
Just spent his gas on a fleet beacon. Mothership rush? Really?
Wait, he's actually gonna do it? Are you kidding me?
With Drewby going for this fast expand build, he's not gonna have...
Oh my god! What's going on? There are cannons being built in the base of Drewby. Oh my god, GG, and he wins! He friggin' wins the map with a mothership! I don't even know.
But while he was hyped during the beta, Huck fell short at his first post-release LAN in Cologne, exiting the tournament in the group stage. He bounced back quickly, taking first place at MLG Raleigh 2010.
And GG!
Not going to be enough. Huck winning that series decisively.
And Huck, the grand champion here at MLG Raleigh. Let's give another round of applause for our champion, Huck.
The grizzled veteran and the rising star, Idra and Huck, were on a collision course. The two faced off at MLG DC 2010.
No way that it's going to come out, and that will stop it. And
There's the good game. Who would have thought you could see a spine crawler push at the 12-minute mark in the game? The probes are now pulling off, and there's very little that Huck can do about this.
Yep, and
there's the good game.
Wow.
People like to say Idra is a macro-oriented player, but that is a stroke of genius strategy.
Idra sent Huck, who had recently joined Team Liquid, to the losers bracket with a 2-0 drubbing. There, against Solex, Huck tried out one of the tricks he was becoming known for, the Mothership Rush. But it didn't work out, and Idra ended up taking the whole tournament for Evil Geniuses.
So Huck, retard or poster boy for StarCraft 2 esports?
Retard. But since the community is retarded, both. Huck he brought in the audience, they laughed, it was great, but he threw the game away.
Even though the Mothership failed and Idra had won the tournament, the move brought attention to Huck and earned him fans in the nascent StarCraft 2 scene. Huck lost to Idra again at EG Masters Cup Series 3, with Idra displaying some serious BM as he attacked with his drones and started building...
BM is bad manners. Did you walk away after I explicitly asked you if you're ready to watch this?
I was only gone for like 30 seconds.
A hatchery in Huck's main base.
Now sending in the drones to try to build hatcheries. Such cruelty. Oh, Idra. Oh, it's not necessary. And there's the good game.
Idra lived in Korea at the time and traveled to attend foreign events, while Huck was based in North America.
Do people find that immature, whiny behavior cool? No. Not at all, especially in StarCraft. It's like really always been very highbrow in StarCraft, where the like sportsmanship is like really important to the game. And considering it was like the game that gave us esports, I think that's kind of important. Because like without Brood War, there is no League of Legends.
That's true.
Huck made the move to Korea, beginning a series of encounters between the two players on ladder and further pushing their rivalry.
Stalker's now blinking in. They are going to go to work on those Broodlords. Great storms going down on the units of Idra. Idra needs to pull back. Idra ruffling, but I'm sure not in happiness. All those units dying very quickly. Idra moving in. Idra a little bit unhappy about...
What are you doing? Why are you sending ground units against fucking Colossus with thermal lances as Zerg? That's crazy.
The results of this game, and he does leave it.
Huck continued to use unconventional strategies like cannon rush cheese against Idra on ladder. Idra, for his part, made it clear that he had a distaste for Protoss players.
Nah, he's a piece of trash who wouldn't win any games if he didn't play Protoss.
Idra with a little bit of BM there.
And their next LAN meeting, MLG Dallas 2011, featured one of the most infamous moments in their rivalry. Facing off in the group stage, Idra took Game 1 against Huck, and it looked like he would have Game 2 as well. He'd built up a considerable lead, and was just one good engagement away from a win. But Idra's late game army had one major weakness. It wasn't terribly effective against air units, like Void Rays, which Idra suddenly found himself...
You paying attention?
Yeah, I just had to turn the camera off. I also have no
facing
fucking
down.
clue.
Now
what he's
out
talking
on the
about.
field, and it looks.
That's why I literally just asked you, are you paying attention? Because he's
Yeah,
literally
I am paying
explaining
attention.
It. So how could you have no clue what he was talking about when he literally just
Because I don't
said
know
that
what
he
the
doesn't
fucking
have good air?
specifics of StarCraft. I don't
He
play this
literally
fucking
just
game.
told you he doesn't have a good air army, especially against this air
I
unit.
heard that.
So how could you be confused?
Looks like there's some Zerglings doing a counterattack in the main. The Void Rays, all hallucinations, doing absolutely no damage whatsoever. There's the blink up onto the high ground, just trying to distract Idra. Those hallucinated Void Rays almost fully charged, Wheat. And
where is he?
Idra left the game.
Oh.
He rage quit?
Oh my goodness.
He didn't just rage quit. He rage quit against an air unit that didn't exist. They were hallucinated from his fucking psi units.
So
they weren't
right.
even damaging his units. It was just the aspect of the Void Rays being there and him thinking that he was beaten and rage quitting.
That's
when he was winning the game.
That's so funny.
Idra.
Just take a look at this. We saw the Stalkers come up
So,
here,
like,
start to...
These units are his anti-air units. They would destroy the Void Rays. Void Rays suck. These things, it's hard to see because it's old StarCraft where there wasn't good resolution. These things, they have these two little broodlings next to them. These are one of the best air-to-ground units in the game.
Okay.
His entire army is Stalkers and Colossi.
What are they
which
doing?
are all ground units.
Yeah, Stalker is
literally
purely
just a
ground,
few of
right?
these air units would rip apart these Stalkers because Stalkers have like no health, and the Colossi can't shoot up; they can only attack ground. So he literally has nothing to actually counter these fucking air units that would just rip his army apart.
Mm-hmm.
And so he warps his Stalkers up to put pressure on them to get them in range. They will at least do damage. And it caused these guys to move back, and he advanced on these Void Rays that are just hallucinations casted by a spellcaster that don't exist.
That's great.
Even though he literally was like 5 seconds away from winning the game. And he rage quit.
What a dickhead.
Right? And that's why you don't ever want to be a little baby back bitch.
Yeah, true.
Because you literally throw things away.
Broodlords, and if you look down here, there's only a couple of Stalkers and a ton of sentries that would have died oh so quick to that, including their ability to take out those Colossi right there. All the rest of the Stalkers were over on that ramp trying to get back around. And the supply is actually higher for Idra.
A little bit of a blunder there by Idra, not actually playing it out to the very end, losing to hallucinated Void Rays. So we will be going on to the final game three.
Wow, that was pretty amazing right there.
The units might not have been real, but Huck's victory was. And Huck wanted Idra to know it. So he told him at the next game and got a predictable response.
Let me give some prop to Huck. I mean, that was very...
He just goes... This is immediately the game starts. This is when you need to be like sorting your workers, not talking.
Yes.
And he takes the time to type out. You realize most of that army was Halusi. Just to let him know. Just to let him know.
He rage quit for no
how
reason.
bad he fucked up.
Well,
Why would I be a
man,
good voice
you know
actor?
what? StarCraft is...
So he literally said, just saying, you weren't losing.
Not only a very intensive mental game, but it can be psychological as well.
While Huck won the battle, taking that series, Idra won the war. After the group stage, they faced off again, with Idra winning 4-2. And after the event, he couldn't pass up the chance to talk more shit about Huck.
So Huck can't win in a real game, huh?
Pretty much. You wouldn't win at all if you didn't play for us. He's actually kind of retarded.
Stand by your guns on that one. How good did it feel to knock him off after the games yesterday?
Really good.
I mean, Idra can say what he wants. He likes to talk and lie a lot. I remember in a previous interview he said he beats me all the time when realistically the last 40 games we've played he's won maybe 5. He just sometimes a cocky
and all this other shit. So,
all right.
I tried being nice to Hydra. Hydra wants to continue doing whatever he's doing. It's fine with me. I don't care.
And while Huck did eventually get the better of Idra, wins at Home Story Cup 3 and the North American Blizzard Invitational put Huck on the board, the latter victory denying his opponent a spot at BlizzCon.
Huck eliminates Idra. That means we have 2 Team Liquid players in the top 3. Idra, one of the big favorites to win this event, is eliminated in 4th place.
And by August, the rivalry took an even stranger turn. Huck left Team Liquid to join Evil Geniuses, turning him and Idra from rivals to teammates.
They played it up in the promotional stuff about you versus Huck and this big rivalry thing. How much was it really like a rivalry of like dislike before for you with Huck when he was in like other teams?
We never disliked each other personally. We always got on pretty well. We have a really similar sense of humor, actually.
What a bitch, right?
Before he joined
as soon as he's on the same team with him, he's rolling all of it back like a little whiny bitch.
Should stand by your morals.
You see what I mean? Like, this is literally like, this is the type of stuff that the kids with Down syndrome be watching professional wrestling for.
This kind of drama.
But I just didn't respect his play very much and kind of said so. But he's improved a lot. Obviously, he's been practicing really hard in Korea for a long time. So, yeah, there's no friction at all there anymore.
Unable to weaponize their fan bases in the same way as they used to, that was pretty much the end of Huck and Idra's rivalry. Idra continued to talk shit, of course. He just directed it at other players after Huck joined EG. And after eventually quitting StarCraft 2 in mid-2013, Idra had a very brief stint in Heroes of the Storm, representing EG.
Ironically, Heroes of the Storm had a pretty brief stint as well. Nobody even knows what that is.
I'll take that deal, Nubia. He wants to give me all his gold.
No side deals.
One time, no, nobody wants my mosaic. Cool.
First BlizzCon appearance.
I'm honestly a lot calmer playing Heroes of the Storm. The biggest thing is it's a team game, and it's like purely a team game. It's the opposite end of the spectrum from Brood War. All that matters is how well you work with your team and like the strategy, the thinking portion of the game. And if you get pissed off and like you start raging, then that affects your teammates.
Recently, Idra revealed that he hasn't owned a computer in some time, and these days, he's mostly focused on fitness.
No, I haven't owned a functioning desktop in like 2 years now.
Fitness,
I was just a really
dick in his mouth.
And StarCraft happened to be the competition that stuck. And now, I don't know, I was kind of an angry competitor, so I don't know how healthy it is. So I kind of don't compete anymore. I think weightlifting kind of filled that role for me. But no, the StarCraft was just a way to beat people. And that was most of it.
Huck, meanwhile, has successfully transitioned into Overwatch, where he started as a caster and has since become the president of gaming for the Kraft Group, which owns the Boston Uprising. One player has left esports behind, and the other is helping build a new pro scene. But for just under 2 years, while the Western StarCraft 2 fanbase was looking for heroes and villains, Idra and Huck gave them exactly what they needed. One foul-mouthed, confident veteran.
You're kind of notorious for being a little bit bad manner, and me knowing you personally, I would say that might be based on some truth.
What were your thoughts on that game?
I just played really shitty.
Short and sweet.
The other, a fresh-faced new hope who knew how to play to the crowd.
The crowd are loving it, and Huck is your DreamHack Summer champion!
Just thank you. I mean, I think I have the best fans in the world, and I love you guys, and I'm glad you enjoyed my games.
And despite the rivalry being short-lived, the intensity of the two players and the passion of their fans made their conflict one to remember.
The Void Rays, all hallucinations, doing absolutely
no
damage whatsoever. There's the blink up onto the high ground, just trying to distract Idra. Those hallucinated Void Rays almost fully charged.
And Idra left the game.
Thanks for watching. If you want more great content just like this, be sure to hit the...
You see what I mean? You could not know shit about StarCraft, and that is still entertaining.
Pig
and
drama.
That was just a side tangent that was created by talking about Pot of Greed.
Yes.
Oil prices skyrocketed, triggering a global economic crisis. And what caused those oil shocks back then?
supply shortages and price spikes caused by conflict in the Middle East.
Ah, yes. All very familiar. But I think there's something fascinating in comparing the oil shocks of the 70s with what we're all living through right now. See, after those massive economic crises in the 70s, the United States spent enormous time and resources trying to stop something like that from ever happening again. And yet, here we are. So what went wrong? Why did the schemes cooked up after the last lot of oil shocks fail this time? And what do they tell us?
How do I
about what's
check
going
what
to
my
happen next?
boost was?
I'm Matt Bevan.
Like my age score thing.
I don't know.
While we've been making the last few episodes, I've been working on an overarching theory.
I picked to get the robot.
Mm.
Is it in the era progress thing? It is. It is in the. If you go to the era progress screen, it does say gain a death robot in your capital.
I do? What?
About what's going on here.
That's if go to your era score screen and in there it does tell you.
Era progress. Bodyguard. Okay. Spy operations. Got it.
How many spies you got?
Just 2 right now.
Oh, I have 7.
Nice.
Why the US joined Israel's attack on Iran, despite the obvious risks to its allies in the Persian Gulf and to the global economy. And here's what I've got. Since the end of World War II, the United States has been trying to balance 2 primary interests in the Middle East.
Our number one commitment in the Middle East is to protect the right of Israel to exist permanently, and to exist in peace.
So that's interest number.
Wild. People don't realize how wild it was for Jimmy Carter to be saying that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like 10 years earlier, they were telling Israel to go fuck themselves.
Pretty cool.
Right? And the only reason I think there's 2 reasons why attitudes changed.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is the Iranian Revolution, of course.
Yep.
And Iran, especially in the Carter admin, was a major headache for the Carter admin. I mean, some would say the reason why Carter loses the election is because of the issue he had with Iran.
Yeah.
And then all the Soviets and communists start backing Palestine as well.
Mm-hmm.
As like this like axis point. But like I was making the commies cope, and it's like, and I was even like being very clear, and I was like, now I want to be clear, what I'm talking about is a very minor thing that happened. I am not saying, because like the Bolshevik Jew Zionist thing was like, it's a Hitler conspiracy. Right? So like most of the Jews that go to Palestine who were Russian and participated in the revolution were never Bolshevik. A very small section of them were. And that developed into like the collective nature of the kibbutz and stuff. But like to overstate that the Bolsheviks were fundamental in founding Israel is Nazi shit. So I was even telling them, like, I do not want to overstate the importance of this, but we were making him cope because Stalin is like, if you were in bad faith, you could literally say there wouldn't be Israel without Stalin.
That's funny.
Which is just fundamentally a bad faith argument because there wouldn't be Israel if there was no Zionism. Zionism is what created the state of Israel, and even without Stalin's endorsement, it's not like he was the only one who endorsed it, but Stalin pushed heavily for the state of Israel to be founded just because he believed, just because many Bolsheviks, well, many Russians went there after the revolution. So like Lenin's attitude against Zionism, so Lenin was actually super anti-Zionist. And so he was actually stopping Jews from leaving to go to Palestine. But after that, Stalin comes in, and he has the complete reverse, where he thinks that if he exports Russian Jews to Palestine, then he can flip that into a socialist ally. So he had this very short term for like a year, maybe two, where he was super into the idea of Israel and then realized he was a fucking idiot and basically abandoned that idea. But it was very funny how angry the commies were getting at us when we were constantly giving sources about what we were talking about.
That's very funny. Was this on Twitter?
One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I was asked, a lot of them ended up being like, okay, that's interesting. Because I continually said, I don't want to overstate. I don't want to overstate. This was very minor. Like, the important thing is the Suez Crisis and that it flipped after the Suez Crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, regardless, Zionism would have created Israel. At the same time, Stalin helped create Israel.
The other one is this.
The unimpeded flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz is a vital U.S. interest. It's critical to the economic health of the Western world.
Okay, so protect Israel and keep the oil flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz. Israel and oil. Of course, there are other interests in the region, but when it comes to long-term objectives, which justify the enormous amount of money the US spends on military and intelligence operations in the Gulf, it's primarily these two. Their involvement with Israel starts at the very beginning, with President Harry Truman.
I also antagonized a lot of people by recognizing the state of Israel as soon as it was formed.
This is from an account he gave after he left the...
Fucking hell. The one thing that I want to
Stalin
pay
recognized
attention to...
it first. Stalin recognized it first.
The thing that I want to fucking pay attention to, and everybody wants to fucking come in and talk to me. Fuck me.
White House about why he supported Israel so quickly.
And I'd seen some of the places where the Jews had been slaughtered by the Nazis. 6 million Jews were killed outright, men, women, and children, by the Nazis. And it was my hope that they would have a homeland where they could operate.
So he got to work.
Ho Chi Minh said the same thing.
Compromise with the Arabs and divide Palestine. The Jews wanted to chase all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates River, and the Arabs wanted to chase all the Jews into the Red Sea. And what I was trying to do was to find a homeland for the Jews and still be just with the Arabs.
Did he figure out a solution for that? Well, not really. But anyway.
Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it, and had it done, and now it's working out. Eventually, I think we'll have them all satisfied.
Sure. Israel's off and running. So, what about
What an idiot.
Well, let's head to Iran in 1953.
The CIA's first success in bringing down a government came in Iran in 1953.
Wrong. Incorrect.
What?
Nothing. He just played an archived newsreel that said the CIA took down the government in Iran. I'm sure the CIA wants to fucking take credit for it at the time.
Mossadegh.
Yeah. Like, you know, it made this. It would make the CIA seem more powerful than they really were.
In the early 1950s, the democratically elected Prime Minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, nationalized the country's oil industry.
At that time, Iran's oil belonged to the British and a consortium of other foreign countries.
The Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, now BP, was taken over by the government, which planned to use its profits to benefit the people of Iran.
The Americans, fearing that Iran's huge oil reserves would fall into Soviet hands, agreed to get rid of Mossadegh.
The CIA, under the control of a man with the ridiculous name of Kermit Roosevelt, wrote a letter ordering the dismissal of Prime Minister Mossadegh and gave it to the Shah of Iran to sign. When protests broke out against the Shah's decision, the Shah's army arrested the demonstrators. Then the CIA agents went to work, literally paying people to protest in favour of the Shah.
Liberal use of dollar bills and Persian rial notes secured a mob which shouted support for the Shah. It was the CIA's first and most successful coup.
Mossadegh was arrested, and the Shah abolished democratic control of Iran.
The Shah never really shook off the image that he was a tool of the West.
The Shah wasn't the only oil-rich king that the US had a relationship with. They were also buddying up to the King of Saudi Arabia, building an oil alliance through the Arab American Oil Company, or Aramco. So, Israel's chugging along, and the oil is flowing. Both interests are balanced. Well, sort of.
The Middle East, and Arabs and Israelis at war with each other for the fourth time in 25 years.
25 years on from the establishment of Israel, there was still some dissatisfaction. But until 1973, Israel was never at risk of actually losing one of these wars.
On Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, Egypt sends its Soviet-equipped troops slashing into Israel.
This time it's been different. The Arabs' new SAM missiles, provided by the Russians, have added a new factor to the air war. The first Israeli surrenders were moments of rare triumph for the Egyptian commanders.
For the first time in 25 years of conflict with Arabs, the Israelis tasted defeat.
The Israelis were seriously concerned that they were going to run out of firepower.
Okay. I have a lot of issues with this video.
Go on. This is why I wanted you to watch it.
So, like, this is the most common narrative about it that we hear. CIA did the coup in Iran. It's more complicated than that. They certainly had a lot of involvement after. They certainly helped the Shah maintain power, and they built his intelligence network. And I think, considering what Shah's intelligence network did to his own people, I think that's more important to focus on than who actually overthrew Mossadegh. Yeah. Because the bigger crime is there, where they massacred their own people.
Yeah.
Secondly, we skipped over everything, and it really painted the United States as having this like tight-knit relationship with Israel from the start. That wasn't the case. That was more.
Is this a part of like romantic nationalism fabricating consent?
I just think that this is the most common narrative that we have today about the United States and Israel relationship.
Okay, would you say
I
that
think
this
it's
is
more
a
of
factor
a pop
of their romantic
history
nationalism,
narrative.
though?
Huh?
Would you say that this is a factor in their romantic nationalism? Like
no,
this idea
just think
that
it's
Israel
an
is
incomplete analysis of what actually happened, and it's too eager to assign blame to the United States.
Okay.
When, there's so many factors that go into Israel, like countries not taking back the Jews.
Yes.
The United States didn't create the idea of Zionism.
No, they just
the idea
backed
of
it.
Zionism also existed before Hitler.
Yes, it came in like the 1890s.
The United States was very sympathetic. That's why they took a lot of Jews. That's why they supported the foundation of the state and worked hard to make sure that foundation happened.
Yeah.
But afterwards, the United States was the figurehead of the capitalist world. They were rebuilding Europe with the Marshall Plan. What did Israel have to offer the United States at this time? So it's what we need to actually look at is the capitalist nature of the United States is one of the factors on why you can't just assign them an alliance to Israel out the gate like that. Because what were they getting out of it? And also, like British mandated Palestine, like it's still continued to be under British and French control, that Levant region, right? And they brought up Aramco, okay? So if you're going to bring up Aramco, you need to talk about how important it is that the United States is exporting that oil and where they're exporting that oil. Right?
Well, it is also, like 10 minutes into the video?
But the fact is that they just skipped to Yom Kippur, which is when, they're only covering one side of things when there's a lot of blanks that need to be filled. You can't just say the United States helped found Israel, and then it's the Yom Kippur War. There's fucking like 30 to 40 years of history that you're missing out there. You know? And it's very important to understand that Israel still has nothing to offer the United States when it comes to capitalist interests. The only market that they've been able to dip into is the weapons market. Which, who doesn't have a weapons market with the United States? Right? So, like, it's important for people to acknowledge that this hasn't been a thing that's always existed with the United States. It came about as a result of the Cold War and the tensions that were happening in the Cold War, not because of an interest that the United States has. So this whole idea that they have an interest with Israel is something that was created after this fact. It was something that came about in the Cold War, and it's something that can go away because it's not a Cold War anymore. There is no reason to side with Israel over Turkey, for example, a NATO fucking member. You know? Like, why is the United States helping Israel do all their genocides and not their ally Turkey?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, kind of unfair to Turkey.
Poor Turkey.
They called the Americans for help. It was 1973, and the Americans were kind of in a panic of their own. President Richard Nixon was deep in the weeds of the Watergate scandal and was spending most of his time trying to save his own presidency.
Let's also not forget that Billy Graham is an advisor to Nixon at this time.
Billy Graham?
Yeah.
Like that Billy Graham?
The founder of Dominion Theology.
Oh. Okay. Yes, okay.
Who are you thinking?
Isn't there like some advertising guy? Billy Graham advertises like
maybe.
Like Slap Chop. The Slap Chop guy. Yeah,
oh, that's
like that.
Billy Mays.
Oh.
Who you're thinking of. He's dead.
That's funny.
But so is Billy Graham.
Winning.
But yeah,
sounds like
we have a tape of him. So what's funny about Nixon getting involved here is we have a tape of Billy Graham and Nixon talking about how Jews are sneaky and smart and we have to keep the Jews down and stuff.
Fucking hell.
So he certainly wasn't doing it because he liked the Jews.
The increasingly panicked calls from Israel were taken by the newly sworn-in Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger.
The United States has a traditional friendship with Israel, which it will maintain.
The Israelis were asking him to resupply their weapons before their stockpiles ran out. Kissinger recalled there was hesitancy from the US military. They were concerned that resupplying Israel with weapons would undermine America's relationship with oil-supplying Arab states like Saudi Arabia.
The Defense Department...
Look at that fucking ghoul.
Fuck this guy.
Geared to the Saudi relationship and to the Arab relationship. And they did not want to produce a situation of crisis.
The situation was tricky. The Nixon administration's economic policies already had caused occasional minor domestic fuel shortages, and prices were on the way up. Meanwhile, the King of Saudi Arabia had warned that he would cut off oil supply to the US if Nixon supported Israel in the war, threatening to use what he described as an oil weapon. Henry Kissinger faced a choice: keep Israel alive or keep the oil flowing. He took the issue to Nixon.
And I said, I will not let Israel go down the tube.
American planes began arriving in Israel to resupply them with weapons. Israel survived. But what about the oil?
The Arabs had produced a weapon few thought they would ever use. OPEC, the Organization of Oil-Producing States, announced that oil production would be cut by 5% every month until Israel withdrew behind its 1967 borders.
They fired their oil weapon.
I think we can cut down production to, let's say, 20%. You think Europe or Japan or the United States can survive with this?
With a shock, the industrial nations realized just how vulnerable their dependence on oil had made them.
So that was the 1973 oil crisis. Just a few years later, there was another one involving America's old mate, the Shah of Iran.
Iran, because of the great leadership of the Shah, is an island of stability in one of the more troubled areas of the world.
Turns out that overthrowing a democratically elected government and propping up a puppet king isn't a foolproof way to ensure lasting oil supply.
The Shah in exile, his mighty army beaten in the streets, his secret service...
Again, missing context here. We need to include that the Shah was not actually in exile. He was dying of cancer in the United States, and he didn't give a fuck about any of this. It was Henry Kissinger who ended up taking control of the situation and basically was the secret de facto ruler of Iran at the time.
Purged, his oil wells shut down.
This wasn't a deliberate use of an oil weapon. It was a US-backed regime collapsing into chaos.
Shipments stopped leaving Iran 6 weeks ago. 10% of the non-communist world's oil.
What emerged from the Islamic Revolution of 1979 in Iran was a regime which built a big part of its identity around the simple chant, "Death to Israel, death to America."
Based.
Before long, the Arabs and Iranians were in a full-blown war, a conflict that disrupted oil supply for a decade. The balancing act had failed, and the results were extraordinary. In terms of those results, it's hard to know where to start, but let's just start in the United States.
To be sure that there is enough oil to go around for the entire winter all over the country, it will be essential for all of us to live and work.
Hey, Nixon's making an elbow
President
statement.
Nixon asked everyone in the country to set their heating thermostats to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, or 20 degrees Celsius.
Incidentally, my doctor tells me that in a temperature of 66 to 68 degrees, you're really more healthy than when it's 75
Why
to
does he
70,
look like this?
if that's any comfort.
Air travel was also curtailed by 10%. Businesses were encouraged to decrease their operating hours. Nixon also signed a law pushing the entire country into daylight saving time in the middle of winter, in an effort to conserve energy in the evenings by shifting the sunset a bit later. Other laws were passed to encourage people to drive less.
May I suggest not buying until you have less than half a tank full?
New York City police officers were so low on fuel they could only use their cars in emergencies.
We're leaving our cars and patrolling on foot, keeping the cars in eye view, staying in the vicinity of the car in case there are any emergency runs.
New York's taxi drivers modified their vehicles to run on other types of fuel.
With the fuel crunch, fleet owners have been looking for ways to save gas, a modified diesel engine that doubles fuel economy.
Did anyone build a wood gasifier?
Don't think so.
Now that would
production.
that would be fucking cool. Bro,
I don't know.
2,000 Diplo points? How did this happen?
Vote me for trade. And then reduce Manhattan Project.
I voted for Mars Colony to be boosted.
Sure. Is there science victory?
Yeah.
It's so boring.
Abandoned their cars and rode bicycles instead. Or sometimes tricycles.
Why do you ride that bicycle?
On account of the gas shortage, cannot get gas, so I decided to go buy a bicycle.
Hey!
It's a whole lot cheaper than gas.
People even decided against putting up Christmas lights that year to save energy.
Usually I take my kids out to see all the lights, and this year there were hardly any lights out to see.
The US had domestic oil supplies though, so could blunt the worst effects of this crisis. Other countries weren't so lucky.
This is going to be a very bleak winter for the British. Motorists have been asked to keep to a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit and not to drive on Sundays if they can avoid doing so.
As prices rose, petrol stations started running out of fuel, because so many people were doing exactly what they always do at times like this.
Panic buying of gasoline by motorists has worsened the situation.
That's what caused the crisis.
Yep.
The United States was still importing the oil that they needed.
Mm-hmm.
The United States was figuring out ways to get that oil, and the panic buying made it so they
And guess what?
sold out
One
the
Nation
shit.
and the Liberals are doing in Australia right now. Instead of
Encouraging
being
panic
like,
buying?
hey, don't panic buy, they're like, guys, there's a crisis, go and buy all the fuel you can, fuck everybody else, make it worse. And then all the fucking dickheads with water tanks go and fill up 500 liters of fuel, and then they're like,
to live in peace.
why?
To the times when
Why
you
is it?
stood against aggression.
Why is this happening?
You have always sought
Why is there a fuel crisis? Maybe it's because you,
brighten your own glory,
I don't know,
but because dignity
panic bought
belongs to
hundreds of liters of fuel that you didn't fucking need. And now the trucks can't get fuel because you cunts are too selfish.
commitment to a shared peace.
Did the Diplo points go to you?
World of tomorrow.
Yeah, 2,000 Diplo favor. You know, it was funny that showed me getting the Nobel Prize there, and I dropped nukes on people.
That's funny. Well, Alfred Nobel created dynamite, so it makes sense.
You leave Alfred out of this.
Alright, keep playing.
Hang on, I look in. Wow.
I like Japan.
You had a lot of kills.
Yeah, I was going hard, man. Literally didn't stop being at war that whole game. You'll love it. I have an idea for next game.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I don't know who I'm gonna play, but I'm gonna call them Israel, and I'm going to do nothing but expansion wars. Like, even people who are friendly with me, just gonna bomb them. Oh, you're allied slightly with people I don't like? Bomb.
Sink their boats.
I'm gonna rush bombers. And you should play America. Or maybe I should play America.
What map type do you want?
I don't know. Let me have a look. How big's the Europe map?
Small. Because it's Europe. And it will always have the same resources.
Continents? Pangea? Large Mediterranean?
You want Pangea or continents?
Let's do Pangea. That sounds fun. Yeah. Israel has always been around, even on Pangea. Didn't you know? Who should I play? I'm not going to play Abraham Lincoln. I think I'll play...
Abraham Lincoln's the GOAT.
I think I might play Teddy, though.
Abraham Lincoln's just disgusting.
Yeah. Rough Rider is
Free-
the one where you get boosts on your own territory.
Yeah, but Abraham Lincoln, you get free fucking melee units.
I haven't played Abraham Lincoln, I don't think.
All you do is just not build plantations.
Okay.
And then rush to industrial zones.
Okay.
And then once you get to industrial zones,
win.
He's
Filling stations have sold out.
The high price of fuel flowed into high prices for everything else.
Bread, fruit, vegetables, eggs, fish and meat all went up in price.
Maar dat kan ook anders, zonder bonnen.
In continental Europe,
Not a
fuel
real
shortages
language.
drove some people to convert their cars to wind and pedal power.
Lol.
In Japan,
Wood.
neon lights
Give
were
me
turned
that
off
wood.
across Tokyo.
There are petrol shortages. There are queues for fuel oil. There's panic buying, especially of toilet paper.
I wonder how much impact turning the neons was on. Like how much impact it
In
had.
India, the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi started travelling around in a horse-drawn carriage. In Australia, petrol was rationed based on whether your number plate ended in an odd or even number.
Officially, today was for the even numbers. But this didn't deter a high number of drivers with odd-numbered plates sitting through the long, hot queues.
Petrol station queues were common all across the world. There was some debate among the people in the queues about
Interesting
what the
title.
cause was.
How so?
This is a symptom of a disease called capitalism.
The situation is caused
What's
by
interesting
people
about it?
using their credit cards.
There were lots of reasons for it, I suppose, but
Why
from a
Nazis?
foreign policy
Where the fuck
perspective,
is
there
the
was
game
one
speed?
main cause.
Pause it.
In both 1973 and 1979, the global...
Where's that game
Okay.
speed? Where's that game speed at?
Where is my book? 1 second.
Where is the game speed? There it is.
We are not Nazis. Do you have 2 accounts? Keep both accounts in the stream, please. Okay. So, I'm going to read the definition of fascism for you that we run on. The difference between the definition of fascism that we run on and everyone else's is we treat it as a political behavior, not an ideology. You can treat it as an ideology, but we just think it's a little better to treat it as a behavior, and it's a bit more easier to track and acknowledge and see. All right. Sorry, let me just find which page this is actually on. I could just bring it up, but I'm just going to do this. So just give me a second. I can't keyword search a book. I can't remember.
What's up, Buck?
Anyway, I'm pretty sure I remember the definition anyway. So I'm actually going to... Fuck it. I'm going to get it up because it's better to actually give you the accurate definition.
What's up, Buck?
Paxton definition of fascism. Okay. And you're probably like, why are you talking about fascism when you're talking about Nazism? Well, it's very important to understand fascism.
Our
to
myth is the
understand
myth of
Nazism.
the nation.
So
Benito
fascism
Mussolini.
so this is what Robert Paxton's definition is. Fascism may be defined as a political behavior marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, and by compensatory cults of unity, energy, and purity in which mass-based party of committed nationalist militants working in uneasy collaboration with traditional elites. And it cut off the quote. Hold on. Traditional.
Oh, you're really,
I know I'm not doing very well here.
really prepared for this one, huh?
Well, I didn't expect someone.
Oh, really?
Okay. But effective collaboration with traditional elites abandons democratic liberties and pursues, with redemptive violence and without ethical or legal restraints, goals of internal cleansing and external expansion. So, just by that definition, Donald Trump and the MAGA party are fascists. Now, when you actually are looking at how Donald Trump and MAGA behave, the term esotericism comes up. And the term esotericism also is how they describe the Nazis. And basically, esotericism is like obscure shit, like in-group stuff that only the in-group gets, right? And sure, people understand because people have looked into it and researched it, whatever. They understand the esotericism, so it's less esoteric for people to understand, but it's still esoteric fascism, which is by definition Nazism. Okay? Add on to that the Christian psychos and the white nationalism and you've got textbook Nazi. You've even got brown shirts running around, kidnapping, killing, and harassing people for simply existing, doing their thing that they're supposed to be able to do in the United States. Okay? So when you are looking at what is happening right now, you're looking at this like, ICE is just deporting illegal migrants, right? So when you're seeing people get deported, you've been convinced by whatever information that you take in that migrants are harming you, okay? Now, I want to pose one question to you guys. Why are you not angry at the white American business owners who are not paying American workers the correct wages, opting to pay migrants less, which is costing you jobs? Why are you not mad at that? Why are you mad at migrants when it's white American business owners like Donald Trump who go out and hire migrants for under minimum wage, likely cash, and then if it's a construction job, they call ICE on them? How would you feel if you were a worker and you didn't get paid and instead you got put in jail? Do you think you would feel pretty good about that? Do you think you would be like, hey, can I maybe get some support here from a wider group of people? You would not feel good, exactly. So why do you advocate for the same thing to other people? Why do you support Nazi policies because you've been convinced by someone that migrants are bad? So why are you not angry at the white American business owner who employs these illegal migrants, who exploits these illegal migrants who come here, or here, America, because I'm not American, right? So how do you justify your position of irrational hatred when your hatred should be directed at the ruling class and the business owner class that Donald Trump supports, backs, and benefits immensely? Okay, here's another question for you, right? So let's move away from the Nazi thing and let's go to like technocrat. Okay, Palantir has been working for over 20 years to get their foot in the door of the United States and remove your voice from your country, and you don't get a say because Peter fucking Thiel thinks that he knows better than you and thinks that you are a dumb fuck. Why are you not angry at him? Why are you not angry at Elon Musk stealing your fucking money? Why are you not angry at them? You're Israeli. Okay, well, you probably love that America's funding your healthcare and, you know, weapon systems and defense while Americans are literally suffering and dying on the street. We
don't even get dental.
Hold on a sec. What about Epstein? I mean, Epstein, it's literally the Donald Trump class, the billionaire class. That's the Epstein class. And all of MAGA are blinded by their hatred cult to ignore the Epstein thing. Kids were literally being raped and trafficked by people like Donald Trump. And nobody gives a shit. People just watch America start a fucking holy war in Iran and they're cool with that. MAGA doesn't give a shit. The peace president not starting any wars. How's that going? Okay, do you still support Donald Trump? He'll fucking try. And don't worry, Asians are next. You know, once they run out of Mexicans, they're coming right for the Asians because they've already started dehumanizing Chinese people. And we know from history that Americans don't distinguish between Asians. It's, you are Asian, you must be Chinese. Camp. So don't think that you are safe either. Like, what's that thing? The whole first they came for thing, right? Same shit. You know, as I said, Donald Trump and MAGA are fascists at a minimum, Nazis at worst. So, I don't know, man. You tell me, did I convince you that they're Nazis? Did I make a good enough argument for you? Like, literally, if you look at history, you look at the history of the Nazis, they always use the working class as a crutch to gain power, and then they fucking stab you in the back. Because they're a fake workers' party. They're a populist, fascist party. They say what they need to say to get power, and then they take it from you. They pull the rug from under your feet. All right? And this is literally all I need Americans to understand. That there is fascism in your fucking country right now. You know that whole Second Amendment? You know the whole oath of office thing where it's like domestic enemies? Yeah, the domestic enemies are running your fucking country.
Well,
where the fuck is everyone?
Secretary of War wants to have a little drink.
Yeah, like, where the fuck is everyone? Where are the Americans who say, over my cold dead hands? Donald Trump is notorious for banning guns. Do you not remember his last term? He's like, oh, bump stocks banned. Oh, NFA? Cool. Increase it. Oh, the NRA as well. Chief sponsors of most gun laws. You know, like, here's another thing for you, and we discussed this a bit, right? Democrats are stronger on the border than the Republicans. Republicans are stronger on guns than Democrats. Big Ben? Like the clock?
It's alright, I guess.
I think it gives you Diplo victory points.
That is an interesting response. Who do we want our boss to be?
I don't mind. So now it's wrong to be drunk and attack Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu. It would be a good thing if he died. The Israeli population should have put a bullet in his head 10 years ago. Netanyahu is literally the cause of all of Israel's problems, right? Netanyahu was one of the chief sponsors of Hamas.
Jews are the cause of all the problems?
Do you want me to go into my essentialism rant? I'll fucking do it. So Netanyahu is literally the source of all of Israel's problem. He literally is maintaining power to avoid going to jail. He's starting wars. He's bombing 6 fucking countries. And honestly, it's getting to the point where people are going to support the erasure of Israel as a failed UN project if they continue going this way. It is literally a matter of Israeli security and continual existence if you want to continue existing to get rid of Netanyahu. He is one of the chief reasons that Hamas is where it is. He and his government are one of the main reasons that the PLO, a secular nationalist group which recognized Israel after it moved away from its terrorism, was disrupted and dislodged by Hamas because Israel wanted it to be. Because it's easier to weaponize dehumanization against Islam than it is a secular group. Okay? The other thing that Netanyahu does, right? And it's literally the same shit as Putin, right? Oh, I'm gonna nuke you. Except it's Iran's got a nuke. They've been building a nuke for 20 years and haven't done it yet? Okay. Right? Like, all all right, here's another point. Netanyahu, and you might not like this because you're Israeli, right? But Netanyahu is the sole source of the rise of anti-Semitic sentiment in the world today. Because he refuses to distinguish Jews from Zionists and Israelis. Okay? He refuses to. And by doing that, you inherently tie Jewish identity to genocide. And that's a pretty fucking polarizing thing. And when you constantly tell people that all Jews are Zionists and Zionism is the one committing the genocide right now, what do you think is going to happen? And then on top of that, like the Bondi shooting, right? The Bondi shooting happens and Netanyahu comes out, instant disinformation. Creates even bigger anti-Semitic problems within Australia. I don't know what that means. Well, I don't know. At this point, honestly, I would be in favor of the UN just being like, you know what? It's Palestine now and Lebanese government system. Where it's like the different groups hold different positions in the government.
One of the
probably
worst
won't work.
government systems ever of all time. Are you for
Whatever. At this point, what could be worse? Like it's insane. And on top of that, like Americans, the support for Israel from the Americans is mind-boggling to me. Truly mind-boggling. It does not make sense to me whatsoever why Americans, especially MAGA, who claim to be nationalists, who claim to be America first, send billions to Israel while Donald Trump steals your money. You know he's increased his wealth
press ready
almost twice as much just this term. So like I can define MAGA and Donald Trump as Nazis and fascists all I want, but there's bigger, like, I'm not going to say there's bigger issues. This is a pretty fucking big issue, but like on the social level, at like the personal individual level, Donald Trump is stealing from you. Not just you. He's stealing from allies. The American diplomacy around the world is getting destroyed because of Donald Trump. Like, you need to realize this. He is annihilating everything to the point that everybody who's wanted America to fall is cheering because they are now going to be able to exert their wills upon people in their areas. Donald Trump is setting up the world for another 40 years of conflict.
Did you press ready?
Not yet.
It's so
I'd be
cool.
ranting.
Because it's like he's so much like Stalin. It's like the Cold War all over again, except we get to be the bad guys this time.
You know what? This is a very interesting point. Like ironic Trump fans or like people like accelerationists. Because like I feel like a left-wing accelerationist probably should be pro-Trump. Right? If they're trying to take down the US empire, why not gas Trump up so he does it faster? I see the argument. I think the Democrats tried that and gave him his first term. So maybe not a strategy that works with this guy. I think with Trump, you just need to belittle him. You need to go back at him with the same childish shit that he does, and he won't be able to deal with it. Like, if you just go in and start calling him Fatty McFuckhead on stage, he would crumble.
That's why it would be very funny
Now
if
begins your greatest
there was
quest
actually a primary and
from this
Gavin
early
Newsom
cradle
won.
of civilization on towards
You know,
because he would do that.
That would have been a funny alternate timeline.
Yeah, it would have. Because like you could literally just call him a leper the whole time. It'd be like, hey, you fix those skin conditions, you leper.
Hold fast to your ideals.
Just roast him. Don't even address him as Donald Trump. Just be like, oh, the chicken neck over there.
Well, he constantly talks
Captain
about how
Dipshit.
smart he is. Start asking him fucking questions about like that are like basic intelligence things that you're supposed to know. Like the dude didn't know what the nuclear triad was his first term.
That's so funny. Donut crump.
Economy paid the price for botched American intervention in Middle East politics, trying and failing to balance
what's on the
their
screen?
interests in Israeli
There we
security
go.
and oil production. The oil crises of the 1970s were
Talking about
incredibly
America
disruptive
as a
and
balancing
chaotic.
act
Each
between
night,
oil and
reporters
Israeli
in petrol
security is
station
very
parking
interesting.
lots right across the country spoke about the pain they were causing everyday people. Just like today, only with bigger mustaches. Because they didn't just mean queues at petrol stations. They also contributed to massive inflation. As we discussed in our Black Swans episode about transport, the 1970s oil shocks caused a seismic shift in global energy and transportation policy, and have had huge implications for US foreign policy. Ever since, the US has been far more careful in their efforts to balance these two key interests in the Middle East without triggering another crisis. They've been building strong relationships with Arab states in an effort to disarm the oil weapon. They've tried to foster peace agreements between Israelis and Palestinians.
Pause.
Of a comprehensive peace settlement.
I need elaboration. Why did you like Bush? And how does that translate to Donald Trump? I'm so curious. It's pissed me off now. I need to find this fucking definition. I should mark the page.
For the Middle East.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for peace has come.
We mark the dawn of a new Middle East.
At times, the US has resorted to military action to try and stabilise the region. But before taking those steps, US presidents weighed the risks. Would it jeopardise Israeli security or oil supply? If the answer to either of those questions was yes, then they generally wouldn't do it. Meanwhile, the US has been trying to make itself immune from oil shocks by developing domestic oil supply.
We will drill, baby, drill.
Though, as we discussed in our last episode,
the world oil market is one market, and should Persian Gulf oil supplies be disrupted, the oil prices will rise for everyone.
Okay. So it's mostly the meme factor.
For years, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has pushed the US to prioritise Israeli security.
So, I kind of get this.
Did you do your turn yet?
I only just loaded in.
Okay.
Over oil.
I think it's
the meme material. I understand. I get it.
But US President
pause the video.
Clinton,
Fucking hell.
Only good boys get the video paused.
Like, okay, so the meme factor I understand, because that's why I was like, haha, Donald Trump's funny. And then, you know, as his first term went along, that quickly changed. So, yeah, I get it. But like, both have now started wars, and both are probably going to be devastatingly bad wars for the United States. So I guess he is a bit like Bush, but in the aspect that Donald Trump is, that's probably true. And in the aspect that Donald Trump and Bush are the same, yeah, I can see it. I can see the argument. But that being said, he's dropped more bombs than everyone since Bush. Collectively, more bombs. Donald Trump, Donald Trump has dropped more bombs by tonnage than every president in the 21st century. Isn't that great? What a cool statistic. And that was after his first term. Imagine he's pulling away now. He literally ran out of rockets. All right, you can play now. Who did the Iran war help most in the world?
Resisted. It's Israel's right, of course, to lobby the US
Russia?
government.
We must all stand together to stop Iran's march of conquest, subjugation,
I think the answer is
and
Russia.
terror.
The US government just isn't obliged to listen to them. But finally, a US president did listen.
Does anybody recognize this man?
And followed Israel into a war that was obviously going to interrupt oil supply without doing anything to prepare the global economy for the impacts. I don't know whether Donald Trump just didn't understand the delicate balance that every president for decades has been maintaining, or if he didn't care. But he picked a side, like Nixon and Truman. It's worth remembering that when Nixon made that choice, Israel was facing an immediate existential threat. That was not the case for Trump. He didn't grasp that the choice wasn't, should I bomb Iran or not, but was actually, should I do what Bibi Netanyahu wants, or do I want oil to stay under $100 a barrel? The balancing act has failed once again. I don't know how much like the 70s this is going to get. I'm just hoping that I don't have to get into disco.
I hope we get a fucking film resurgence. Give us a 1970s film blow up. Let's fucking go.
Anthropology, that which includes paleoanthropology, is a field well known for its turbulent nature, and many discoveries and hypotheses have been known in the past to often turn over a great deal of what we know, leading to a constantly shifting study of our ancestors and their evolution. A prime example of this comes in the form of an hypothesis that has continued to linger in anthropology circles, and is one of the more controversial hypotheses that has
this is what I said. Fucking Russia
the
benefited.
Controversial aquatic ape hypothesis.
Fucking Trump's just like,
Since
hey,
the
Russia, get money.
was first suggested
And
in
these people
1960
complained about
by marine
Iran
biologist
getting money
Alistair Hardy,
opened by
there has been a
Obama.
great deal of controversy over the
Biden.
hypothesis, with a
One of
great
the
many
two, probably
players
both.
involved that have made the theory a continuously discussed topic. In essence, the hypothesis states that a great many adaptations that humans possess seem at one point to have been useful for an aquatic lifestyle, indicating that at some point in the past, our ancestors spent a significant part of their lives in water, eventually returning to land and becoming terrestrial in the process. A great amount of features that were presented as evidence as aquatic adaptations by Hardy included our ability in the water and our enjoyment of it, loss of significant body hair,
we all know
flexible
gorillas hate
backbones,
the
a
rain.
layer of fat under the skin, as well as suggesting that the ability to walk upright came about through wading, with the water helping to support body weight. The seemingly impressive range of characteristics appear sufficient evidence to support
is this
the
the water
hypothesis,
theory
and
that
it
you were
does
talking
seem
about?
to be a tantalising and thought-provoking idea, but through a closer look at the evidence, it reveals a more complex story than what you would initially realise. The aquatic ape hypothesis, while being supported by some, is disregarded by many anthropologists, simply that much of the proposed evidence for a previously aquatic lifestyle can be explained in other ways, and that the adaptations for an aquatic lifestyle are also useful for a terrestrial one, and in many aspects, more so. The hypothesis came around in order to give a potential explanation to features that appear to indicate an aquatic ancestry, although with more information that has been discovered and realised over the years, many biological aspects of the aquatic ape hypothesis have been refuted as being of an aquatic origin, and instead correlates towards a terrestrial habitat. The hypothesis sets out to provide an explanation towards our seemingly unique features.
Get those
such
tits off
as,
the screen.
Why do humans lack sufficient fur? The aquatic ape hypothesis explains this feature as being useful for moving through the water more easily, and therefore making the body more streamlined and hydrodynamic, noting the similarities to known aquatic mammals like manatees, whales, and hippos. As well as this,
That's right, we are just
sweating and or
manatees.
crying is also explained as being able to remove large amounts of salt from the body when swimming in oceanic environments, and that babies are seemingly able to swim and practice proper breathing control when placed in water. A great deal more biological adaptations have also been shown to have some aquatic viability, but to keep it more concise, most of the adaptations proposed happen to coincide to the main point of the hypothesis, that at a point in our evolutionary history, we as Homo sapiens might have gone through an aquatic phase. The aquatic ape hypothesis for these reasons has been appealing to a great many people, but there are most definitely flaws with it, and features that are presented as being for an aquatic nature are either over-exaggerated, misinterpreted, or inaccurate. So-called aquatic adaptations, while indeed useful in water, also correlate to a terrestrial lifestyle,
you said that
as
already.
one trait can be useful for multiple things. All the suggested anatomical and physiological adaptations can be explained sufficiently by other hypotheses, which themselves fit better with what we know about the ecology of ancient hominins. Hairlessness, for instance, is only most commonplace on fully aquatic mammals such as whales and dolphins. Other aquatic animals also possess fur and are still able to move effectively in water, that which includes otters, seals, and beavers, and in the case of our fat deposit pattern that appears to suggest an adaptation for aquatic life, this pattern is also found in many other terrestrial animals, including hedgehogs, badgers, and some other primates. Whales and dolphins,
badger,
while
badger,
lacking
badger,
body
badger.
hair, also possess blubber, allowing them to maintain a steady temperature in the most frigid of waters, something that humans lack, and therefore are susceptible to hypothermia as we
I
are
want
lightly
blubber.
built, even among primates. Sexual selection and adaptations to heat loss better explain our pattern of body hair and fat distribution, with smaller hairs being more useful in dissipating heat off of the body. As well as this, the smaller hairs assist in reducing parasite infestations, and these explanations more than explain a reduction in hair length and thickness. Another adaptation thought to be brought about by an aquatic lifestyle is
Calm
the
the fuck
increase
down.
in brain size through an increased consumption of omega-3, which is present at high concentrations in fish, but this too can be explained through other means. The skull of Homo sapiens is actually an example of neoteny,
Yeah, it's a
wherein
flotation
an organism
device.
possesses traits in their adult stage that resemble juvenile
Okay, that's
traits
very
in other
funny. I have
species.
never Miranda'd
As an
anyone
example,
before.
we have relatively flat faces, no sagittal crest to anchor large muscles or enlarged canines.
Another builder.
In many
Hell
respects,
yeah.
we look more like juvenile chimpanzees than mature primates. This change
And
in
an
skull
envoy.
structure is down to changes in social structure throughout our evolution, in that a large sagittal crest is utilised to maintain order amongst a group, which in primates like gorillas allows them to bite down more powerfully with their enlarged canines, to ensure singular dominance over a group. The diminished sagittal crest noted in hominins indicates that over time, singular dominance over a group became less favourable. Instead, it appears that it was more beneficial to work together in a group, and that there was less and less need for an alpha male to take dominance. This meant that sagittal crested individuals were
I wonder why. Do you think this is another reason those people hate evolution? Because literally the reason our skulls evolved to the shape that they are is because we literally had evolution away from totalitarianism.
That is pretty funny. Never thought about it like that.
gradually phased out over time, as the need for such structures was no longer necessary in an evolutionary sense. From there, as hominins began to become more cooperative and social, it meant for enhanced communication and social behaviours, allowing for greater strategy and learning. And with the diminishing of large zygomatic arches and sagittal crests, it meant that more room was present for larger brains, which continued to be selected for as the skulls became lighter for easier mobility, as well as being fueled by cooked meat, a result of the taming of fire, which became possible through increased brain size and therefore understanding of their world, resulting in a positive feedback loop where beneficial elements continue to benefit one another. This also means that humans have an extended juvenile stage where our brain continues to develop into our 20s, being able to retain skills and information more easily. And because groups of hominins were becoming more social, it meant that these individuals were better able to survive to adulthood and pass on their knowledge and genes. But what about the webbing between our fingers? Would that not be in some way show an adaptation for aquatic life?
Like, the
Well,
ability
yes,
to cook
the
meat
small amount of webbing
is
does allow for the
insane.
easier scooping of water to better propel ourselves, but this adaptation
the benefits
is
you get
secondarily
from
usable
cooking
for
them,
this task,
from what
and
I
was not
understand, is,
selected
like,
for this specific
crazy.
reason. The webbing allows for a greater surface area when grasping objects,
And it also
allows
allowed
the
for
thumb to spread further
It
from
wasn't
the
better use
fingers for
No.
of the
We were
proteins,
eating meat
doesn't it?
before the cooked meat. The cooked meat just made it more efficient.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yes.
Fish. Yeah, I mean, raw fish, probably. They probably just pulled fish out and was like, munch. Scales, bones, and all.
increased flexibility and range, which is found in other primates as well. The
I don't know.
evolution of bipedalism
It's pretty
in
easy to get a ground nesting bird.
habitat
That's
is
true.
explained by the aquatic
look at the
ape
dodo.
hypothesis to be unlikely, as bipedalism isn't more efficient than quadrupedalism in the case of chimpanzees, except in the more derived Homo sapiens, and that water allowed for a bipedal posture to be better supported, although the evolution of bipedalism is not related to an aquatic lifestyle. Rodents like gerbils and jerboas move bipedally, as do kangaroos, which also evolved in grassland environments, and none of these animals evolved bipedalism through an aquatic ancestor. Bipedalism in humans not only allowed for greater visibility in grasslands, but also made us appear larger to predators, and coupled with a larger group size, allowed for an increase in intimidation, as well as allowing our hands to be freed for tool use. a step that would be critical in our evolution. Bipedalism has also been observed in other apes, which is most commonly associated with wading through water, a key point that supporters of the theory point out, but apes also walk on 2 legs when reaching for food, performing aggressive displays, or simply moving around trees. Although these arguments are interesting and do provide some discussion, the main problem with all of these suggestions is timing, as all of these adaptations mentioned developed at very different times in human evolution, meaning that populations would have had to have remained semi-aquatic for thousands if not millions of years, which does not match up well with the fossil record. If we evolved from ancestors that evolved in the trees from what the fossil record suggests, then there is no need for an extraordinary explanation as to how we began to stand bipedally on the ground.
There's just a dick
The hypothesis also explains how the body plan of humans is ideal for swimming due to our physique and curvy bodies, although humans, even the most capable of us, are poor swimmers when compared to other aquatic animals. The placement of our musculature is not beneficial for swimming and fits more with terrestrial animals, and our musculature is remarkably weak compared to a vast majority of animals, especially marine mammals, which have to navigate through a viscous medium and have therefore developed stronger muscles to compensate, whereas humans are lightly built. Like most apes, humans do not naturally know how to swim, and even in the case of babies being able to swim, babies cannot actually swim sufficiently, as they lack the strength and body features to last long on their own, and their reflexes and instinct give the impression to make it look like they are. Babies are also not able to hold their breath intentionally, and aren't typically strong enough to keep their head above water. The mammalian dive reflex that is also exhibited, where the heart rate slows and blood is diverted away from the extremities, is also present in other mammals as well, and is not entirely unique to humans. Humans can learn to swim well with proper training, but if we were semi-aquatic for long enough for it to have a significant effect on our anatomy, wouldn't we be better at it? Humans drown often, and many individuals lack the capability to do so, often down to our downward-facing nostrils that, while can prevent water from entering the lungs while diving, is more of a hindrance while swimming. We also lack the adaptations to stay submerged for extended periods of time, and pale in comparison to the efficiency and power of known aquatic animals. This fits well with other primates, as most are poor swimmers, and often avoid water if absolutely necessary, which is inconsistent with an aquatic ancestor that is suggested to have existed. Our kidneys have been mentioned at points to allow us to process seawater, although this is often fatal through dehydration, and humans can only survive typically for 3 days without any fresh water. Marine mammals get their water from food, and others do possess kidney modifications that allow them to process seawater. Other aquatic animals like birds and reptiles also have salt glands around the face, which exist to remove salt from the blood. Our tears and sweat are only salty because our body fluids naturally contain salts, and these salts are necessary for many bodily functions including neural activity, and doesn't necessarily correlate towards an aquatic habitat. The salt in our tears and sweat is at the same concentration as our blood, and only tastes salty because we already have taste buds specifically designed to identify and taste salty foods. Despite having clearing up most of these proposed adaptations, it is not to say that wading and feeding near the coast was something we as Homo sapiens avoided or outright didn't do, as these water sources do hold critical food and development advantages, but it was not the direct drive.
You know about these guys? The dude who's
the flying
fishing
spearman?
there. They can like walk on the bottom of the sea.
Okay.
And stay. They can like negate their buoyancy and walk on the bottom of the ocean for extended periods of time.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, you just hold your breath and.
No, it's a specific evolution
of our evolution.
Ah.
For this specific culture.
Interesting.
I think I learned about it in a BBC documentary. I think it's in Human Planet, which I have over there. But obviously I don't have a disk drive anymore because nobody does.
I do.
I have a PlayStation, so I do have one, but I'm just...
Oh, no, on my PC I do. But I built mine in like 2018, so before we started moving away from discs. I like discs.
Oh, here's that one racist who went to do a documentary on him. Okay.
A lot of videos that I sent in the chat.
I know.
There's also a bunch of
I know.
what's going on with shipping ones.
Okay. Well, it took us forever to get through the one video, so.
Well, that was a very specifically tailored video that I picked because I knew it would take a while. Because I watched that and I wasn't sure about the information, so I wanted to get you to watch it.
I just don't want this to be like BBC footage, you know?
Mm.
It's just text on screen. Go fuck yourself.
Annoying.
A story origins of the Sama Bajaus, passed down through generations, tells the tale of a group of Joharian royal guards who were escorting a princess named Dayang to be married to a ruler in Sulu. Her heart, however, belonged to another. The Sultan of Brunei fell in love with the princess, so on their way to Sulu, the Bruneians attacked in the high seas. The princess was taken to Brunei and the escorts, fearing the retaliation, remained nomadic between the area of Sulu and Borneo. This is one of the many versions of this story, depending on their location, be it in the Philippines or in Indonesia.
See, their entire culture is built in the water.
Fascinating.
One thing is true, the sea was their home for centuries. Nowadays, most live on land or in coastal areas, and only a few still practice the ancient nomadic lifestyle. Board the boat, set your sail. Are you up for an adventure? Where we're going, there are no roads, only boundless horizons,
roads,
salty lips,
We don't need roads.
and crystallized hands.
Sa dagat lang kami namumuhay. Secure dito kasi nang tirahan namin dito sa Tampay.
Show 'em
Hindi
walk
tayo
on
pwede
the
sa ibang
ocean.
lugar. Kailangan dito sa dagat lang mga ay yung pamumuhay namin. Ay yung bankero, isa yung hanap buhay ng mga badyaw dito is magbabangkero sila. May skills talaga sila eh. Ang badyaw talaga
Bro
is
had a Gucci
navigator
shirt
yan,
on.
Hindi ka consider as badyaw pag hindi ka marunong lumangoy, hindi ka marunong magsagwan, hindi ka marunong magbangka.
Water is a lot like love, and we are forever thirsty.
Oh my god.
What?
Alright, you know what? I'm risking the BBC at this point.
Is it worth it? Who are you? Congo. Congo don't like me. Why Congo don't like me? Hello, Pound Maker.
Bro, even this BBC thing was just text on screen.
When scuba divers have to go down from the depth of 40 feet of the sea or stay in the water for more than 2 minutes, then they have to carry oxygen cylinders with them. Otherwise, they can also die by suffocating. But we talk about the people of the Bahau tribe, and these people can dive up to 250
Ironically,
feet in
the
the
AI
sea without
voice
an
is gonna be
oxygen
the best
cylinder,
thing.
and they can stop
Look
their
at that.
breathing for
Yeah.
15 minutes. It was
You
as
see
if
that?
it was slid.
That is awesome.
When scuba divers have to go down...
But you can see, like, as he's walking, he's, like, grabbing the water.
Fascinating. But I mean, this is an adaptation you need to live there, I guess. Ain't no grassland to farm.
But also, like, they could go down like that and not suffer from decompression sickness, you know?
Yeah. It's very interesting. Fuck off.
Buyout tribes, the buyout tribes, no.
Great. Just show me the fucking footage of him walking, for fuck's sake. Anyway, that there is.
As years have passed, many of the once unknown gaps in the fossil record of hominins have been filled, which, spanning at least over 7 million years, show change in both hominid biology and behaviour, all of which being discovered without a single trace of a theorised aquatic ancestor. While late in our evolution, we did start to exploit tidal resources, yet there is no evidence to us spending more time in water, and it is not indicative that we were in any way sufficient semi-aquatic organisms. Traits such as habitual bipedalism, large cranium size, and speech didn't all evolve at once through a singular selection pressure, and instead their emergence is spread over millions of years. The human body, through its unique development, is supremely adaptable, and features that are advantageous for a terrestrial lifestyle also became beneficial for other tasks, which with our social nature and willingness to cooperate, meant that Homo sapiens could more easily access other environments through our versatile anatomy, allowing such environments to be more easily colonised and explored. One of the characteristics of parsimony, where in this case an aspect of behaviour should be interpreted at its most simple level, is the ability of a hypothesis to link many different effects with a single cause, which under this definition makes the aquatic ape hypothesis very appealing. The hypothesis is simple and elegant, so that it can thoroughly explain differences between great apes and humans, as for example we think of fish as hairless and oily, and humans are practically hairless and oily too, therefore they're both adapted for swimming, appearing logical and convincing in the process. The hypothesis is able to link many different characteristics to a single cause that would not appear to be tightly linked to each other, in this case the various aspects of human biology. It's approachable, tidy, and comprehensible, hence why it is popular with the lay public and not with scientists. One might propose that the features that were originally adapted in an aquatic environment became useful when formerly aquatic apes moved onto land, but each of these features would still require an adaptive explanation as to why they would be maintained, and each of these explanations would need to be equally credible to explain the origin of these characteristics outside an aquatic environment. In other words, the aquatic ape hypothesis explains the features but explains them all twice, as all the features need to have a reason to still be maintained, leaving the hypothesis explaining nothing in the process, and therefore not being easy to support or back up. The hypothesis is simply too extravagant and at the same time too simple, having becoming more and more elastic as time goes on, with any and all proponents seizing hold of any mention of water, fish or wading in human evolution discussion, as well as explaining how fossils of hominids found near river sediments imply a reliance on aquatic habitat. Hypotheses should always be built on and tested against established evidence, that being fossils, comparative anatomy, physiology and genetics. And in every aspect, the aquatic ape hypothesis has continued to fall short to match said evidence. The evolutionary history of hominids has continued to become more complicated and complex as the years pass, and all of the hypotheses that have been created and researched upon all further grew our understanding of this fascinating time period, that which includes the aquatic ape theory, even if little of it contains valid and accurate information.
Would you smash?
And with that, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you would like to see more, be sure.
No, not the monkey. Gross. The weird monkey people.
Rallies, Walter Masters. You have been fed a lie of racial capitalism by the Epstein class. My second guest has a TikTok following almost as prodigious as his beard. Please welcome the Jolly Good Ginger.
So, what's your question? Jolly Good Ginger and I went on Daily Wire's bar fight with Michael Knowles. I'm going to show you some of the highlights. If you want to watch the whole thing on their channel, go for it. I'm going to show you the funniest parts of this debate.
Just want to say something. I brought my Trump Bible with me. I just want to say, a lot of liberals come on this show and they're very disingenuous. They like to cherry pick from the Bible to justify illegal immigration. Jolly, here, listen, these liberals, they come on this show and they cherry pick Bible verses to justify illegal immigration. Dude, what Bible verses do they cherry pick?
That what you do to the list of the you've done to me.
Yeah, love the foreigner. But I will say, just to be fair, you know what they do?
That what you do to the least of thee, you've done to me.
Yeah.
Welcome foreigners from foreign lands.
Foreigner.
Yeah.
But I will say, just to be fair,
love thy neighbor.
You know what they do?
The irony of American
leave out
Wasp
this part.
talking about cherry picking verses from the fucking Bible is not lost on me.
Stop talking over the fucking joke. You probably don't even know the setup.
Okay, this is from the Bible. I'm reading the Bible. Excuse me.
Bow your head.
They've become far too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become ever more numerous. And if war breaks out, we'll join our enemies. So get them up and out of the land.
Hang on.
Yes.
Hang on. Walter. The Pharaoh said that, bro.
Yeah, this is from the Pharaoh. He was talking about how to deal with the Jews.
Yeah. That wasn't Jesus. That was the Pharaoh.
And then
and you guys all sided with him. That was the best part.
Yeah. I think we need to stop listening to socialist, leftist Jesus.
Yeah.
And start listening to the Pharaoh.
Okay, wait.
Jesus was a
That's
carpenter.
Michael Knowles.
You know what?
How did they get him on this?
He is You weren't paying attention. We're not going back.
I would not mock our Lord at the beginning of Lent or at any other time.
The pyramids of Giza. What did Jesus build? He was a carpenter. Show me one building that he made. All right. Meanwhile, the Pharaoh built the pyramids of Giza. Okay. Huge buildings. Yeah. We need to start listening to the Pharaoh. This is the Trump Bible, by the way. I will not have you disparage.
Hi. So with the SAVE Act in the Senate, a lot of people on the left are worried that it will take away the rights of women to vote because of marriage certificates and all that. And my argument would be it's already too easy to vote, and if you can't change paperwork and do paperwork, then you shouldn't be able to vote. Voting is a privilege in America.
So smart.
And
it's great. That's a great point.
So I would also add on that maybe the SAVE Act doesn't go far enough in terms of we need people who are going
I know.
that have invested in that are invested in the future of the country, whether that's through taking civic tests
I've seen this
or
work before.
other means of showing you're invested in America's future.
This is beautiful. I love it. Thank you.
Who is this guy?
So you should believe
Walter
there should
Masterson.
be. Okay. This is a great question. You should think there should be a test.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be good.
Okay,
To
great.
show basic
Who was the
history.
17th president of the United States?
Oh, this feels like.
What is the?
You just failed. Yeah.
Hang on. What are the three branches of government?
What are the three branches of government?
The 17th?
I think she'll probably get that one.
Yeah.
If she can't answer it, that's bad.
Okay.
But Witt says if she can't answer,
I
that's
agree.
bad.
But
the
she said it.
17th?
Listen, also, hang on. You said so smart when she said voting is a privilege. I argue vehemently.
No. I said
she
so.
said voting is a privilege. That's her exact
That's
word.
not what I said. So
Roll
smart.
the tape back.
I said. I'll clarify for you.
Okay,
I said it was so smart that it's too easy to vote. And actually,
Why do I think that the
people should
17th
have
president
to-
was the William
Constitutional
guy?
right, not a
You
f***ing
believe there should
privilege.
be a test?
We should make it easier
think-
to vote, not
I
harder.
think there should be IDs.
Okay.
And if you're calling an
You're
application
against
for that,
making
it's
it harder.
Yeah, guy after Lincoln.
Oh, literally after Lincoln. Okay. 17th. Okay, who was after him?
Grant?
It was Grant. Grant's 18th president served the Union Army to victory. Okay. Union leader. Okay. Served with distinction in the Mexican-American War. Great. Union
cool.
forces to control Mississippi River, dealt major strategic blow to the Confederacy. Promoted by Lincoln to Lieutenant General Command of all Union armies. victory in Chattanooga. Grant fought Robert E. Lee through the Overland Campaign, which ended when Lee surrendered. So Lee literally surrendered to this guy. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good president.
Well, he's also the Reconstruction guy.
Oh, was he really? Okay.
Yeah, so he's the guy who like didn't go far enough with that. So
And when I
there's
say
lots
good,
of
I mean like that's a good
criticize there.
choice for a person to be president. Just
Yeah.
for clarity's sake here.
Well, I mean, of course he won because the South was too busy crying about losing to actually participate in the democracy
Yeah.
at the time. The thing is that we already have a test. It's for citizenship.
To get guns, but making it harder to vote.
Yeah, way too many people vote.
Way too many people vote.
Yeah. Way too many. People.
Bro, that's an
So
absurd
true, Michael.
comment.
I don't think so. I think it's a pretty
Too
basic
many
one.
people vote.
Way too many, yeah.
Wait,
we need much.
I'm gonna do
we
the-
need
the
people who are
24th
informed.
Amendment.
to vote.
People should vote.
Like you, Michael, informed.
Okay, all right. That's over.
Why they have a bell? I love this format.
This is just the highlights of the...
I fucking love this format. This is great. Okay, so they literally were talking about cherry picking Bible verses in irony.
Yes.
That's fucking great. So I didn't realize that these guys were trolling him. He looks very uncomfortable.
Well, Michael is the host. Technically, the bearded guy is debating Walter. But he's also, like, can roll with the punches and is being funny. And, like, it's supposed to be more of, like, a funny entertainment show.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, because
So-
I'm unaware of what this is.
I didn't hear about it until this, so...
Oh, okay. Trump, Israel, gay.
We let you vote?
I think.
You
Yeah.
have 130 IQ. And you're cool with not letting people vote.
Wait, is this proof that he has 130
I
IQ?
don't know.
There we go, baby. A Mensa member right there.
That does not mean you have 130 IQ. But
Wait,
anyway,
they gave you a
not
Mensa.
letting-
Do we have another
not
question at the
letting people
microphone?
vote is a constitutional violation.
Yeah, 24th Amendment, the right of
24th
citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative in Congress shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state
I'm just
by
saying they
reason of
shouldn't-
failure to pay any poll tax.
I'm just saying
poll tax or other tax.
I'm just saying low information voters should not be encouraged to vote. Next question.
We've been through this in American history, brother.
Yeah, low information voters should not be.
They should not be
You
encouraged
guys-
to vote. Yeah, that's
listen,
true.
do you guys
Ne-
want to lose
next question,
every election
please.
going forward?
Walter, kick us off.
Trump essayed children, and it's proven in the Epstein files he should be in prison. Also, in general, round up everyone in the Epstein class and toss them in jail.
I just want to be
Everyone.
clear. You said Trump SA'd, meaning
SA'd.
sexually assaulted.
Sexually assaulted.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what's your argument?
My argument is that we should stop listening to all the people and their conspiracy theories from the Epstein class, all the conspiracy theories, the QAnon, all this, the protect the children. That was all created by the
Bannon.
Epstein class. You've been fed that. That was created.
A conspiracy within a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's not a conspiracy.
Conspiraception.
Okay, so then
Conspiraception. I
your
love it.
claim is that Trump sexually assaulted children. So what's your proof? What's your evidence?
Just the Epstein files.
What specifically in the files?
He'll
I mean,
mess
let's
children.
let's get the Epstein files in here.
Do you have any evidence for the claim you're making or no?
Besides the Epstein files, I mean, God, there's only like 50,000 pages in it. I mean,
There's 3.5
besides-
million pages released.
You know what?
But is
yeah.
there anything in particular you would cite from the Epstein files?
God.
Or are you just making it up?
We're just they're bringing in the Epstein files right now.
Did not know that I was going to have to bring my portable Epstein files with me to the debate. I was unaware that I was going to have to do chapter and verse. That's on me. Here's my notes from home that
You
I
should have assumed.
totally should have brought. Michael Wolff interviewed
Silly.
Epstein extensively. And in those interviews, Epstein said that he was Donald Trump's closest friend and that he liked to cuck people's wives. Epstein claimed that Donald Trump met his wife, Melania, through Jeffrey Epstein. According to him, the first time they had sex was on Epstein's private plane, nicknamed the Lolita Express. The Epstein Files confirms that Trump met Melania through Epstein. Trump's friend Paolo Zamponi, who runs ID Model Management, tried to cover for Trump and claim that he introduced Melania. You can actually look at the emails between Ghislaine Maxwell and Melania several years before they met to show that Ghislaine and Melania were good friends. There are 28 women that have accused Trump of SA, and the timeline that they accuse him matches the timeline that Trump and Epstein were besties. Trump and Epstein were friends up until 2004. Trump and Epstein had a falling out in 2004 over a real estate deal. And the FBI published a tip sheet detailing allegation that 35 years ago in New Jersey, a 13 to 14-year-old girl was forced to perform oral sex. She also alleges to have been abused by Epstein. The link to this was pulled off the DOJ site before it was taken down. The same complainant followed up with a report that she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984. Donald Trump paid her and forced her to perform sex acts and alleges Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Woo! There's a court document alleging that a 14-year-old girl was taken to Mar-a-Lago in 1994 with Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein said to Trump, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and the 14-year-old girl said it made her uncomfortable, but at the time she was too young to understand why. In 2020, a state attorney sent an email to Redacted stating that Trump has been to Epstein's Island many more times than previously claimed, and that flight logs have him traveling there with girls that were witnesses in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Trump's name appears in the files an extraordinary number of times. The Democrats on the committee to release these files say it's an extraordinary number of times. We haven't confirmed that number because we only have what's been released. Off of what's been released, it's, I think, over 3,000 times. It's a lot. An NPR investigation found that DOJ removed or withheld Epstein files related to allegations against Trump, including what appeared to be more than 50 pages of interviews with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse as a minor. Also, Trump has been resisting releasing the files. Not releasing the files, having Pam Bondi redact your name multiple times. These are all things
Well, she's fired now.
Not guilty people do all the time. And people say, oh, Trump has gone along with the investigation. No, he has not. He could have released all of the files by executive order last summer. He has not. He also could have just released all of them all at once, and then this would have died down, possibly. Kind of like when Netflix releases an entire season and we stop talking about it after a few weeks. However, Trump has chosen the weird way, which is releasing it in these little chunks, a totally normal thing that not guilty people do all the time. And now back to your regular programming.
All right, thank you guys. This is a question for the panel, for each person individually. Do you believe truth is objective?
Yes.
Wow, we're getting very philosophical. This is actually, I think it's a good debate.
Free units don't require resources when created.
I guess, yeah, truth. That's what objective means. It's true no matter what you believe.
I love that.
Yeah.
What's your answer?
God, I mean, yeah, what?
he said the Epstein files.
Yeah, the Epstein files. Yeah, that's yeah. Thank you. Is that an answer?
It's the only answer I'm getting tonight, I guess. Okay.
I guess.
Do we have another question?
We're getting into objective, materialism here. I love this. This is good.
And even objective immaterialism. Yeah. Do we any other questions?
Yeah, I believe in dialectic. We all need some dialectical materialism, and I think that's. I think everyone in this bar, you're booing dialectical materialism. Wow. Of all the things,
what is in this drink? I gotta know, and I want it. I want it, whatever that is.
Were you just trying to drink my Coke?
No, I was trying to figure out what's in. Is that just Coke?
Yeah, I don't drink.
Every word you say astounds me even more. That is a beautiful thing. I agree. I'm not drinking either right now. Okay, do we have another question?
Yes. This is for either of our esteemed guests. You said that the files had not been released by Trump. I'm sorry, the files are released. Who was the president during the release of those files?
That's a great question. Repeat it.
Files have been released.
I want everyone to hear that.
What?
You heard that. So the question is, why didn't they release it under Joe Biden?
No. That's not what I said. I said, who was the president when they were released?
Who's the president?
They haven't been released, brother.
Yeah, they actually haven't been released.
But you just cited them as evidence for your claim.
The only reason that they were compelled to release them
that's
because
disingenuous.
That's literally what you did.
Hang on, Walter. Hang on.
Okay.
So first of all, there's rules to what you can and can't redact. This has been back and forth with Congress since it's been released. There's numbers of pages that haven't been released. This has been proven over and over again. That's why it's in front of multiple federal judges, because they haven't met the criteria for the Epstein Transparency Act. They haven't met the criteria for redaction. My question to you and anybody who's on that side, I'm not even trying to talk shit to you. My question to you is, if you're interested in the truth, especially when it comes to fucking trafficking children, we should all at least agree on that shit, then we should all be screaming for unredacted files, all of them.
There we go.
And if you can't get behind that, hang on. If you can't get behind that, then you can defend your favorite pedophile all you want. But I want to see the evidence that he's not. And until then, all the victims that saying he is, I believe victims.
Which victims?
Okay.
Hold on, just before he moves on, because he keeps making a point that's not really a point. Which victims?
You mean name them individually?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't bring their names. I don't have them.
Okay, so you don't know their names.
They exist.
You're just confident they exist because you saw them in the files that haven't been released
Me
yet,
not knowing
and you're going to call
fly
Trump.
Doesn't mean I believe
Crazy.
Katie Thompson, is that one of them? Wasn't it Katie Thompson?
Katie
Me
Thompson.
not knowing them on the fly doesn't mean they don't
You
exist.
not knowing any of them or anything about the topic you brought up. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Tell me,
Do we have a question from Nick?
Tell me why you're cool with the files not being released in full, unredacted.
You talk about having
child
where
porn.
did you get
You
your
avoid that
evidence
every
on
time
the
I
files
ask
have
it.
not been
You avoid
released?
that every time I ask it.
Literal CSAM.
Call me crazy. I actually don't think
No,
that
I'm calling you a pedophile
I don't
protector.
think that criminal files should just radically be released in all
Yes,
cases.
you do.
No, I certainly don't believe that. That's why.
Yes, you do.
That's why I assure you I don't.
I assure you f***ing did.
Oh, well, if you say so.
That's
the
great.
entire f***ing Trump campaign. Release the files. Release the files.
Have you ever?
He's in them.
Hey,
don't release the files. Hold the f*** up.
Have you ever heard me say that we should
I don't-
release
I've
all
never
criminal
heard you talk
files?
before tonight,
There
brother.
you go. But
Why
you're
do
certain
you
know what I
say you
believe.
have evidence if the files have not been released? Tell me that. Where's your evidence coming from?
This guy's so pressed.
Call me crazy.
Where is your evidence?
Call
Where is your evidence?
Call me crazy, but when you
You're
fight
crazy.
to not have evidence released, I look at that as evidence of you hiding some shit. And when the shit you're talking about is raping children, I think maybe you're raping children. So if
And
you're
you're gonna go to
innocent,
jail for
release
that
the
if you keep
goddamn
saying it
files.
publicly.
Yeah.
If you're innocent, release the goddamn files.
One, we don't release all random accusations in all criminal proceedings. We do it basically none of the time.
It was your guy's idea.
I'm
He
happy
ran
to
on
explain
this.
this to you because
I'm
in our
all
system
ears,
of
brother.
justice, people are innocent until proven guilty, and that's why
Yes,
you have
they
trials.
are.
Second of all, the people who were seriously implicated in the Epstein ring, both of them were arrested by Donald Trump, not by Obama, not by Joe Biden, by Trump. It was Trump and Maxwell. The four other co-conspirators who trafficked the girls who we could have arrested, we can't because they were protected by a non-prosecution agreement long before Trump entered the scene. But even beyond all of that, the files were only released under Trump, not under Biden, who easily could have done it.
So number one, I'm going to respond to you. Number one, you mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell, who Trump has been given lots of deals to. She's been out of prison on work release.
Lots of deals?
Yes.
What deals?
Yes. She got moved to a minimum security prison. You know, maybe that was
She's not like a face-tattooed gangster or something. She's not going to
She's a f***ing child trafficking rapist.
Are you
pedophile
downplaying Ghislaine
apologist.
Maxwell?
I'm saying she's not like a
That's bad.
Look at his fucking face, bro.
He can't handle it.
Work release
Lots
because-
of deals?
Yes.
What deals?
Yes. She got moved to a minimum security prison. You know, maybe that was
She's not like a face-tattooed gangster or something. She's not going to.
She's a f***ing child trafficking rapist.
Are you
pedophile
downplaying
apologist.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm saying she's not like a
what
threat
are
to
we
her fellow
doing
citizens.
here?
Fucking
Yeah.
pedophile apologist. She trafficked children. Now, you. You said she was found guilty, and what she's found guilty of is trafficking f***ing children. So then you say she's not a f***ing tattoo.
Yeah, look, I am glad that after Joe Biden did basically nothing,
Joe Biden.
and after
Why do
Obama
I
did
give
nothing.
a f*** about Joe Biden?
I'm just pointing out that the
I
Republican.
don't give a f*** about Joe Biden.
Did Joe Biden ever
Joe
campaign
Biden.
against unreleased?
Hold on,
Trump's
hold
entire
on.
campaign
What about Biden?
was about releasing the Epstein files.
I'm just pointing out,
campaign.
you're making a bunch of completely nonsense, unsubstantiated
nonsense.
claims about Trump.
Nonsense.
And
You're
the
accused of
only,
child-
hold on.
There's
You
files
have a
that could
very
exonerate you.
difficult time.
You don't exonerate them.
You have, Mr. Giant, you have a very difficult time conversing with people because you don't know how to listen and you don't hear things when they go in your ear. So let me
Thank
try
you,
to explain
therapist
this to
Michael.
You don't. let me
Thank you,
explain this to
therapist Michael.
I'm trying to help you, but some people are.
That's a double entendre.
You need to learn how to. Yeah, it is. You need to learn how to listen. Keep going. Keep going. You're not listening.
He moving closer to him to be like,
Okay,
I'm on your side.
For everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Someone
thank you.
finally
Thank you,
said
Walter.
it.
I have a question. I'm very sorry to interrupt from the VIP section.
Yes.
It's very comfortable over here. But I have a very legitimate question. I hope I can get a very calm and collected answer to this. I was listening recently to a very liberal-leaning podcast. I won't say what for legal purposes, but it rhymes with Schmod Pave Pamerica. Okay, I was listening to it. You don't, yeah, okay. I was listening to it recently, and they were talking about the Epstein files. I'm really actually searching for a real answer to this.
Yeah.
And they brought up the fact that people ask, why were the files not released under the Biden administration? Why were they not released? Because if there was conclusive damning evidence against Trump, I'm sorry to say damning.
Or anything.
Yeah, or anything. Why did Biden
Sorry to
not
say
release
damning,
it?
he
And
says.
the people on that podcast kind of scoffed at the idea of that question.
Let's follow
Hold on.
but
you guys have to let people finish their
But they kind of scoffed at the idea that anyone would ask that question. But really, I really am, in the spirit of finding it, I really don't know the answer to that question. If there was damning evidence against President Trump that was conclusive and probative evidence that Trump had done something, why did the Biden administration not release that evidence? Because they did everything else. I mean, with the Steele dossier and everything, they did everything, every dirty trick they could against Trump. So why did they not release that stuff if there was something? Like, people kind of scoff at that question, but I really don't know the answer.
Can you say it a fourth time? Because the first three I didn't. We got it, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically...
Do you want me to say it again real quick? I don't know.
Go ahead. Let the guy cook.
Okay, so if I ask you, if I say, hey, there's this entire pedo ring, these guys were running the world, working with Mossad, and your initial response is, but what about the Democrats? That's the wrong response.
But that's not his question.
Okay, so but let's go to your response. Okay, so let's follow the logic here. So the Democrats were covering for Donald Trump.
No. That's
they
not
were-
his implication either.
No, I'm following your logic.
That's not his logic.
Wait.
What he's
Okay.
saying is there's no evidence against Trump.
There were how many open investigations during the Biden administration? This is right now is the best time. There's no open investigations pending for the Epstein files. So this is the time. There's never been what a time to be alive. There's never been a better time.
Are you going to answer his
release
question
the
or
file.
not?
Because
no.
there were open
Mr. Giant, are you going to answer his question?
Open investigations.
Okay, all right. All right, good.
I don't want you to get upset, Michael.
That's good. I want to be able to hear your beautiful opinion.
You're interrupting everyone.
I know. So I'm going to be. So if there's evidence of a crime, what's actually supposed to happen is a law enforcement agency is supposed to investigate that crime and hold people accountable. I can't think before Epstein. What's another file that's been released by the government?
Yeah, not a lot. They
Never.
delayed the Kennedy. Right. That's why Trump is the most transparent president in American history. Right.
Thank you for walking me right to my point. Good job, therapist
No.
Michael.
Yeah.
So watch this. So Trump ran. Listen, Trump ran. I'm answering your question, brother. Trump ran on a campaign.
He's not answering your question.
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's see.
Are you going to let me finish this
Now
time?
I'm mad at you, Michael. Let the
I'm not
ginger
your wife,
answer.
Michael. Let me finish.
I'd love
Listen. So Trump ran on a campaign of, I'm going to release the Kennedy files. I'm going to release the MLK files. He ran on a campaign of releasing these files. I disagree with that, to be fair with you. I think it should be handled by law enforcement. So never before in American history have we released files. But that motherfucker ran on it. So either shit or get off the pot. So
Wait, so
when
they
you
should-
say,
so
hang on,
Trump
I'm
should
not
not-
finished, Michael.
They should not. Trump should not release the files.
He ran on it.
But should he or should he not release the
Yeah,
files?
at this point, yeah.
But Biden should not release the files. Biden should not release the files, but Trump
What
should.
should
Got
happen
it.
is
Okay.
the FBI should
All right.
investigate criminals, right? Right or wrong?
I agree.
Isn't that why Ghislaine Maxwell was put in prison?
Yeah, because
When was
Trump,
that? What
Trump
year was
arrested
that? What
her.
year was that?
Trump. It was the end of Trump. So it was what, 2019, 2020?
When did she go to prison? 2021.
Well, she was convicted later, but she was arrested during the Trump.
Correct.
Term.
But 2021, she went to prison.
Yeah, she was arrested and prosecuted under Trump.
So it was an open investigation in 2021.
Yeah.
And
all right.
I
guess it's over.
In 2021?
All right, neither of them are going to answer the question. Up to you.
I answered the question.
You did not.
You just don't like my answer.
You didn't. You didn't answer. Your answer was Biden should not have released the files, but Trump should.
No,
didn't say that.
Question.
Run that tape back.
Yeah, run the tape back.
4. Round 2. All right. Mr. Jolly, what is your topic?
I thought you would never ask. I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America. Make my case?
All right, what's your case?
Okay. So currently what we're seeing across the country is immigration, customs enforcement bypassing a lot of constitutional norms.
Fifth Amendment.
Hang on, brother.
Yeah.
Bypassing a lot of jurisprudence. We're seeing them arrest people for merely protesting their presence. We're seeing them deport people without the due process of immigration court. We're seeing them put people in inhumane conditions, a violation of the 8th Amendment. These are 4th Amendment violations, 1st Amendment. So we're seeing a lot of constitutional overreach. We saw the murder of Renee Good and Alex Priddy. Whether you want to decide that that was a justified murder or not, what's supposed to happen is an investigation. There's a process in place for that. There's the federal and state communication in that investigation. We saw the federal government shut that down. So when you see all of this literal trampling on the Constitution, all under the guise that we're being invaded by immigrants and that there's a 20, 30 million, whatever number you choose, illegal immigrants here that are committing all this crime, I argue there's no statistic to back that up. I argue there's no immigration crisis. Can I finish? I argue there's no immigration crisis in America that would justify us trampling over the Constitution to fix the problem.
Okay, can I ask you before I give my rebuttal?
Sure, man.
What was your actual prompt?
I f***ing read it.
Can you repeat it?
Okay, cool, man. I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America.
Okay, so I can't help but observe that you read that prompt and you say, this is my thesis, and then you made a bunch of arguments that have nothing to do with that thesis. You said that the immigration enforcement's unconstitutional. You said that they're murdering people. You said that they're unjust to the migrants. What'd you say?
This is your rebuttal to my argument?
Well, so you did not make your argument is the point I'm making.
What I'm saying is when we suspend constitutional liberties, there needs to be a justified reason.
But that's not your argument that you made.
That is my argument. I'm telling you.
Hold on. Read that sheet of paper again.
I didn't print this piece of paper off.
But you wrote the question.
No. In my original write-up,
yeah,
I have way more than this.
Okay,
this is what your producers decided for me.
Okay.
So I'm reading it, but I'm telling you my fucking argument.
But
if we listen, I know you're scared to debate it, but
I'm trying to debate your point.
I'm making the point.
What is your okay, I'll try to take multiple points here.
Okay.
So you say that immigration's not a top issue for Americans, right?
Correct.
That's your claim. Okay.
Correct.
So that would seem to be belied by every public opinion survey for the last 2 years or so. If you go back, not only is it in the top 10, it's usually in the top 3. You've got Gallup multiple times. You've got Convention of the Americas, Council of the Americas say it's number 1. You then have Gallup, Ipsos, CBS, YouGov, you've got Harvard-Harris repeatedly saying it's number 2. This is before the election and after the election. And then when it's not number 1 and number 2, it's number 3 for Americans, which is why Trump won the popular vote on running on immigration in 2024.
Opinion polls, right?
They're opinion polls.
Right. I said it's not an issue facing America. In real life, those same opinion polls, I believe America's like number 2 in the world for people who believe in angels, right? So like me.
Number 1. I also believe in angels, because they exist.
No, that's fine. I'm not bashing your belief.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is.
You're just pointing out that Americans believe a true thing. You're right. We believe a lot of true things.
Are you letting me finish? You're scared, right? So what I'm saying is you can't use an opinion poll as your backup that this is actually an issue facing America.
Do you think that Americans have the right to self-government?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, do you think that Americans have the ability and the right...
Are you going to ask? No, I don't want to answer your question.
Do you think Americans have the ability and the right to perceive the problems in their country?
Make your rebuttal. I'm not under interrogation.
That's part of my rebuttal.
Then make your point.
So you said that this is not a big issue facing America.
Nope.
I said... Whatever you said there that you tried to read a couple times, whatever you said there...
I get it. Short-term memory, brother.
It's written down. Yeah, I'd like to read it.
You hold it.
I do not believe that immigration is even in the top 10 problems facing America.
Yeah.
America repeatedly says it's number one, and they voted for Trump with a popular vote on immigration.
In opinion polls.
Yes.
In real life,
that's what the Americans think about their problems. Yes.
No, that's what you think.
Undocumented immigrants.
No,
is
that's
not
what
why
the
you can't
Americans
buy a
think in their
house.
opinion polls.
BlackRock is why you can't buy a house.
Ipsos.
Okay.
Harvard Harris.
CBS.
You're just saying.
How many undocumented
What do you
immigrants
mean,
work
show
at BlackRock?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. What
An
our pal's
opinion poll-
interjecting here?
Opinion poll has all to do with facts.
Your confusion is that problems facing Americans are perceived by the Americans themselves because we have a
The
self-government.
problems facing America are low income, no health care, education system, poor infrastructure, housing crisis, costs, all of these things. Every American here, I don't care what your partisan politics are.
I just want people to have
Everybody in here
healthcare,
knows
man.
we don't get paid enough. We work hard for our money. We don't get to go to the hospital when we're sick.
We work
Half of us have to choose
hard
between
for the money.
dying of diabetes.
Illegals go for free. That's true. If you were an illegal alien, you could go to the hospital for free. Unfortunately, you're an American. It's tougher for you.
So
Yeah.
hang on, stop. How do illegal aliens go to the hospital for free? How do they do it?
They show up to the hospital and they go for free.
Where? What hospital? How?
Any hospital in
Nope,
America.
there's an answer to this question. Hang on. There's an answer to this question. How does an illegal alien go to the hospital for free?
He probably hitches a ride with Paco, his roommate, and then he shows up and he says, "Hola, I would like some medicino, por
How
favor."
does someone who's here illegally go to the hospital for free?
He just does. He walks in the door.
The answer to the question Michael can answer is he goes to the emergency room.
That's the hospital.
Right.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can do that too. So when you say that we can't do it, that's a lie.
we get charged.
Illegal
We get charged. And we pay for it through our insurance premiums.
Everybody pays for it. Illegals have a net
Illegals
positive
don't pay
on this.
insurance premiums. They don't.
Neither do anybody that goes to the ER.
I pay
so you're
insurance
making a
premiums.
disingenuous
When I go, I
statement.
pay insurance premiums. I can go to the ER.
Okay,
That's
what about all the people that pay into all the government programs they can't take advantage of because they're undocumented?
The illegal aliens are net takers on welfare
they're not.
by a country mile.
No,
They
they're
are.
not. No,
They are.
That's factually untrue.
61% of immigrant-led households.
So when you say they can
are
go to
net
the hospital and we
receivers.
can't, it's a disingenuous lie.
No,
and when you
that's the
talk
point
about
I-
how
no,
much
for free.
when you talk
That's
about how
accurate.
much medical debt in America is contributed to undocumented, it's less than 2%.
Right, they just
So if
take
we had
it.
a better
They
healthcare
just
system,
take it.
if
They
we had a
don't
better
encourage
healthcare
it.
system, if we had a better healthcare system, then everybody would go to the hospital and there would be no medical debt. But instead, we let
Michael.
insurance companies us while you complain about fake ass problems.
Yeah. But Michael, how much do you think undocumented immigrants pay in taxes every year?
Well, it depends on what kind of tax.
Yeah. How much? No. How much do you think they pay in income tax every year?
Well-
how much do you think they pay into Social Security, Medicaid?
You're talking about the ones who commit federal crimes by stealing Social Security numbers to pay
I'm
into
talking
them?
about ones who get an ITIN number.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a little bit
ITIN.
different. Yeah. That's a
That
little
is a
bit different.
perfectly. There's
Yeah.
undocumented immigrants.
Some
pay
illegal
taxes
aliens. No, then I'll
through
answer your question.
ITIN.
Some illegal aliens.
$100 billion.
I'll answer your question if you want. Some illegal aliens do pay some taxes, but they're net takers on our social welfare system.
That's not true.
Okay. Do we have a question?
Into Medicaid
Question
and
from the
Social
microphone.
Security. The real topic, in my opinion, who here thinks that white
This is
people
such a great
are being
format.
replaced?
Like,
Got
you
hands
mean
up?
are the demographics shifting in America to
That
reduce the
white people
proportion
are
of white
being-
people?
they're
Yeah,
being
for sure.
replaced.
Obviously.
There we go.
Obviously,
Okay, that's the real
Nazi.
conversation behind all of this, because progressives have gone back and forth saying they're a net positive, they don't commit crime, they do all this. There's all
Yeah, we're
this
just pointing out it's a violation
However-
of federal
however,
law.
the biggest issue underlying all of this is we are being replaced. Okay, you have been fed a lie of racial capitalism by the Epstein class.
Oh,
Okay,
brother.
they have fed you this lie. Okay, they love the Epstein class, the billionaire class loves that you're focusing on immigrants, not the corporate oligarchy right now. They love it.
Corporate oligarchs do love mass
they
migration.
love-
They do. They support
love
it.
that you're talking about this. They love when you put smoke screens up.
You
They
put
love when
so
you're
many
talking about
city-states.
trans people. They adore it. It gives them
Yeah,
political
just
and
fucking
social
kill them.
cover.
I will.
You've been fed a
There's
lie
so
of
fucking
racial
many.
capitalism that
That's
the
the
more
point.
one person gets, more one marginalized group gets, the less everyone else gets. Yeah. That's the lie you've been fed.
Okay, so hold on.
I
have another thought. So it seems to me we should close the border and enforce federal immigration law that both parties have passed, because that's the law and that's conducive to the common good, and that's what self-governments are supposed to do. At no point have I ever been whispered to by the racially capitalist Epstein class that tries to hypnotize me into talking.
But you
about
literally have.
That's literally not true, because he takes ad money.
Yeah, literally. Like, is he media illiterate? Does he not understand?
Transvestite Venezuelans
That's
in order
great.
to, like, I think it's a little
Oh my
simpler
God,
than
the
that.
Billionaire class loves when you bring up transvestite Venezuelans and do all.
Well, you know what?
other
I'll tell you what.
class war stuff.
We didn't
They
bring up
love
the
it.
trannies. We didn't bring up the trannies.
You're
You
about
got
to. It's
the
right
left.
here.
The left brought up the trannies, and we responded. So if you guys just
God.
lay off and stop trying to push the trannies,
You mean
stuff,
they just wanna
I won't
fucking
talk about it,
exist?
and then your Epstein billionaire class won't have anything.
Oh wow, they decided to speak up in favor of their own rights. Shoot them.
Overnight.
If we don't
stop
talk about the
trannies, dude, what
You
would
guys are
Daily
fucking
Wire
morons.
be if they
Trans
stopped
people.
talking
Yeah.
about trans
You guys are
people?
obsessed with
I don't
trans
know.
people.
They'd be like done. They'd be like,
You
"Ow."
especially.
So, I'm a mackerel snapper.
They really are
as well.
obsessed with
so,
trans people.
From my end, I believe that every human deserves the dignity and respect that is deserved because God gave that to us. That being said, there are things that other people do that take the dignity and respect away from everybody else that is also here currently.
Mhm.
Example being, if you
ICE.
take the immigration issue, which you say is not a big issue, and then talked about how it's a big issue, but if you take that into account, you realize that when you have an infrastructure here that has not been built to withstand 20 million people that came here, some of which, majority of which, depending on which figures you look at, came here in the last 4 years, we don't have the ability to maintain that from a housing perspective, from a food perspective, from an economy perspective, from a healthcare perspective. That is now disrespecting all the people that are here legally and that have gone through the processes appropriately. I have love and respect for all those people that have came here
No, you
illegally because I care for them as human beings. However,
No, you don't.
if you're not coming here legally and going through the right process, it disrupts everything else going on. So if you want to talk about
that's a
the
great
dignity
point.
and
Hang on,
respect
hang
of
on.
all those people that are struggling to afford rent, struggling to afford mortgages, struggling to afford groceries, that are here and have been born here for 3-4 generations, those people are having their rights disposed of based off people that are coming
Capitalism
here illegally.
is
So,
your problem, not
I
migrants.
understand your whole argument is supposed to be it's not a big argument. That's because maybe you're losing the argument, but that's
my God.
not a reality because it's hurting so many people that are here. I'm actually not from here. I'm from Minnesota, actually from California originally.
You
So
don't
I've
look
seen
Somali.
this
That's so
firsthand.
strange.
I
That's
know,
so
right?
Interesting.
But I've seen all
Oh.
this happen. Don't get me wrong. I have the heart for people. I want to do all of these great things for people that come and want the help. However, we also have to keep in mind the dignity and respect to everybody else around us. And when we just completely throw that out the window for a few million people, you disregard the other 310 million people that are here.
Okay, so can I respond?
Yes, respond to that.
All right.
And
Pause it.
and just because so
Hey,
far
brother,
hasn't
can I
been
respond now?
I know he was trying to make a joke, but jokes require basis in reality. Minnesota's total population of Somali is as high as 2% of the entire state's population. Good job, Michael, you fucking idiot. Truly impressive.
Just because there hasn't been any evidence actually thrown out there today.
I was just
Remember
curious
that 6
how
out
much
of
of
10
an
women
idiot
that
he
came
was.
across the border were raped or assaulted, most of them girls.
Yeah.
So that's the first piece of evidence. You guys haven't done any of that today. That's a huge respect issue. And to me, that bothers me way more than almost
You know what was
anything
helping
else
that?
about everything else is
The
that you're
CBP
allowing
app.
these women to be
You know who
raped
shut
and
that
sexually
down?
assaulted.
All right, what
Donald
say you?
Trump.
What say you?
I can answer? Okay, finally. So check it out. So I hear what you're saying. If you come here illegally, this, that. The problem is, number one, I'm going to say 3 things. Number one, ICE is detaining people who came here legally. ICE is detaining people from courthouses that are going through the legal process.
Yep.
ICE is detaining people who have, you might not like this fact, and I don't give a it's real life. ICE is detaining people who've been here legally for 10, 20 years.
Yep.
ICE is detaining people
Denaturalizing.
who are Native American
Yep.
to this land. Like, where are you going to deport them? They're indigenous to this land. So the problem is ICE is not simply kicking out
ISIS?
people who are here illegally. Also, the other side of this conversation, which we pointed out with Reagan earlier, and a conversation that's been happening for 40 years, is what if you're not here, you're not a criminal, you're not violent? Can we just have a pathway to citizenship? That conversation's thrown out the window because
the Democrats
these
betrayed
people are
Reagan
contributing.
on it.
Because these people are contributing to society, they are working. You got to pick your poison. They can't be getting detained from workplaces and they're living on welfare. Pick your struggle.
They're literally doing both. They're working illegally and they're using our welfare system. So you can do both.
The last thing I'll say about this gentleman's question. Hang on. The last thing I'll say about the gentleman's question is, we got tons of money to go to war whenever, wherever. I'm a veteran of this country. I served in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Thank you.
And we got tons of money to go to war. We got tons of money to bomb Syria. And I watch homeless vets die on the streets of America every fucking day. And you're not taking a single dime out of any of that defense budget to get them off the streets. So if you say to me, we'll get the illegals out and solve all the problems, you're a fucking liar. It goes back to unhinged late-stage capitalism that's leaving people hungry, poor, and homeless.
Yeah, okay, well, here's the other part. Here's the other part. Okay, so you talk about coming here legally. The agency that does legal pathway to citizenship, USCIS, that agency under Trump has been defunded.
Thank goodness.
That is the agency.
We take
that
way
helps
too
you
many
do
legal immigrants.
Legal pathways to citizenship.
Right, we need less of that too.
You need
much less legal immigration.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
much less.
Okay,
we take way. It's 1 million a year, and then 3 million illegal. It's way.
I'm glad you're just being honest, because the whole
I'm always
talking point
honest.
is
What are you
we're
talking
fine
about?
with legal immigration. So I'm
Bros
glad
seem
you're
to
I want much less legal
constantly
immigration.
Legal immigration. We
ignore
don't want any immigration.
deaths
No,
and
just a little bit,
deportations.
only a tiny little bit. That's
There
true.
you go.
Now, to your point,
I actually applaud your honesty. So I love having.
You should
an
listen to my
honest
show more often. I'm very
conversation.
honest.
You know,
to your point, you made an interesting point, which is what about, just very quickly, just to give the devil his due. You're very right. You know, the not just veterans who are homeless, who are being left out because of drug addiction, because of untreated PTSD, because of a bad economy, but even other poorer Americans who are just going through a lot of problems. This is a big issue. It is worth pointing out that one of the biggest issues, specifically dealing with homelessness and housing prices, one of the biggest drivers is mass migration. This is agreed to.
Nope.
It is. So
where?
Literally isn't.
Well, in New York,
That's not true.
I'm happy to answer. In New York and California, 100% of the rise in housing in rental prices.
100%.
100. I'm happy to.
100%.
100.
Your rent has gone up 100%.
No, you didn't
because
let
of
me finish my
immigrants.
sentence.
No. 100%.
He doesn't want to hear the answer because it disproves his point.
You're telling me that rent has gone up because of legal immigrants, and that is 100%.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you listen, you might be able to hear the point I'm making. Okay. So the point, very quickly, before Mr. Tourette's over here interrupts again, is that the point over here is that 100% of the increase in rental prices in New York and California.
100% of the rent.
All right.
I want to hear
He doesn't want to hear
the
it.
shit.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Come on,
I'll try to finish it. So 100% of the rental increases in New York and California are attributable to mass migration. Now, New York and California are particularly bad for this, but 60% of the rental increases nationwide are attributable to mass migration. And the proof, by the way, of the economic models is that 6 months
Where
in
is
a
he
row,
pulling
month
these
over
fucking
month,
numbers
rental
from?
prices have declined, directly corresponding with the mass deportations. How do you explain that?
Because causation. Can I explain it?
A two-bedroom.
You can. I don't know if he can, but you
$12,000
can.
a month.
You asked me a question.
Because of immigrants.
Hang on. There was a study done one summer where the amount of ice cream sales went up and the amount of thief went up. Does that mean that more ice cream sales means more thieves?
Right.
You're taking two things and you say that the causation and the correlation are equal, and they're not.
But sometimes there are correlations,
Sometimes there are. In this case, there's not.
So how do you explain 6 month-over-month declines in rental prices?
You would have
directly corresponding, even though you say it wasn't caused by, but directly corresponding to mass deportations. How do you explain it?
Reframe your question.
6 month-over-month decreases in the cost of housing directly correlated to removing the people who take up all the housing.
I don't think they're correlated at all.
Let me.
They're not correlated. You're making them correlated.
Hold on. Let me. I'll put it in.
At the same time,
I'll put
more
it in even
people
simpler
bought
terms.
blue
This
cards.
is the reason Drew Pavlou's video took off. Is because these people have no idea what actual evidence or connections are.
You can say 20, 30%.
It's all
You said 100%
just
of rental
mind-fucking
increases in New
themselves.
York City
are
No,
from
New York
immigrants.
State and California. You still were not listening, even after like the
New
fourth time I
York's-
said it. You still
okay,
weren't listening.
I was being
to your
generous.
point. Hold on,
That's
Mr.
even
Giant.
dumber.
Mr.
New
Giant
York's-
is engaging
no, no, no.
a little bit more here.
Michael,
so
stop.
hold on. Let me. Hold on.
New York
no,
State
no, no.
and
Hold
California.
on. I'm trying to make this point for him.
100% of the rental increases. As a 2-bedroom in my town costs $12,000. I not, and that is because of immigrants.
In part, yeah.
There is a
Okay.
high-rise across
Getting
the
back-
street from me.
getting
It's
back
a
to your point.
$12,000 2-bedroom, and that's $12,000 because of immigrants.
You know,
it
Lent
was $8,000 last year.
Lent is a time when we're told to practice patience, and I'm doing my very best.
You said 100%.
I have a question for the gentleman in the redneck costume. I saw that you made a claim that was to the effect of, Americans and the issues we're facing, immigration is not even within the top 10. And you immediately cited the Constitution when making this claim. I would like to know if you can recite, and I know we had a little bit of an issue earlier with our citations. Do you happen to know what is written at the top of the Constitution
Issue
in a
with
section known
citations?
as the preamble?
Michael Knowles hasn't given a single citation
We
for
the
anything that he's said.
That's 3 words. Okay, thank you.
So yeah, there is a
there
struggle with
believe it or not,
citation.
additional language. And
Hang on. Are you wanting me to recite
that
the
our
entire
con-
preamble?
excuse me,
Hang
it
on.
is- it
Are you wanting me to
literally-
recite the entire preamble of the
It
Constitution?
is a crime.
This
that
is your
you're allowed
question?
to speak so much
Am I in third
already.
grade history class?
What
What's your question,
Do you
guy?
still have it memorized? I don't have it memorized.
Is that the
We the
Constitution?
people in order to form a more perfect union. Come on, just what's your
that the-
question, guy?
Try getting it out. I don't know if they're going to put this on.
Yeah, first of all, I raised my right hand and I swore to defend that Constitution. So
Okay.
you, I do know it. What's your goddamn question?
Well, what you don't know is that it is written specifically for ourselves and our posterity, which is to say Americans and their direct descendants, not foreigners and illegal aliens.
No.
So true.
Pause it.
Hang on. So I have a rebuttal to that.
As far as I'm concerned, the U.S. jurisdiction extends to anybody within the borders under the jurisdiction of these United States. I believe that is the actual words. Meaning, anybody, regardless of origin of fucking country, is protected by the fucking Constitution. Why are these people so ignorant? Is it just because they're Nazis?
Low information voters. But
It has to- it's the only
citation on the
explanation.
screen, according to him, anyone that arrived in America after the Constitution was written should leave.
I have a rebuttal to that. You said it's written for Americans and their direct descendants?
Hold on.
No, first of all, you made that part up. That's your opinion. No. What and their direct descendants was that?
Your grandparents, great-grandparents weren't here when this Constitution was written.
Mine were.
Get the fuck out of
Yeah,
the country.
mine were.
Get the fuck out. This guy.
4 years?
I'm illegal immigrant.
4 years?
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
The question I was
I hate other poor
Unless
people.
your
That's why I'm
family-
poor.
How is it that you
Unless
can
they're
invoke the
founding
Constitution, which was written by and for Americans and their posterity, to say that posterity?
When did your family come to this country?
1620 on the Mayflower, baby, which is a great cigar.
Okay,
It's
he
a
can
delicious
say-
cigar.
When did your family come?
You invoke the Constitution, which was written by and for Americans.
When did your
and their
family
posterity,
get here?
To say that posterity.
What makes you an
Mr.
American?
Knowles
Yeah,
brought
what-
up
what-
have
when did your
consistently
family
said
get
for
here?
lower
Citizen.
levels of
That's
all
really
immigration, both
basically.
legal and illegal. That posterity has said that. You said they are wrong, and I am using the document that was written specifically for them to actually side with illegal aliens for whom it was not written. How do you square that?
Okay,
That was my question.
There's
I would
multiple
know
times throughout the
that.
Constitution where it talks about persons and not citizens. So you don't have to be a citizen of America. Hang on. I know facts
Exactly.
suck, but you don't have to be a citizen of America for certain parts of the Constitution to apply to you. You quoted the preamble as if that was the whole story, just like a f***ing conservative to read the headline and not the f***ing story. But there are plenty of times
So,
throughout the
pause it
f***ing
again.
Constitution where it says persons.
He's going to make a better point that I'm going to make, but I'm just going to bring up an anecdotal point. If I went to the United States working as a journalist, the First Amendment covers my speech as well. I'm not an American citizen, literally working visa. I'm protected by the First Amendment. I don't think I can go and buy guns, but I'm also protected by the fourth unreasonable search and seizure, as well as the fifth, as well as pretty much all of them, actually. Pretty fun, isn't it, how the Constitution protects people under U.S. jurisdiction. Very important word there. That's all.
Not citizen. That's because you don't have to be a citizen for it to apply to you. One of those times, Michael, is due process. You know, the thing that currently immigrants are not getting.
They're
So
getting,
when you
they're
want to
getting
quote
plenty
the
of due process. They're
Constitution
getting too much
and
due
leave out
process,
the
if you ask
convenient
me.
part.
Well, I think we need a little bit less of that due process. Okay, so at the end of that round, where we were debating something, I think, who do we think won the round? Was it John Doyle? Was it John Doyle? Was there people say it's? Was it any of the other?
John Doyle wins, and he also has to deport himself at the end. Like, is that what you get for winning? He's saying that if you shouldn't be, he's arguing.
John Doyle is being naturalized into the VIP table right now. Congratulations, John. A news is it my it's my topic now. Let's see how many words I can get out. My argument is that we need common sense trans control.
This is you're famous for the question, the what is a woman question.
Yeah, that's one of the things. No, that's more my colleague. That's more my colleague. That's Mr. Walsh.
So let's
What's a woman?
do
I
it.
think a woman is sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Okay.
That's my honest
No, but
answer.
I don't have a
answer.
soundbite that says kill yourself.
Yeah, that's a little effeminate.
That's just a drink, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No,
so,
but
so you think it's on a spectrum then?
No, I think
so
that
what is a
women
woman?
are at least their biology, but I think a woman is more than her biology. So some conservatives like to say that a woman is an adult female human being. I don't agree with that. I think
Thank
that's
you.
reductive and materialist. I think a woman is at least a female human being, but I think a woman is more than that. That's why I say a woman, I think, is sugar, spice, and everything nice.
I think it's we actually are approaching similar things.
Yeah, we
where-
agree that gender is slightly different. I agree.
So wait,
Yeah.
so it's like a woman is a biological state of being that is also socially experienced.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And so my thing is with the whole trans satanic panic right now is your daughter, if she runs too fast, throws too hard, jumps too far, hits too hard, she will be transvestigated.
Yeah,
by
I
a
know,
group
I agree,
of
yeah.
online adult men.
Yeah.
They're gonna transvestigate your daughter.
I
if
totally
she
agree with
plays
this point.
Too well.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Yes, thank you. They will transvestigate.
So you agree with transvestigations?
I think transvestigation is very bad. But oh, I'm sorry. When you said transvestigation, I thought the point you were making was that if a girl runs a little too fast or hits the ball a little too well, she will be told that she is actually a woman or actually a man and be transitioned by her teachers and by society.
You're a
the
moron.
entire online,
then never mind. That's not true.
You actually know what's happening. The entire online community will get together and go, I don't know, is that really a man? Is your daughter really a man?
Now, the thing is, they
woman?
won't.
Oh my
because you
God,
can
look at
tell.
this Mons
You can
pubis.
actually just tell
It's a
is the
penis.
thing. And they pretend you
I've
can't
never
tell.
seen a woman naked.
You can't tell.
You can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
I think you can. Okay.
I know plenty of people you would never tell. You could never tell.
If you told
And
me
the
right
only
now
way
that
you would
you're a
know-
woman.
And the only way you would know, Michael, is if you check their pants, which what I think you're actually obsessed with.
Yeah.
People's dick.
This is what I
I
always
think you're
say.
obsessed
Yeah.
with what people. Listen, if somebody comes up to you,
Very homophobic, by the way. Isn't that very? It's a very homophobic.
How's that
statement.
homophobic?
Because this is what the libs do.
I never
The
brought
libs
up being
try to-
gay. I never brought it up. I think that
You
if
just-
somebody comes
you
up to
just
you,
said, I wanna
if
look at
somebody comes
someone's
up to you
phallus.
and they present a way, and there's no way you can tell because there's plenty of people you can't tell, then the only way you would verify is look in their pants.
I actually no. I want
I know.
low information voters to vote.
I know
don't
you do.
care if you vote
I know
for
you
Trump.
want low
I
information
don't
voters
care
to
if
vote.
you- I don't
But
care
a Republican, want smart voters to vote.
No,
so
you
I guess
want-
we're at an
you
impasse.
Then you wouldn't want any
landowners
Republican
to be able
voting.
to vote. That's it.
Wealthy
You have a
landowners.
constitutional right to vote, don't you?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
constitutional
people do
right.
have a constitution.
Okay.
Well, not the illegals who are voting, but some people
They're
are
not
They're not voting.
They're not voting. You
There's
actually
mass
don't have proof
evidence
of
that that's not a real
You
problem.
don't have proof of that.
Yeah.
Multiple mayors in the last year have been removed from office because not only did they vote illegally, but they held office illegally.
What does that say?
Multiple
Pause it.
mayors in the United States.
Is that
Okay.
proof that-
Mayor of Coldwater, Kansas, accused by Kansas AG of voting in elections despite not being a U.S. citizen. You can vote in local elections if you're not a citizen. If I'm pretty sure. Can you vote in local elections in the United States if you're not a citizen?
It depends.
Some areas allow non-citizens to vote in elections, in local elections only.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Not federal.
let's see. Coldwater, Kansas. Are non-citizens allowed to vote in local elections in Coldwater, Kansas? It's just
So this guy was a mayor who was not a U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
That they're giving the example of. So, and he was a registered Republican who boasted voting for Trump 3 times. He resigned while under investigation.
Okay, nowhere in Kansas allows non-citizens to vote. Source is ACLU Kansas.
Yeah, this guy was just the mayor, though.
Yeah, okay.
So
Registered
you can still
Republican.
get elected to be the mayor.
While being non-citizen, yes. You can run as a non-citizen for local. But clearly you can't vote? Interesting.
So
I think
first of all,
California you can.
Fetuses in the womb are not children; they're fetuses.
What?
Are we going to debate abortion? We're
Oh
going to debate
my-
abortion now. Okay. We're gonna debate
What
abortion
is
now?
fetus
denies
mean?
all
What
science.
does it mean? The original Latin root doesn't have to do with what it is.
I'm just asking you what it means.
A fetus is a preborn child.
a preborn child. You're right. I agree. A
This
fetus
isn't
is
an
a
argument.
child. You're right.
And when does it become a child? When does it become a child? When does it
You
become
just
a child?
said it's a child, not me. You just said it.
When is the birth certificate?
It's going to be a child.
Preborn is
When is it officially a U.S. citizen?
He's a child.
Oh, birth?
Trying to get past
Cool.
this boring ass point so we can have a real conversation.
Oh, okay. Let's have a
Deport
real
that
conversation.
pregnancy.
Yeah, let's have a real
So
conversation.
abortion
Deport that
kills a
fetus.
child.
Abortion laws have been proven to kill more women than children, period.
Well, it's killed
Yes.
70
Yes.
million
Yes.
children in the.
Yes.
Pause it.
Because no child dies during abortion.
How many women died after Texas made abortions illegal? Here's ProPublica. A striking trend after Texas banned abortion, more women nearly bled to death due to during miscarriage. Before states banned abortion, one of the greatest outcomes of early miscarriage could be easily avoided. Doctors could offer a dilation and curettage process, which quickly empties the uterus and allows it to close, protecting against a life-threatening hemorrhage. But because the procedure known as DNCs are also used to end pregnancies, they have gotten tangled up in state legislation that restricts abortion. Reports now abound of doctors hesitating to provide them and women who are bleeding heavily for being discharged from emergency rooms without care. Sorry, they are being discharged without care, only to return in such dire conditions that they need blood transfusions to survive. One woman died of a hemorrhage after 10 hours in Houston after they didn't perform the procedure. Now, a new ProPublica data analysis adds empirical weight to mounting evidence that abortion bans have made the common experience of miscarriage, which occurs in up to 30% of pregnancies, far more dangerous. It is based on hospital discharge data from Texas, the largest state to ban abortion, and captures emergency department visits from 2017 to 2023, the most recent year available. Here is a fun little graphic. And it says, for emergency department visits involving a pregnancy loss at less than 13 weeks of gestation or with an unknown gestation week. Years abortion was banned, 21 to 23, and it went up significantly. Pretty cool. Blood loss is expected during early
admitted that
miscarriage.
abortion
I
kills
said
a
it's
child.
fetus. No, I didn't. I said it's a fetus.
And then you said a fetus is a child.
Because that's what you wanted me to say, right? So I want to get past
You
it.
just said it. You just said it. I don't. Wow.
Talking to mother conservatives
That's
is like
Michael.
pounding yourself in the head with a
Michael,
hammer.
That is crazy.
No, let's do it. Hey, do it, Michael. So you're in a burning building. There's 2 rooms.
Yeah.
One is a 6-month-old baby. The other room is 100,000 embryos. Which one? You can only go into one room.
Right.
Which one do you do?
So my view of ethics is not a utilitarian or consequentialist view of ethics. My view of ethics comes
You have
from...
no
No,
ethics.
You don't want to answer
Fire's
the
going
question.
on. Come on, you got to choose, Michael.
People are burning, Michael.
Fire, it's burning.
So the answer is...
Oh, come
I
on.
would, Where are you going? I would move to save the child who was closest
Who
to
was
me
already born.
because
Got
of
it.
the order of charity.
sense.
No, well, not
The child that's
necessarily.
already born.
The
Cool.
child
Got
who
it.
is closest
Got
to
it.
me because we have a greater responsibility to the people who are closest to us. Just like a human
That
being has
facilitates
a
our
greater
argument,
responsibility to his own children than to the children of others.
Yeah, it does.
So the newborn is dying because you were closer to the embryos.
If it's my embryos, and I had to choose in this crazy hypothetical, I guess I would choose my kids over someone else's kids, though I'd like to save all of them. And if the libs
No, you
weren't
don't.
selling human life like this, we wouldn't have to choose.
That was a hell of a video. Good lord.
سلام علیکم خسته نباشید. آشه سلام علیکم. علیکم سلام. ان شاء الله پیدا میشید. سلام علیکم یا الله یا سلام.
پرچم همیشه بالا.
So there are 2 people in the jet.
Can confirm with well-placed sources
Does
that
he get
one
more
of the crew members
crack-addled
of the
every week?
F-16E has been rescued and is safe
So
at
they
this
got one of the
moment in
guys?
time.
Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm surprised this hasn't happened more. Like, they've done, like, what, 10,000 fucking bombings? So keep the oil, anyone? What does that even mean?
That there were 2
What does
search
that
and
even
rescue
mean?
helicopters
That's a great
that were
question.
being refueled mid-air in daylight. That would suggest again an urgency to that search and rescue mission.
I mean,
And
if the Iranian media, like, what they want right now is they want to be able to get that pilot so they can parade him around. That's what they already did. Remember whenever they captured those guys?
Oh, yeah,
like,
great.
Whenever Obama
I'm so
was
glad
president, and then
Asmongold
Obama gave
is
them a
giving
bunch
us
of
his
money,
genius
it seemed like
fucking
it was probably
analysis.
like a ransom. That's probably what
I'm
they'll try to do
definitely going to
again.
take
Now,
this
Iranian
on
state
board.
TV put out a request that if anyone found these pilots, they would
Tell
offer a
them, yeah.
reward of $60,000. That's 10 million local currency.
That's
Something
it?
that
That's
we haven't
it?
seen them.
Oh, here we go. Iranian state TV claims a U.S. fighter jet went down and the pilot ejected. Provincial law enforcement announced the enemy American Zionist F-35. Okay, apparently it wasn't F-35, but okay. The pilot or the pilots of this fighter may have landed in 2 of the places, I guess, in Iran. All tribespeople and villages are requested to cooperate. Dear and honorable people, please turn this guy in. Please, if you capture the enemy pilot or pilots alive, hand them over to the police. This is you getting paid. You will receive a precious prize. Wow. A U.S. Black Hawk conducting combat search and rescue was hit by Iran during their mission to locate a downed F-15 pilots. The crew is accounted for and safe. Were struck by Iranian surface fire, but service members are safe. So does surface fire mean like they just shot a machine gun at them or like an AK-47? Or does that mean that they
Use
actually
Google,
have, like,
you fucking
anti-air
incompetent moron.
missiles? Footage of Iranian police
You're literally
firing
on
small
Twitter.
arms
Go
at
to a
pair
different tab,
of
go to
USF
Google,
searching for
type
the
in
down-
your
oh, this is
fucking
them
query,
shooting at
and
them.
actually learn something. You fucking troglodyte.
Is that it?
Actual fucking knuckle dragger.
Bang, bang, bang. Oh, fuck you. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Good job, guys. Small arms can't reach. Oh, there's another one. Shoot at him again.
Yeah,
I wonder
small
if it
arms
really
can
does
go
any
through the
damage
window,
to those
you
airplanes.
fucking
I mean,
idiot.
I would assume not.
You know what I do on Battlefield?
I mean, think about,
I
like,
shoot
you're
at the
Iran.
pilots.
You somehow a plane goes down. Maybe you shot it down. Maybe you didn't. Let's assume you shot the plane down. This is your big chance to capitalize. All hands on deck. Bring the RPGs. Get the fucking lawnmowers. Fly them up there.
Get the
like if I
fucking
was them, that's what
lawnmower.
I'd do. What is this? The
Let's talk
pilot
about
made
the Shahid
contact.
drone.
Oh shit! This apparently this just happened.
These pilots, one of them has been rescued, and the other one, it's possible, has been rescued, and there's a delay in us getting information.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
these-
probably not going to say if he's rescued until they have all the other airplanes and everything else gone out of the airspace.
They want to make sure that all the pilots
Yeah.
who are flying much, much lower, that they are all as safe as can be before they tell us what exactly is going on. So
Yeah, I think that makes
I was
sense.
told about an hour ago that we should expect something soon from CENTCOM. Still waiting on that, which tells us that stuff is still probably going on the ground there.
Great.
Great video. Very
Okay.
informative.
I do have a little
What the
bit of
fuck?
a long one that I wanted to look at, but I was laughing at it mainly at a few specific spots when it was playing in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, she's like, this is crazy.
God.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Can you believe this? I personally cannot believe this. Literally
we can pat ourselves
unprecedented.
on the back, but right now, and
I mean, I also said that, for the record. Like there was no point where I ever leaned into Trump is going to be the peace candidate. For the record, just one of those guys at all. I'm a firm and committed believer that you have to earn.
that are ranging from skeptical to hostile of this war and of actions in the Middle East. This is a moment for that. And Hassan talks to some of those people. So to pick this moment, a month into the war.
I mean, this is basically an admission, not of defeat necessarily, but an admission of like how much the discourse has changed. Tim Miller, for all of our disagreements, understands that the overwhelming majority of the American population is
super
anti-Israel.
fun.
Okay? He understands that there is no way to win those people back with a pro-Israel message. Okay? And he recognizes that I'm being used as like a beacon to tell everybody 2024 style that this kind of rhetoric is unacceptable. Okay? Matt Iglesias has also recognized this reality as well. Plenty of liberals who don't want Trump or a Trump-style candidate to win again have recognized that reality, and they're not behaving in this hysterical manner. However, there are a lot of people. I wouldn't say they're sizable. This is not a sizable force at all, but there's...
Blah, 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 blah.
You see my city
I
name,
have
Jet?
some sympathies to that, obviously.
No, I don't
You're
care.
a moderate.
I'm busy.
And you want to pick a fight with the left wing of the Democratic Party. Let me tell you, there's a lot of potential options there. I mean, John, Lovett and I were talking about this week. About
Every
the
city that I'm going to
mismanagement of
take,
California. They're trying to build a
I'm going to
monorail there.
name
They're not even breaking
after
ground
one
until
of Israel's
2024.
neighboring country.
We could go down the list. There are a bunch of things the American
cities.
people don't like the Democrats right now. And if you want to fight with the left of the party from the center, again, I wouldn't think would be the moment to do that. But if you wanted to try to, move the party of the...
Yeah, he's literally saying, like, dude, if you're going to shit on the left, like, there's better things to do it over. This is not one of those things.
Center on something, on an issue, there are a bunch of them out there that the public would be on your side of. To pick Israel and Hassan Piker right now as the issue to fight about, to advance the interests of the center of the party, all you're doing is undermining the credibility of the center of the party. Right?
Sure.
All you're doing, like 90% of the Democrat voters are against this war. And the popularity of this war and of Israel.
If
and
it
of
was a
Middle Eastern
Democrat that
conflicts is
waged
going
it,
down
would
by
they
the
be
minute
in favor?
within the Democratic coalition? And so for you to be like, now we as the centrist establishment serious types want to exile a far leftist from here because he has some impure thoughts about Israel. It's like, all you're doing is making it more powerful. All you're doing is making people think you're a bigger idiot. To pick right now to have this fight. And it is truly, it's like madness. Like the entire country is moving the other direction. We can just be honest. It's moving Hassan's direction on the question of Israel. And you're like, we're going to pick a fight with him on that? Right now? When Bibi and Trump are careening the world economy, they got us in this war they don't know how to get out of? They're doing war crimes, bombing schools, girls' schools. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get it. We did this already 5 years ago where a bunch of liberals were like, you can't go on Joe Rogan. He had some bad opinions. It's just like, we can't do this shit again. Okay? You can't do this shit again. This is stupid. If you personally don't like Hassan Piker, that's fine. Me and Hassan disagree on a bunch of stuff. We're going to argue about a bunch of stuff.
A bunch of Sex Pastini fans are on side watch after this video, I suspect. Pour one out for the Sex Pastini community and its orbiters that
different sort of sub.
So what's funny is this lady who is clearly Hassan's biggest hater. And she starts laying out a list of all his crimes.
Oh my god.
Through some of those disagreements. Should people go on Hassan Piker's show? I think yes.
Sure.
We'll talk about that. Should Democrats campaign with him? Like there are differing views on that. Should there be a litmus test somewhere in the party? Like where should the Democrats draw the line in their big tent? Like should the tent encompass the entire country, or should there be polls that if people fall outside those, they shouldn't fit inside the tent? So like those are kind of, I think sometimes the conversation, like all that stuff gets jumbled up into one thing, and my views are different on different sort of sub bullets.
If
so
you
kind of
forward settle
watch the whole thing, on which one of those elements
flip it.
Do you feel like your disagreement is with me?
So I think I want to start with kind of Hassan Piker, the guy, the stuff he says, and like, who is he?
If you put it between it,
evaluate him as
put it between his fucking cities.
It's all
And then
mountain
be
range
like,
there.
Doesn't matter.
I can't.
You're doing it to flip a city.
Well, I was going to take this city-state anyway, which will flip it. I mean, it has no walls. I can literally just start a war and take it.
Yeah. Or you can flip it.
We'll see. We'll see how much pressure the city does. Because I planned this city before he put that there. Raid.
to evaluate the rest of your questions, right?
Okay,
is should he be?
Is this the lady that I did a panel with at the Getty Museum that I had to tune into from my desktop? And I was like towering over her behind them on the projector, where I brought up the fact that her her outlet is run by neocon war criminals, albeit those who have had a change of heart. I'm just trying to establish like if this is a person who knows me and has carried resentment for that reason, or if it's just like a random person that out of nowhere joined in on the fray.
In the tent or out of the
Wait,
tent
what?
is a question of like, okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site?
Did you
And I'll
guys
just
leave
give you
and
a
come
flavor
back, or
of
have
some
you
of the things
been here the
that
whole
pop
time?
up from Hassan's critics that I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude. On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they get results. And he has a lot of very pro-China.
I love when they just like want to disparage my point of view, and they end up unironically presenting my highlight reel. You know, like the China commentary is like a perfect depiction of you're preaching to the converted. Okay, like that's another situation where the environment is radically shifting towards my position, and it's not even like a super positive perspective on China either. It's one that actually acknowledges China's shortcomings and simply says there's a lot we can learn from every country, including China. Like this argument would have made a lot more sense in like 2012.
You sure do ignore a lot of their actions.
There's one that he says was a little bit taken out of context, but he says doesn't matter if the rape happened on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with.
I know, I'm laughing at the
housing
comments
resistance
in
is not
the
perfect.
chat.
They're not like so good.
Why can you never admit when you're wrong? It's up to you to tell me what's wrong about the statement. The only thing you can do is just like demand that I apologize without even telling me what's wrong about the statement. Like, what's wrong about what I said about China? I'm acknowledging its shortcomings in terms of governance, domestic repression, well, and then simultaneously saying like we can learn a lot about China. We can learn about decent governance from China, responsive governance from China. What's wrong about that? Are you saying that it's impossible? We should not actually learn anything from our largest market competitor? There's just nothing to learn there at all. There's no lessons to learn from China that is currently destroying us in terms of manufacturing output. It's destroyed every other country with its record-breaking extreme poverty alleviation. 800 million people. As far as this quote, she readily admits it is taken out of context and still continues to use it. It's very stupid.
they have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a hand holding it up.
Like, even the guy is laughing and can't take her seriously.
On Dan Crenshaw losing an eye in Afghanistan. What's
Classic.
wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave soldier, eye hole with their on Israel being full of inbreds? You are left with a country that is packed to the gills with the most inbred,
That is
uneducated,
awesome.
ultra-nationalist, ratted, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation of Crimea. Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. On black people. Black people care about the border. I don't give a what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the that's not how politics work. And then, I don't know if this is my, I don't know how to, I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real.
It's literally someone from a right-wing perspective claiming black people are actually anti-immigration. And me turning around and saying, this is like ridiculous, you know? Standpoint epistemology for like right-wing sentiment is totally ridiculous. And it's also untrue. It's so funny that like every single thing that she's brought up is like, I mean, I have a library of clippers that have clipped shit out of context for decades. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Doozy, date is better if it happens to rich women. If you have this billionaire wasp fails.
That's not true. She's lying. But again, when did you say that? Never. There's a university, when reacting to a university that was celebrating
honestly, I don't think
Title IX
anything
restrictions,
pisses me
I
off
said,
more
listen,
than
if they
when
want
he
to cordon
talks with his
themselves
mouth full.
off from the rest of normal society.
It's so
and
frustrating.
Celebrate the fact that there is no like they're basically cordoning themselves off from the rest of normal society by actively choosing to go to a school that celebrates the fact that they will not actually prosecute date. Better that they're there than anybody else, anywhere else. Does that sound like me saying date better if it happens to rich women or white women or whatever the he said? It's totally made up.
Sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire, failed daughters is in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay. That's the guy. That's the
guy. Like, anytime that I'm eating on stream, you know what I do? Mute myself, finish my mouthful, then talk. It's insane.
I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition.
Civ is going to go from the river to the sea.
That recommends cozying up to people like Hassan
this is.
Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about a pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hassan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition. He's an illiberal guy. He's a China-Russia sympathizer.
Hey now, don't threaten me with a
hates
good
women,
time.
hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things.
There it is. You hear that? Hates women, hates Israel, all the toxic things. Ah!
So it's coming out now. I see where the motivation is.
I see where the issue actually is, huh?
Ooh, I need to rename Philadelphia to a correct city, like Nazareth.
And I think, and I was listening to you last night, and I was like, my biggest problem with it, because I agree with you in some places, my biggest problem is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is. Like at one point, I think you called it like impure thoughts or something.
This is one of my defenses of Piker, which is also a defense of myself, is that if you're streaming 8 hours a day, like I feel like the critics that sometimes like look at I guess like an 8-word snippet of something somebody says, I'm like, you talk for 8 hours a day. I just talked for 1 hour a day last night, and I rewatched that video and saw impure thoughts. And that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say that, you just talk for a long time, and
yeah, but you don't like
This is why I'm never
say America
incorrect.
No. He had some very bad takes in there too. He had he has some really bad ones for sure.
Can I push back on this idea though? They're not takes. Like this guy has a worldview.
Shut up.
That
Yeah,
I think is anathema to liberal democracy. It's not that we just disagree with his politics.
You don't support liberal democracy. Shut up.
Like, as of what, 4 or 5 years ago, decided to vote for Democrats, and even then it's like conditional, is now offering unsolicited advice to the Democratic Party about who to lean into that represents large chunks of their base by basically rehashing the Washington Free Beacon's article, which is weird, from Chuck Ross, just a beautiful compilation of taking everything out of context. And if you can understand this for Israel, as many people have the capacity to understand, if you're anti-Zionist, if you're anti-Israel, they'll say you're anti-Semitic. They'll find something to make that argument stick. The same goes for all of the other perspectives that they're mentioning, even down to, and I'm glad I explained the lie that she told about me being like in support of, as long as it's like for rich women or some ridiculous. Or even saying I'm anti-black. The Washington Free Beacon and Fox News hosts running around being like he's anti-black, and then having that be channeled by a random lady who spent most of her life being a registered Republican is pretty funny. These are the opposite viewpoints that I represent. Say I'm anti-black because you clip me as I'm responding to a total lie that black people are very conservative and very racist towards immigrants, and trying to apply standpoint epistemology to that perspective to to create this false narrative.
Fair enough.
Is not anti-blackness at all. If you can understand how these guys operate in the exact same way for Israel, you can apply it to everything else, because they are doing it for everything else. What matters most is your capacity to engage critically with what I'm saying. Listen to my words. I'm live and endlessly accessible for 8 hours a day minimum. You can make up your own mind. You're an adult. Like, between her and I, who do you think actually is more likely to be anti-racist, anti-white supremacy? Because when she was working with Republicans, I was advocating for Black Lives Matter. I was advocating for criminal justice reform. I was converting white supremacists away from having anti-black thoughts quite successfully, as a matter of fact. Same with misogyny, same with everything else that they brought up. Totally ridiculous.
I think his worldview is gross, and the way he talks about people is disgusting. And so, like, I think he is all of the things that I think you were being too hard on sort of the third way types who are condemning him, because he is.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel. They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from, and they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to. They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party, and what they fail to comprehend is I want Republicans to lose, okay? So my advice to Democrats is not coming from a sinister place where I'm like, yeah, if I give advice to Democrats, then they'll end up losing to the Republicans. My advice to the Democrats is channeled through a shit ton of the base. The only thing that is correct about this assessment is that I am vulgar. Okay, I'm a vulgar person, but that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think that's still infinitely better.
Oh, and I do hate women.
Civil war criminal, right? Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth. For many Democrats, they can't get over that hurdle. They fall prey. They fall victim to civility arguments all the time. I don't think you're supposed to be civil, especially with racists. You're not supposed to be civil with fascists. Who gives a and they're not civil either.
Condemnable. And I think it is important. You and I spent a long time when I was on your podcast trying to
as soon as
take
the
our
loyalty falls,
long-time
I'm gonna
reflexive
take the
pro-Israel stances and kind of wrestle with that now in this new world. And I'm up for wrestling with that. And I do, one of the things that is scary about wrestling with that is that there's a bunch of people on the, I'm against this war, I'm against Israel's involvement in this war, who do it for anti-Semitic reasons. And I think disaggregating from those people as you criticize this war is absolutely essential from a moral standpoint.
This is, I think, this I think is the crux of the deal, because as I said last night, I argued with Hassan about China on and off stage. I argued with Hassan about his focus on Israel on stage. And I think that he is a liberal, and I think that if Hassan was running for Congress or president,
you think he is illiberal?
Illiberal, I do, and I think that if he was running for one of those things, I would oppose him. And I think that probably, I think it's very unlikely that me and Hassan will have the same preferred candidates in the Democratic 2028 campaign. If we do, that candidate will end up being very adept at navigating our very fracture. So who the hell knows what the future holds? But I don't like it. I don't like his worldview, and I think that it is worth objecting to, and I think it's worth people like us objecting to and hashing it out and fighting with him about it and arguing about a lot of the things that he thinks that are bad. I also just think that two things. One, people that consume him hear that list and are like, that doesn't mesh with the guy I know, right? And I think that if you came up with my 10 worst takes, they would not sound as bad,
right? Like that's all the argument that needs to be said. It's like the dude is live 8 hours a day, and that's the best list you could come up with.
Yeah, exactly. All right. My 10 worst takes, go.
His lists are anywhere near as bad, I don't think. But especially if you go back, back to 2004,
all flawless.
I have some pretty bad takes going all the way back. Okay, so I just mean if you put my list together, I think a lot of Bulwark people would be like, "Guy, you're being unfair, right?" And because I think that there are a lot of areas where he is genuine, that he cares about stuff, human rights. And again, I don't watch this day to day, but I hearing this from other people, I think they would say, "Wait a minute, you're trying to turn him into Tucker or somebody whose whole show is about anti-Semitism right now." But he talks a lot about
that's a fair
sure
criticism.
People can get a living wage and human rights around
I just
the
want
world,
Hassan
how we
to
should
do better.
care
So
about
does
rights for
Tucker.
people.
So does Tucker.
Okay, fine. So anyway, I'm just telling you what people would say about him. I think that I do think that
you know how I've been watching these fucking meme pages that be posting Iranian propaganda and shit. So I saw another one, and every time, because the page that I follow collaborates with a lot of people, and anytime I see something dodgy, I just sort of leave a comment, and I'm like, why are you using this source? It's very strange that you would talk about American police and agents for the government and all that shit and be negative about it, and then talk about the Islamic regime and then being nothing but positive, repeating their state rhetoric, all of this shit. And I left a comment, and this person that posted it was an anarchist, the channel, the page said. And I just left a comment. I'm like, you're using camera wire while posting Vic Mensa, posting about how Israel is detrimental and all this shit. And I'm like, posting an obvious state op with someone who constantly talks about autonomy really feels like cognitive dissonance. And the one difference that I find between anarchists and the communists is that the communists come back very aggressively. They do not like being told that the sources they're using are fucking ops. But this person came back and was like, yeah, that's my bad. It's just showing the maps. I just needed something to show the information that this map showed. And I'm like, look, that's fair enough. But at this point, we need to be better because of how the state is targeting people who call themselves anarchists and communists. You need to be better. You need to stop using these sources. We need to be very, very, very particular about the sources that we are using to get information to people, because there are so many states working to seed information into groups, doesn't matter what group it is, any interest group, you need to be careful. And surprisingly, they took it very well. And I'm like, okay, this is good. This is a good sign that you are legitimately genuine in your posting. And I like that. And it kind of made me realize that, like, maybe that's what I should be looking out for, is not so much trying to be confrontational with my comments, but just leaving comments like, hey, this source is, like, pretty bad, and seeing how they respond and whether they go real defensive or explain their position. Because, like, I genuinely, like, we need to be better. That's the thing. It's just like, there's so many sources out there that I just like, because I use the example, like, we do a lot of work with Syria, and we wouldn't use an Asada source whether it's correct or not, right? Like, that's the example that I used, that I sent to them. I'm like, well, I wouldn't use an Asada source, but ultimately it's your page, but that's just me. Like, I want people to do better. There's criticism to go around, and apologizing and posting shit that seeds bad information into groups is detrimental, severely detrimental, especially when you're like trying to navigate a war, especially a war like this. You're not going to be able to navigate it with sources that are sympathetic to any side. Like, it's just going to be propaganda. And I need people to understand this.
It is a category difference. A lot of people who are criticizing me about the stream last night were trying to lump it in with, like, I thought you left Trump. I was like, no, Trump had a lot of noxious views, and for president, tripling down on them and being like, hey, here are all my worst views, and like, I think that we should institute them as policy. Some of the things you laid out, I think Hassan would agree with. Some of those things, if you read the profiles of him, he's backed off on, particularly.
No, he says he does not apologize for any of them. He was just taken out of context. He's like, I don't take any of them back. I don't walk any of them back, but maybe they were taken out of context.
Okay, well, maybe I'd have to listen to that. I guess I just would say that holistically, it is a category difference for me that Trump, from what you hear from MAGA. All of that aside, though, because we can take the measure of the man, and you can decide that he's a wholly unacceptable man, and I can say that he's a man that has some bad views, and we can hash that out. The strategic question, the analytical question, right?
Yep.
Is how Democrats should handle somebody like that. Yeah. And like, this is where I'm the harshest on the view that he should be kicked out. And I'm particularly harsh, and I said this last night, and this relates to your point about Israel, about like picking this fight with him right now, like at this moment today, April 3rd of 2026. Because right now we are embroiled in a catastrophic war that the Secretary of State said we did because Israel got us into it. So, like, you can call that a conspiracy theory or whatever, but like, the Secretary of State said it, and the president has basically said it, though he does word salad a bunch of times. And I just think that any fair analyst could look at it and say, well, obviously, like, this war is more in Israel's acute interest than ours. Like, that's just a statement of fact, right? It's like, we're in this war with our partner Israel right now on the heels of their behavior in Gaza, however you want to describe that, whether it's genocide or ethnic cleansing or war crimes or just more killing than was necessary, like anywhere on that continuum. Like, this comes after that. Now we've partnered with them for a war in Iran that is going to create massive damage globally to people's lives. Like, people are going to be materially harmed by this war.
You got a golden age? Can't wait till you fall.
There are a lot of people out there in this country.
Okay,
right
I can't
now
wait to take
who
your
are
city,
really mad
bitch.
About that, and they're about to get really madder in the coming months. And I think a lot of them look at they blame Trump, but they also look at the Democratic Party and be like, you guys have been on this too. Joe Biden was in there when Israel was doing the Gaza thing. The Democrats have been, part of this bipartisan establishment that got us into these stupid wars forever. And they look around for people, and who do they see out there saying, no, we should not do these wars. They're stupid. They're wrong. They see people like Hassan. And so in this moment where people are very bad, a lot of voters, that when you say how to eat an elephant one at a time, a lot of voters Democrats are going to need whether they be young voters or men who don't want to go to war or people whose costs are going to go up. Like right now, at this moment, a lot of them are assessing the landscape, and they're saying like, Trump betrayed me. Like I thought I was on board with the no wars candidate. Okay, and they're gettable right now. As ripe as they have ever been to be gotten by the Democratic Party.
Yep.
And in this moment, the Democratic Party
Not even
and their
Democrats.
leaders
Fuck the
should
Democrats.
be focused, in my view, on being as clear and loud and passionate as possible. No stupid wars. I will not get you involved in this. This is a mistake. To the extent that Israel is involved, the fact that our relationship is closely tied to them is a mistake. And if we ever get back in power, we will not betray you. We hear you. We see this. And instead, you hear a lot of Democratic leaders being like, well, we should kick this guy out. That's what he's known for. Like, if he's known for anything, it's being anti this stuff. And it's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hassan
They're making their life harder.
Hold on. People like Hassan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And
First of all, I think I'm the only person at my size that actually does do that, which is, provide a safe space for Jews and actively push back against anti-Semitism. Lady, you got to go outside, okay? Most people do not give a okay? I'll be very honest. Most people think, holy shit, what Israel has done is unconscionable. And if you're lucky, they don't have that enmity transferred to Jews in general. But given the fact that for, the past 75 years and certainly accelerated in the last 3 years, every single defender of Israel has actively defended it as the Jewish state. There are a lot of people who learned the exact opposite attitude that you are demonstrating. And this even includes Democrats too. Okay? Perhaps the dumbest argument here is the idea that there are a lot of like anti-Zionist or anti-genocide voices out there, and they just can't subscribe to being anti-genocide because there's people like me. That's like saying I can't be anti-Zionist or anti-genocide because Nick Fuentes exists. I don't give a f- Nick Fuentes exists. I've been an anti-Zionist before he knew what Israel was. Who gives a shit? It's doubly ridiculous that these guys unironically do this thing to someone like myself, where they try to, instead of going after people who are just like avowed anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers and whatnot, they go after the one guy at this level, at this size, that does spend a decent amount of time actively combating against anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist. That's what's so unbelievable about it. It blows my mind.
tell you why Hassan is so dangerous is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an out group to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the war, and condemning Israel, and condemning Bibi, and condemning Trump, and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we all get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this, and now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now, if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo, whoever, to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened. Like, it's happened. And so if they did that, and then in 5 months, they're like, you know what? Okay, look at this though. Like, you guys, we cannot, be shoulder to shoulder with somebody as this viewer or that viewer. We have to get, like, then you have the credibility.
Why is there a 5-month gap? Why can't it be in the same breath?
Because no one believes that you're anti-Israel. Everyone knows that you're not. Because on the basis of like what your gripe is, while you're simultaneously coming after perhaps one of the highest profile anti-Zionists in American media, of course, people are not going to trust you on being the gatekeeper of how to criticize Israel. They're going to trust me. You have no credibility. I've been doing this for 12 years. While you were working with neocons, I was yelling about neocons, and you still don't have that credibility because I don't even know what her like full perspective is, right? I don't know what her full perspective on Israel is. But if you're going to claim that Israel is like the Jewish state, if you're going to keep saying that, if you're going to tie Judaism to Israel, then you obviously are unaware of how unimaginably unpopular Israel is, for good reasons, for the record. That's number one. And number two, you are completely oblivious to what that conflation does, what that conflation teaches people. Okay, that conflation teaches people the trope of dual loyalty. Okay, it teaches people that all Jews give a shit about is Israel and defending Israel. That's all they care about, which is not even the truth. And it becomes increasingly harder for someone like myself to make that argument. But I don't think she understands.
I think it should, because here's the point. I do agree with you that nature abhors a vacuum, right? Like, part of what is happening is that there is a desperate anger over this war from a lot of people that feel betrayed by Donald Trump, that don't want any more foreign wars in the Middle East. And like, we're almost, it's not about Israel. Like, for some, there's
also, that's not even true. I'm sorry. Republicans are entirely on board. Like, what are we talking about? If your goal is to still create this like false notion that there's never Trump Republicans out there, you're so lost, right? At a certain point, you have to realize like the lane that you occupy is not a real vehicle for change. Okay, there is no never Trump Republican. Like, it doesn't, as it stands, it doesn't exist. MAGA is Republicanism. Donald Trump is the Republican Party, and the base loves it. And the base doesn't just love it. The base is actually a cult at this point. Like, they don't even like Trump because of what he does. They like Trump because Trump's doing it, and they love Trump. You understand?
For some people, it is about Israel. For some people, it is about anti-Semitism. Those are different. And then there's just a lot. I think the vast majority of people are just mad we're doing this again. And so, like, Democrats should be condemning it. They should be outspoken. They should be the one to try to gain a following by talking about this. But I think in doing so, they should separate themselves from people like Hassan. I don't think you have to wrap your arms around him. I don't think,
he has credibility and they don't.
Okay, I think we get it. Very funny lady, right?
Hilarious. Where did she come from?
I don't.
Why have we
fucking
not
know
seen
or
her
care.
before?
She's a fucking ex-conservative on Bulwark. You know, who cares?
What the fuck? Did they get banned because of the names? Hilarious. Twitch is fast. Twitch
A
is so
shipping
funny.
container, a special operations group, and a single tip-off. It was August 2025 when Desi Freeman killed 2 innocent police officers in cold blood at Pawnpumka. For 7 months, Freeman was a ghost in the bush, sparking the largest tactical manhunt.
Wait. Why did you send me a video about Fallout 4 mods?
Oh, you'll see. I'm just curious. It's just like top 10 mods, so I'm curious whether you'll be like, oh, these are garbage. Just for like a
No.
intermediate video.
It's just no. It's just they constantly do top 10 videos and stuff like that. Like these people who make videos on mods, they're all the same.
Oh, okay.
They'll just pick 10 mods and they'll talk about them.
Okay.
And there's like Thousands.
Well,
Oh
I'll tell
my
you
God.
what, that's a pretty good way to make content.
Oh my god. All of a sudden, fucking shooting pain in my fucking...
Poggers! Hey, that wasn't so loud.
In Victoria's history. Now, after 216 days on the run, Victoria's
that's a good effort.
most wanted man is dead.
The frantic search for an active shooter
Called
in
it.
Victoria's Alpine region. Desi
They were
Freeman, a so-called
not taking
sovereign
him alive.
citizen, on the run after allegedly shooting 2 police officers dead and wounding a third.
The 2 deceased officers are still at the scene.
Did you see the cop video
third
I
officer
sent you where he
was
shoots the
seriously-
guy who's driving the car
Driving?
and
Yes.
crashes into some
Insane.
person's house?
Fucking
And then he's
insane.
like, don't move! And the wheels are turning. Like,
Yeah.
the dude is dead.
Mhm. Insane. They are
and
psychos.
is currently in surgery in hospital.
Their colleagues man roadblocks wearing bulletproof vests as the force is rocked by double murder on the front line.
The Police Minister and I have been briefed by the Chief Commissioner of Victoria Police, and this situation remains active.
The officer's urgent call for help came just after 10:30 this morning. A team of 10 police had gone to Freeman's property to execute a warrant. That's when police claimed the father of 2, who lives on a bus, launched his deadly ambush. Closing in on the accused police killer, a show of force as police surround Desi Freeman's property on day 3 of the manhunt.
Fair to say we've got a protracted search. It's complex, and we're methodically working through it.
Special Operations Group officers leading the charge in tough
How much
terrain
money do you
and
reckon they
treacherous
wasted looking for
conditions.
this guy?
Despite multiple searches, a concession that officers are no closer to finding him.
We've had no confirmed sightings.
It's complex terrain, and it's not something that we, even with our specialist resources, can move through quickly.
At Paul Bunker Primary School, a slow return to normal. The school gates reopened, police nearby as parents dropped off their little ones.
So we're going to provide some, hands-on activities and things like that, and just make sure that we've got staff around them.
It's all a bit weird and up in the air. He just knows there's a bad man out in the woods.
Police say the so-called sovereign citizen, 56-year-old Desi Freeman, ambushed officers and killed Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat. 10 officers were at the property to serve a warrant over sexual offences against a child under the age of 16.
It's what police do every day. Go and knock on doors.
It's what police
go
do
and-
every day. We molest kids. Oh, wait. You were asking about something else? I thought we were talking about diddling kids.
Leave us out of your weird hobbies!
The guy's a diddler.
Yeah.
Speak to the
Kinda
community, put themselves at
wonder
risk.
what
Tributes
group
today
helped him out.
For those who paid the ultimate price.
Neil was a tower of a man in every sense.
His soccer teammates remembering the man they knew as Tomo.
Tomo loved his job and he was very proud of it. And sadly, he's died doing what he loved.
His partner
Killing
met with
police.
state officials today.
He died doing what he loved. Killing police.
I think he was talking about the cop.
Lisa, also a serving officer.
Now they're doing
Killing
a
kids.
now they're doing a sob story about the cops. You know, because you instead
Federal
of talking
Parliament
about
observed
all
a
of
minute's
this,
silence.
gotta feel bad for the cops.
Our hearts go
Same
out
cops
to
have been
everyone
fucking
whose
us all
heart
over in Victoria for
Back in the bush
years.
and on the front line,
Pretty cool.
officers still searching to bring justice for 2 of their own.
He might have firearms, ammunition, food.
I don't
clothing,
believe
water,
that
actually
gunning
stashed at
down
different
somebody is bringing
locations, or maybe
justice.
One location.
But I don't know.
Desi Freeman's
I'm not a
watching
cop.
Ring 000. And we will support a surrender plan. That option's open to him, absolutely.
I doubt
Under
it.
cover of night, officers descend on a home in Paulpunka, taking Desi Freeman's wife Marley and their 15-year-old son into custody.
People were interviewed totally and specifically in relation to the homicide investigation.
They were released pending
Homicide.
further investigations. Neighbours left
Homosexual.
rattled from the late-night raid.
Yeah, just
Just a lot of cops and dressed up in all sorts of gear, and yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't have never have picked it. Never have picked what just happened.
450 officers are now on the ground. Extra backup.
Wow, what a phenomenal waste of resources.
South Australia Police and the AFP all on their way as the dog squad was out searching Desi Freeman's property, once again surrounded on day 4 of this manhunt.
It really is time to lay down your firearms and give yourself up so that we can all bring this to a safe conclusion.
Victoria Police issuing an updated alert for the public to avoid the area. But from Mount Bogong to Beechworth and across to
Honestly, it's even funnier now that the Chuds defend this guy
If you need
because
to
he's
go
a
about your
diddler.
business, go about your business, stay safe, be vigilant.
At Wangaratta Police Station, Premier Jacinta Allen taking a moment to remember the fallen and a small, tight-knit town that's bearing the brunt of this tragedy.
There is that community of poor punker who are living under this heavy
Dude
shadow.
behind her looks lost.
But they don't do this alone.
Dude behind him's thinking about that pastry shop across the street or whatever it was.
Out of people here.
But the force's sole focus is to find their wanted man, amid warnings about a weekend of wild weather in the area and across the state.
Doesn't help us.
The dude is still making that face.
We are not leaving here until this person is in custody.
In some of the darkest days for our police force,
Well, you killed him.
of solidarity.
They've lost friends, colleagues, loved ones on Tuesday, and I want to acknowledge the team here at Wangaratta. I also want to thank them.
Can you pull
Police Minister and Chief
the
Commissioner
frankly dear
paid
I
their
don't give a
respects
damn
to the fallen officers,
soundbite?
adding floral tributes to a memorial
Because that would be
at the
very
Wangaratta
useful.
Police
Or just somebody
Station
saying,
that's
I don't give a
growing
fuck.
by the hour.
There has been an
Well,
outpouring
okay.
of support and sympathy for the loss of these 2 strong members of Victoria Police.
Detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim
Cunt.
Dart.
Everyone loved Vadim. He was an amazing person. Wherever you are, Vadim, we miss you and we love you.
Hell.
He's dead.
He's such a good guy.
Oh, you little copy
His friends
dead!
struggling to come to terms with the reality. Their warm, bright,
Gotta fucking
adventurous
put an
friend
apple in his
who's
mouth
never
and
come
roast
home.
him.
He wanted to kind of be out there
Like
making
a
a
good little
difference and
piggy.
doing things. But also I think he really loved interacting with people. He loved helping people.
And he loved
just liked making
diddling
every stage
kids.
brighter.
Their message for the accused gunman, Desi Freeman.
I would want him to know what a senseless act he has undertaken and that it was unnecessary.
I'm going to guess he doesn't give a fuck.
And
I'm pretty sure the kid diddling was worse than the cop murder.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's worse. So it's kind of funny that they're making such a sob story about the cops when he's literally a child diddler. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Unreal. Fucking welcome to Australian press. I don't believe in astrology.
I want him to know that he's never ever going to get away with it.
Last night, emergency
Never
service
gonna
members
give you
remembered the
up.
fallen with 2 minutes
Never
of
gonna
silence.
let you down.
Don't you have better things to do?
As police stations from Geelong to Melton, Knox and Manningham have been inundated with support. Wangaratta local
Cringe.
Andrew Glargo was so overcome with emotion, he wrote a song honouring
Oh,
those who
adorable.
serve and protect.
Everyone's just standing around like, wow, this is really shit. He's in there like, we are Charlie Kirk.
This is highly inappropriate.
Valor will always remain.
As more armour and extra eyes in the sky arrived from interstate, the search widened for Victoria's most wanted man.
If you know where the caves are and you know where everything is, you can go all the way down to Mafra, down to Gippsland.
Surrounded by snow-capped peaks in Paulpunka, tactical officers closed in on a property in the neighbouring town of Myrtleford.
They've got a job to do, and hopefully
I've
they'll
been
find
there.
him.
They're doing their job, and I hope to God they can get it finished soon.
While tourists were
She
told to
doesn't
stay
actually
away
care. She
from
just
the
wants
Alpine
the cops
area,
to go away.
some said the snow was just too good to resist.
We
Couldn't
just
agree
must
more.
follow the rules and then we'll be safe.
I was hoping there'd be less people because of it.
We did drive through. Yes, it is a bit scary to think about.
The below freezing temperatures, a new challenge to contend with. Tough on officers, but it could have been even tougher on their target.
Put yourself in that circumstance. I mean, you know, if you haven't got food and warm clothes, I mean, yeah, very cold.
As part of the investigation, police are also looking into any of Desi Freeman's associates. Last night, a property was raided here in Bright. A 61-year-old man was taken into custody over drugs and weapon offences. He claims to not know Desi Freeman personally, but admits they were both in online groups together.
Police are also leaning on the local community for information as they try to gain the upper hand.
So now this dude probably had his own meth, is now going to jail for doing meth on his own fucking property just because he happened to be in a chat room. If it was a Kid Diddler chat room, my opinion changes. But if it was just like some cringe sovereign citizen chat room, what right do they have? Like, let him smoke his fucking meth on his own fucking trailer. Fuck off.
I couldn't agree more. But that's not how Victoria Police operates.
Who's in hiding?
If he knows that area, he'll be okay, I think. That's the trouble. They'll have to really hunt him out.
She's the woman who's long stood by Freeman's side. Now she's urging the accused cop killer to hand himself in.
I love
Marley
accused
Freeman
cop
releasing a statement through her lawyer saying,
Yeah, not
"Please,
pedophile.
Desi, if you see or hear this, call 000 and arrange a surrender plan."
I can't think of Des being that person that would surrender.
That's him. That's totally a man in a disguise. You tell me. You tell me that's not a fucking disguise right there. They fucking needed an extra guy to fucking interview, and they fucking put a disguise on somebody.
That's so funny.
Unfortunately.
Stephen Mallett says he's never met the fugitive, but like Freeman, is a member of a doomsday prepper group. And on Friday, police arrested the 61-year-old of a drug and weapon offences.
This is a knife.
Tied my hands behind me back with electrical ties. Why would I have any sympathy for him? I don't know him.
The former outlaw bikie gang member is adamant he's not helping the so-called sovereign citizen.
I don't know him.
And the mother of his 3 children is urging anyone who
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
to call 000
bro fucking
immediately
touches
and
kids.
speak to
Fuck
the
that
police.
cunt.
On Thursday, she was the one being interviewed by investigators. The 42-year-old arrested and then released. Her town remains in the grip of the hunt for her husband, but unlike him, Marley says, "My
Get the
children
kid away
and
from
I
him."
respect the important work of Victoria Police and do not hold anti-authority views."
Everyone knows that these scumbags are butthurt because they're obsessed with power.
Desi Freeman's nephew Luke and the extended Philby family is desperate to distance themselves from the lone wolf who's hiding in the high country.
That's always been Des's holy place. He's always told me if he wanted to be dead and buried somewhere, it's going to be on Mount Buffalo. Like, that's how he wants to die.
As police continue
Well,
to
he got
hunt
his
for
wish.
Freeman in these hills, his wife has paid tribute to their slain colleagues, saying she and her children feel deep sorrow with the family and friends of Neil Thompson and Vadim Devart.
That grief is raw
Vadim
and close
Defart?
to home for these young Beechworth footballers. Neil Thompson was a regular
Weird
on the
name.
sidelines to watch his stepchildren play. Now the community is wrapping its arms around a family facing the unimaginable.
Definitely hitting close to home for our club.
Just show our support for these guys that have made the ultimate sacrifice protecting our community.
Weapons drawn, heavily armed police move in. Aerial support hovering above, this pine plantation on the outskirts of Pawnpunka, a new area of interest in the hunt for accused gunman Desi Freeman.
If he's out there, they're going to find him sooner or later. They're not going to quit. They're not going to give up.
Former officer and friend of
Yeah, no.
detective leading senior constable
They have to
Neil
increase
Thompson
fines to
says
fund
the
this.
terrain they are searching through is extreme.
It's not like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like looking for a needle in 1,000 haystacks.
Police have received 450 pieces of crucial information in the past 7 days. They now believe Freeman is receiving help.
I extend that invitation to anyone who's harbouring Desi Freeman, who's considering harbouring Desi Freeman, or know something about the people that are harbouring Desi Freeman, 000 or otherwise, and we will formulate an appropriate surrender plan.
While he's not in police sights, Desi Freeman's friend and right-hand man for the past few years, Bruce Evans, says Freeman has a huge network of supporters that could be helping him.
I don't think it's going to end well for him.
Adding, while Freeman's views of police was well documented, he never expected it would go this far.
Pretty shocked when I saw it. I just didn't expect a shooting.
This is the most boomer fucking
shootout like that.
An information caravan has been set up in Bright in hopes the community will come forward.
Come forward, give us anonymous information, we will act on it.
Police also today wouldn't confirm whether the wife of accused double murderer Marley Freeman was cooperating with them, despite her plea for her husband to surrender.
They had this message to whoever may be assisting Freeman.
You are committing an extremely serious crime by harbouring or assisting in the escape of Desi Freeman.
Guns drawn, tactical police search
coming to me anyway.
And sheds,
beautiful.
Converging on a young family's sheep farm on the outskirts of Porpunka.
What we're focused on here is a criminal who's killed in cold blood 2 Victoria police officers. This person is armed and is extremely dangerous.
That person, Desi Freeman, has now been on the run for 9 days. Police confirming for the first time his wife Marley was there when officers were gunned down.
She has been interviewed by Victoria Police for obstructing police at the time of the incident.
Officers believe information from her and others could end this manhunt, where more than 100 properties have been searched. The Defence Force is now providing specialist planning support, with investigators still considering the possibility
what a phenomenal waste of money.
An accused police killer.
He does not deserve to be protected.
Police have been targeting
He's a pedophile. Who gives a fuck if he killed cops?
They've also been searching empty properties and areas like caravans using intelligence they're gathering from the air. In Bright, an information
like, give me the
caravan
fucking
has
information.
drawn a
Stop
steady
emotionally
string of
charging the
locals.
fucking
Crime
story. He's a
Stoppers have
pedophile.
received hundreds of calls. Police say even associates of Desi Freeman are speaking up. But there's one person who could come forward at any time.
Your destiny is in your hands.
Heavily armed police on the lookout as a path was cleared in dense bush. The air wing again hovering over Desi Freeman's home, while detectives with guns drawn check sheds on neighbouring properties. The search for the self-proclaimed sovereign citizen now in its 13th day, and the impact is being felt across this community. Tourist dollars continue to dry up more. With every hour, the operation continues.
I think it's almost feeling worse than the bushfires and COVID, because they were pretty obvious reactions to emergencies. This one, we never saw this coming.
That appeal enough to keep locals on the slopes, but it's in the valley where the lack of visitors is hurting the most.
We're currently sitting on 146 centimetre snow base, which compared to this time last year when we unfortunately had to close the resort a bit early due to lack of snowfall, it's absolutely phenomenal.
This town, you should not be able to move in this street. There's no one
fucking
around.
go hard, go to the fucking snowfields. That's great.
For the snow, that's the surge that we see, and especially given that the snow is so amazing, the best season that we've had in years, we're just not seeing that.
These stunning views are what bring people to this region, but instead of being full of tourists, Alpine Valley Getaways say about 80% of their
What a stand-up. They hit him with the fucking fade in and pan. Like, whoa. Whoa. Chill out, Spielberg.
Hey, big spender.
Look at how unnecessary this
full
is.
Of tourists, Alpine Valley Getaways say about 80% of their 100 properties are sitting empty while the hunt continues.
I think we have an understanding of the way a bushfire works, the way a flood works. This is unknown. It's just disappointing for everyone.
Carrying the force's pain and the weight of grief to farewell Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson, the man they knew as Tomo. He served for 38 years and was meant to retire last Friday. Instead, a guard of honour lined the streets outside the police academy in Glen Waverley.
She wants all my Diplo favour. So I'm like, all right, give me all your gold and your gold. And she's like, no. So, no.
His partner and fellow police
You cannot
officer
have my
Sergeant
Diplo
Lisa
favour.
Thompson led the tributes. She says Neil taught her to be brave.
Isn't this meant to be about the story of finding him? Get on with the point.
I don't want to live life without you, and I don't want to finish our dreams
Oh.
on my own.
Neil joined the force
That was
in
weird.
1987.
Crazy.
He was a detective in the MAGA.
You know, they had that lady on the mic.
What?
So like this right here. Hang on, let's. All right, I'm gonna need to quickly capture. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll do it on. Can I? No, how do I wanted. Okay, I was gonna layer this. So. But. Anyway, this is all I heard. I was gonna layer this. So this would be playing while she was talking, but I just decided not worth it for the dumb joke. We're gonna move on.
That's fucking awesome. Why do they look like Donald Trump?
Right, so
That's almost as good as this.
His partner and fellow police officer Sergeant Lisa Thompson led the tributes. She says Neil taught her to be brave.
Skip.
Honey, I am so grateful you did because I am scared.
Honk, 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 honk.
He loved the job.
Oh my god.
Shut up.
Fucking
Members
talk
from the
about
public order
propaganda.
response team called in and on the hunt. For
Get to the part where you shoot him in the face.
It's been 37 days since Freeman allegedly opened fire, killing 2 police officers and injuring another in Popunka. Earlier this week, police confirmed the search team had been scaled back, but they began scouring the national park yesterday. Simultaneously, the home of a veteran police officer was raided near Benalla, more than 100 kilometres away from the deadly shooting, and her son was intercepted in Undira. 9 News understands the policewoman was not home at the time, and she and her family have been cleared of any wrongdoing. More than 100 properties have been raided in the search for the fugitive with no luck. Police are appealing to the public with that $1 million reward still on offer for anyone who can help locate him. As tourist hotspots remain closed, business owners say they still haven't received the payment promised by the government to reimburse them for the
Wow,
loss
I'm
of
so
trade,
surprised.
with snow season coming to an end this Sunday.
Our business there have made no income since the day of the incident unfolded, so yeah, desperate.
We'll continue to be guided by what future support is needed based on that operational search.
Leaving the property where 2 of his own were murdered in cold blood. This is Mike Bush in a police convoy after visiting the Popunka home where Neil Thompson and Vadim Devar Hotar.
So the upshot of that is,
Shut up, Greg Gavino
doing a
lookalike.
fantastic job.
Freeman begins. Police on a mission inside the Mount Buffalo National Park to find answers.
Closure with these sorts of jobs is really important, not just for police, their families, the families of our fallen members.
But also for the local community
What the fuck is
who've been
the
thrust
truth?
into a sinister spotlight.
There's got to be answers for everybody else, so especially for the parents and the relatives of the 2 policemen. So get upset just thinking about it.
We get reminded on a daily basis about what happened in August.
Residents who live on the outskirts of the park remember it vividly.
Yeah, she wanted to know if my troops were passing by or not.
Surprised war.
Come up in history.
Well,
The
she
economic
asked.
cost of that manhunt
Fair
for
enough.
local
She was like,
businesses
"Hey, do you
during
want to
the
go to
immediate
war?" And I
aftermath
said,
is
"Okay."
set to be in the several millions of
Yeah, I
dollars
can't
as
fight
they
the
try
Cree
to
at the
bounce
moment. They're
back
pretty strong.
nearly 6 months on.
A lot of our staff have actually moved away looking for work. So now as we start to try to get busy again, the usual challenge of finding staff is a problem.
Blah, blah, blah.
His family
When do you shoot the guy in the face?
The Mount Buffalo State
There we go. Back.
following a raid.
To the lives lived by those members.
We're looking to move on, and I think it would be great if there is some conclusion.
Welcome back. We want to take you straight to breaking news just in. We have a major update on fugitive Desi Freeman. Let's go straight to Julian Lantouris, who has the details for us in Victoria.
Yeah, he's dead!
Julian, tell us what you know this morning. What's the latest?
Absolutely. Well, we just heard that Desi Freeman, a fugitive police killer, has been shot dead by specialist police.
Can we at least include fugitive police killer and child diddler at least?
It's insane,
Why
right?
does the diddling just get erased?
In Walwal, that is across the New South Wales Victoria border, just past Albury Wodonga.
You know what, Gandhi?
We understand that there
Not
was
a
a bit
real-
of
Yeah.
commotion and there
Not
was
a
a
real
shootout
fucking
following
place.
a raid.
You can
at
have
that
my
property.
iron.
But of course, he has been on the run since August last year when he shot and killed 2 of our Victorian police officers. So he has been on the run since. There were many concerns that he was dead inside the Mount Buffalo State Park, or he was alive and being harboured by others. But we are on our way to Walwal just as we speak right now. We've just pulled over quickly, and we will bring more details as they come to hand. But as I said, Desi Freeman shot and killed by police.
Extraordinary development, Julian. You know, we thought just days ago we were discussing the fact that it seemed the trail had run cold. He'd been on the run for 6 or so months. As you point out, there were assumptions that he probably still wasn't even alive. I'm sure we'll understand as the day progresses more about what tips may have led to this, but give us a sense of how this news would be rippling through the very tight-knit community around Pawnpukka, because they've been shattered by these events.
Absolutely. Not only the people who knew Desi and knew that the police officers involved, but also businesses were forced to shut. They just had a bit of a dark cloud over their head for the last 7 months. They, constantly had reporters, police, media all up there, and it was quite dark for them. So I think a lot of the community members from when I was up there, they wanted closure. They wanted to finally know what happened. And
No, they wanted you to leave. They wanted closure. They didn't know the fucking cop.
course, for the poor families who have had 2 police officers killed, hopefully that, this can bring them some closure as well.
Gillian, we're reading in 9 papers as well that he was hiding in a container on a property. That's where he apparently was shot at 8:30 this morning by heavily armed police. So do we know if that property is attached to a house and if he was being harboured yet?
We're not sure of those details yet. As I get there, we are still a while away. As we get there, we will find out more details. But yeah, he was hiding in...
Thanks. Big waste of fucking time. You're grounded.
All right, kids, today we're going to talk about when you find out that your favorite content creator is MAGA. And this should include artists and entertainers too, because they're YouTubers, TikTokers, grammars. Nah, that sounds like a active and fit grandma instead of a person who posts on Instagram a lot. This is being recorded just a few days after Afro Man won his lawsuit against law enforcement over mocking their 2022 raid of his house in his music videos. And seeing how Joseph Afro Man Foreman is a rapper, singer, musician, to recap, I'm going to need to play his music he used to expose the sheriffs that he posted on social media. However, I left a note for myself here to do it like it's a greatest hits / ultimate love song collection infomercial that I saw when I was a little boy. I've been looking for an excuse to pull this off. Only this reminder in the script that I wrote says, use your white guy voice. And 2 things. 1, it takes me back to when I was in college and I was practicing my white guy voice for such an occasion. And somebody said, well, use your speaking voice. You could just talk normal. 2, I bet not get limited ads or have this video copywritten based on what should be a victory for all content creators who make fun of public figures. Anyways,
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch.
Imagine owning the most petty music you've ever heard.
Yeah, that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich. She my victim love, Lisa.
By the most consequential free speech advocate of our time, apparently.
I'ma film a video from the video.
Afro Man presents Lemon Pound Cake.
It tastes so nice.
I think this is the only one that actually has
14
copyright issues.
catchy songs.
The rest of them are just his YouTube videos, and he doesn't care.
From a that got rich and famous for rapping about smoking weed. Hold up. Afro Man talks about the First Amendment a lot, but does he use his free speech to speak up for the historically marginalized, or just for himself? And all this took place in Adams County, Ohio. It's really rural. Of the nearly 27,000 people who live there, over 95% of them are white, and 0.3% of them are black. Is he the type of dude who wears flip-flops all year long, no matter what? Like the Energizer Bunny.
Me.
Is he wearing that American flag suit unironically? Wait. Is he? No.
How good for him that his career can be revitalized. It has come to my attention that Afro Man was begging to sing at the Trump rallies. He was begging to sing because I got high at the Trump rallies. The man is MAGA, hardcore. I should have known to never put anything past a man. This is what I get for speaking out the one time I speak out.
That creator stitched herself in order to shut down her own celebration for and about Afro Man because she believes that he is MAGA. And this is what we will focus on. It's been all over the internet. Now, what she was referring to is Afro Man's parody of Because I Got High, his own song with Hunter Got High, talking about former President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, who infamously, allegedly, had substance misuse issues. So, after making his music video, which went viral, Afro Man told Newsweek, I might really be back. This one might take me to the stratosphere. I might be singing it at Trump rallies. So, there's that. Then this picture of him shaking hands with 47 that he posted on Instagram saying, Donald Trump likes my new song Hunter Got High and my Lemon Pound Cake album. We laughed about us both getting raided. We got a lot in common. What? It can't be. Wait, I thought.
Once a month, without fail, I'll see a creator talk about how so-and-so is MAGA, and I don't know who these people are, and so I'll go and look up this influencer, and then their profile or their content is always something like, get ready with me to make dinner for my husband while homeschooling my 8 children.
Well, if you two thought that figuring out whether or not your favorite content creator is MAGA was that easy, then I can't blame you. Some will bang Trump's drum all day. Others, as you're about to see, will keep going and going and going while merely leaving clues that lead back to them. Sure, like a certain bunny's pink pube hair. It's a complex issue, yet it's important that we get into this because, as a comment under a TikTok talking about this same topic said, our views are their income. We want to choose when we distribute those views wisely. And I will continue to maintain that you could be more than an athlete, more than an actor, more than an artist. But Drake and his paradox. The Drake paradox is a rapper who doesn't speak up on black issues because he is a rapper, but should speak up on black issues because he is a rapper. And also, he bet not. But he's not even going to try.
Well, Kendrick will have a go at him.
His corny ass would mess it up. Still, though, who knows? This past week, Afro Man could have put himself in a position to start a podcast where he platforms politicians that he will inevitably vote for,
video?
but then pretend like their problems isn't something he...
Why do you want it paused? When was that? What time is it? Hold on. Oh my god.
picked or played a part in. It's worked previously.
Everyone's saying, hey, look what your boy did. Look what you voted for. I voted for none of this. No, chat. I didn't vote for any of this. Who'd have thought that the president could just lie? Listen, chat. All you guys saying that I wanted this, I wanted none of this. All you guys saying I wanted this, I wanted none of this. Nah, man. Now we're going to war with Iran? Nah, man. I didn't vote for none of this.
So, if you're wondering if Afro Man is MAGA, then you should know that he ran for president as an independent against Donald Trump. He made his intentions to run for office known in December of 2022 during a concert in Missouri before going into his song, I Live in a Van.
Can I make the biggest announcement I ever made in my life? I'm running for president for 2020 fro, man.
2020 fro.
We're gonna get legal weed everywhere, man. My name is Afro Man.
He then posted the clip that I just showed on Old, Active, and Hot Grams with this caption, I'm running for president of the United States of America. Vote for Joseph Afro Man Foreman. Recreational cannabis in all 50 states. Mandatory body cameras on all police officers or no paycheck. His campaign manager called him our cannabis commander-in-chief. He wanted to decriminalize marijuana federally, plus marijuana banking reform by Andy Barr, ending police immunity, making them obey the laws they enforce. And that police raid wasn't the only run-ins that Afro Man has had with the law.
I want to apologize for my actions. I'm enrolling in some anxiety foundation right now. I'm trying to get it done.
When you see that video, what do you think about the way you reacted?
It was wrong.
In 2014, Afro Man punched a woman on stage during a concert in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Oh, shit.
I'm not going to show footage of it, but he told TMZ, I didn't get a chance to eat dinner or medicate myself, so I was even more anxious than normal. It was an early show. I usually play at night, and I've had my dinner, and I medicate and get right. Well, he also said that some man was heckling him off to the side of the stage, and he thought he could have been the one that was behind him. Afro Man was then arrested and charged with misdemeanor simple assault. He paid $330 cash to bond out of jail, likely didn't serve more than a few hours, and I don't know. None of this dictates his political ideology, and not even when you keep in mind what I just told you and pair it with this quote of his from Newsweek that he gave when talking about Hunter Biden some 10-ish years later. Some people are above the law while regular people have to obey it. Okay, so thus far, I still don't have concrete evidence that Afro Man is indeed MAGA. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of content creators who have been exposed since January 20th, 2025. And this will not include the J6ers who were pardoned yet later exposed themselves to minors.
What they're saying true? Are you MAGA? I never said I was. Well, if you're MAGA, I can't support you. I can't watch your skits anymore. Okay, I have a question. When you go to watch a movie, do you look up every actor and actress that plays in that movie before you watch it to see who they voted for?
Yes. Yes. Well, many an actor has gotten Sydney Sweeney'd from me the last few years. It's a verb that from the left means, I'm not going to watch your movies out of spite, even though you haven't made your politics clear, which is her telling on herself in itself. And from the right, it means they will ogle your goods, but not when you show them willingly and proudly, and not when you're not all done up, but also won't go see your movies. I won't see movies starring Mel Gibson, Jim Caviezel, or Zachary Levi either. And that also goes for if Rob Schneider, Kevin Sorbo, or Dean Cain ever got acting jobs
Zachary Levi?
again. With that
What's wrong
said,
with him?
moving forward, if I happen to be watching something on the internet and say a content creator turns off her comments and refuses to say that she isn't MAGA, like Michelle the bartender did, then my spite-y senses will be tingling. Evidently, the silent majority thinks the whole I don't agree with everything he says or believes thing gives them a pass.
All right, this is the only time I'm ever going to address this. First of all,
why are you so red?
I was not at a MAGA rally. I went to a memorial
Why
for
are
Charlie
you
Kirk,
red then?
a man who was brutally assassinated in front of thousands of people, a man who has a
Oh,
wife
she must have
and
been
children who
sunburned
will
from
never
going
get
to
see
our
again. And despite
Klan
our
rally.
differing beliefs, a man who did not deserve to die. I don't
She
agree with
forgot her
all that
robes.
Charlie believed. Do I think that means he should be shot and killed?
Formaldehyde
No. And
face.
if you disagree with that, we truly have nothing in common.
Hannah Brown, comedian who makes skits about Karens and being a waitress, throwing a wrench into my idea about simply refusing to say you're not MAGA. And she could very well be a classic, traditional Republican like Barack Obama. Another creator caught her in the front row at Charlie Kirk's memorial and posted a picture of it. That's what she was responding to. Hannah made her take about being against gun violence and those who celebrated when, honestly, to be Charlie Kirk became a verb in internet brain rot. Hannah will go on to call Charlie a human who died and claim that he just wanted to speak. But what even got the people who viewed her as their GOAT was, there's no way she has been or will go to
Charlie
funerals
Kirk,
or memorials for
the
others
real
who
throat
have
goat.
been shot and killed, even those killed by the state, even if it was on camera and
Did
others
Charlie
cheered
make a
for
mouth
it,
sound when he died?
even if they had families.
We should
Therefore,
add his mouth sound if he
what's
did.
the difference? In their opinion.
It's no secret that many of you are demanding that I speak out about what happened in Minneapolis to Alex Pretty. So here's my opinion. My opinion is that you don't want my opinion. You don't want any creator on here's opinion. You want to watch the first 8 to 10 seconds of our video and then decide if we are your enemy or not. You want to place us in a box because that's how you think. You want to put us on one side or the other.
I will give him credit. Michael from Higher Up Wellness recognizes that there are people who just want to put him in a box or place him on a side. That's true. Just like he knows that not choosing a side is choosing a side. It's biblical. For there is no partiality with God. Furthermore, he that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth abroad. Besides, he has to acknowledge that there are those that definitely want his opinion. They even pay for it. Join my inner circle on School for $149 a month and get access to my training app, 12-week workout plans, live coaching calls, and a community of others looking to take their health to the next level. Does that not include this coffee review video he made the other day? He said he wants to lean on his expertise.
Guarding
Cool. We need
this
more
city
of that.
does not want to be Cree.
Is he a coffee
It wants to be
expert?
American.
Is he an expert
It really
in
wants to be
language and
American.
grammar and syntax?
sorry,
Would he even have
Israeli.
to be an expert to say that the state shouldn't be killing unarmed men and women? Michael is a motivational speaker who could make it a point to tell his audience to pay attention to policies that are impacting their lives for the sake of wellness. Has he not wondered why tech billionaires allowed Kirk's gruesome murder to be displayed all over their social media and not others? It isn't easy, but it is simple. Let him say something like, the 2020 election wasn't stolen. There's no proof. Oof. But he's aware of the fact that he'll lose followers and subscribers either way. So best to just avoid it. Speaking
What was the
of,
capital of
going back to what and who this
ISIS?
video is about, Afroman has said, I might refuse to concede the presidency. You never know.
Because ISIS
the
is
election
Israeli.
might get stolen, man.
The
you
city
gotta
is
watch
gonna
them
be
all the time.
Raqqa.
I don't believe it was, but who knows? The minute you
Mostly
think you
because it's
know
called
something,
PP ISIS.
you don't. Yeah, he'll walk you directly to the line without crossing over into a specific side. He does that.
You know, I had a little medicine before the show. Just being on point.
The original question was, do you support Donald Trump?
Right now, you know, like I never liked his anti-blackness. You know, like I shook his, whatever. I took a picture. Like I said, I'm a player, but like I'm all about getting money. So
did you vote for him?
No. The reason why I didn't vote for him is because, I should be a Republican because I make money. I make big money.
I know some rich ass Democrats.
But listen to me. He wanted to give police officers 100% immunity. That was my deal breaker with him.
That was the deal breaker with him? So Afroman is an opportunistic grifter whose major belief system is making money. Seems like a MAGA man's
Bro's a rapper.
Nah.
That smokes
Joseph
weed.
Foreman is not
I'm pretty
MAGA.
sure he doesn't give a fuck
if he could
about
get
anything.
a check from Trump in order to perform at his rallies, he would take it. And he would temporarily forget about all that anti-blackness.
If Wendy's
just
cool
like
with him,
Nelly, just like
I don't give a
Snoop.
shit.
Afroman runs on green, money and weed. It's a battery pack for him. If he could place it on his back and be operated by it, he would, like a toy bunny. I don't know. Yes, You can spot MAGA by red hats, Confederate flags, pointed hoods, Nazi symbols and salutes, term patriot, and so on. However, there's a large subset of evangelical Christians who use empty biblical-ish platitudes, don't openly talk about social issues or ills of the world, but will dabble in the culture war, won't boycott or strike for anything at any point. The point is,
now anytime I'm interacting with someone who pretty much just interacts with other left-leaning people, and they'll say something like, oh my god, today I found out somebody that I knew was a Trump supporter, and I was so surprised because they seemed so normal, I'm always like, that's most of them. Sorry, I know it sucks, but you really do not have the conservative radar you think you do.
I find it amazing how I know so many people who voted for Obama, Biden, and Kamala Harris, yet none of those same people are their supporters. Also, how folks who believe in better access to livable wages, housing, education, healthcare, and no more wars don't hide their politics in, for example, their dating profiles. Post-Trump President America knows what apolitical, not really into politics, and moderate means. And by the way, what are these people in the center or middle of? I'll acknowledge that we could have spent this time discussing civil asset forfeiture due to Afro Man's claims that sheriffs stole $400 from him and kept it. Plus, someone can just falsely accuse you of committing a crime and law enforcement will not only investigate it, but wreck your stuff in the process. And
sounds about right.
Evidently, the police don't have to pay for it. Additionally, though, one of the lasting images that I will have of Afro Man and this trial is the tear he shed when the judge read his verdict. And for the sake of this episode and what we do here on this channel, the case tested the limits of parody and the license artists can take in social commentary directed at public figures. This applies to all of us. Thank you, Afro Man.
With these fucking city states,
we're gonna be all right.
This fucking barbarian. I'm trying to move my goddamn settler. I'm trying to make sure that the Cree doesn't take back the city that is begging to be Israeli.
What's going on? Essentially, like, what happens is Afro Man gets his place broken into by the cops who are saying that, on suspicion of, oh, there's a kidnapping and shit going on in here. You got him kidnapped in the basement. Turns out the motherfucker doesn't even have a goddamn basement. It's some fucking Comet ping pong shit all over again. But the only reason that it ends up being a case that matters is because Afro Man has camera footage inside of his house, so the police got caught looking stupid. And so, like, this guy that they thought was, oh, well, he's just some black guy that we can fuck with who looks like he has some money because he has a nice little place. Then it turns out, like, oh, shit, this is somebody who can, like, throw this shit back in our fucking faces and throw a goddamn pie in our face for being dumbasses. So
it was a lemon pound cake.
He makes the first initial couple of songs making fun of the cops who, so basically, he gets invaded and, like, essentially sues over that, but, like, he doesn't, like, it's kind of like, oh, we dropped the case, but you're not getting any money from the damages or anything like that. That's how the initial case was. He makes the song making fun of the cops for fucking up and gets them on camera like, hey, look, I'm making fun of you, lemon pound cake and all that shit. And then the cops decide to sue him for defamation for showing their faces on the cameras and shit like that. It's like, no, over you guys being powerful men of the law, abusing your authority for someone and fucking it up. No, he gets to fucking make fun of you. Like, that is goddamn bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So he's absolutely 100% in the right concerning that whole thing. Like, this man's life was on the line. And yes, he gets to make jokes at your expense afterwards, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, it twists in a weird way because it always does. These type of stories, you know what I'm saying? So in the past 2 weeks, he releases more songs making fun of them to be like to really fucking rub it in their faces. Goes fucking Kendrick versus Drake on these motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? And fucking gives it to him. And they end up playing the songs in court, like, and I think what they're trying to do is do like a sympathy thing of like, oh man, we feel so bad that, like, look how this person's making fun of us and making all these jokes at our expense. It's like, you broke into their house. It's like, I'm sorry, no. You don't get to, it's like, no. You don't get to fucking play the sympathy card here. That's fucking bullshit. And then there's another song where he talks about, like Randy someone is a son of a bitch. It's like, I fucked his wife and now I'm rich. And now the fucking dude in court to try to, again, get sympathy. He's like, well, he put out these claims in the song and, I don't know if he did fuck my wife. I don't know if he did. So, like, I'm caught in disbelief. And it's like, I'm sorry, bro. You don't know
if someone fucked your wife, it's like, that kind of sounds like there's trouble at home. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the fact that you are able to be in suspicion about this person who clearly has not interacted with his wife. You know what I'm saying? It's like, clearly he's saying this to get your goat. He's fucking with you. This is entertainment where it's about making fun of you. You know, but they're trying to soak in the sympathy card. So they're like, oh, I don't know if he might have fucked my wife. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, come the fuck on. So, okay. So initially, right, like, there are some jokes in the parody songs that are kind of like, you know, lesbian jokes and gay jokes and stuff like that. One of the songs is called like Randy so-and-so is a flag. And I'm like, all right, like that's very basic puerile. Like 90s, 90s rapper, early 2000s rapper energy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Black Unk energy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. It's like, I don't think it's specifically like, you know, he's specifically against gay people. I think it's just that's just doing a very dumb basic gag, which again, I don't find funny and I find kind of like, you know what I mean, lame and uncalled for, but it's like, okay, he did just get traumatized. It's like, I think there's a certain level of, it's like, yeah, I think we can, you know what I'm saying, prioritize these things in terms of like, no, I get it, that those are insensitive, like, gay jokes and stuff, but like, this guy did just get, like, his house invaded in on, and he's not getting recompense for the damages. And then I just recently found out that, like, he has to help pay for the damages of the cops still with the most recent court case because of like, well, the police of the county weren't able to pay for it, so Afro Man has to help out because he was involved in the case. And I was like, no, look this up yourself because this is still developing. But I was like, I could not believe that. But yeah, dun dun dun. Oh my fucking god! Like yeah, exactly. Yeah, last word in your name is meme says whether or not someone has toxic beliefs does not condone human rights violations, right? Like I said, I agree with that. It's like, yeah, no, that's like, you know, whack, like, you know what I mean? And like again, this is
politics
Afro
doesn't matter
level of
unless
humor,
they're Nazis.
You know what I mean? Like sometimes
Fuck
it's funny,
Nazis.
sometimes it's like, all right, you know what I mean? But here's what
Yeah,
takes a bit of a twist
like,
because a friend of mine had texted me
a
was like,
Nazi
hey,
that wants
is Afro
to
Man
marry
apparently mad?
kids,
And I was like,
being in
oh,
jail,
I don't know about that. It's like,
and
I
having
know
everybody
he's,
whinge
you know,
about him
he's got,
doesn't
you know,
make
Black
him
Unk energy,
not a
you know,
child
and we'll get into
diddling
that.
fucking
But,
Nazi.
like, I don't know him as specifically being MAGA, but then I looked into
Just
it,
like
right?
the last guy
So,
we
like,
watched.
he said in an interview that he's like, oh yeah, I was working with the Libertarian Party because, you know, trying to legalize weed, you know, legalize weed, right? And he was running like sort of 2024, so he was running
Afro
against
Man.
Trump as a sort
Hey,
of like,
you're not gonna
oh,
say
I'm
this.
running against you.
You
because
should
this
join the Pirate
important
Party.
issue voter shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Libertarian Party.
Can you imagine Afro Man
and also him as a black man
and
who has
fucking
you know, had to deal with that.
the Pirate Party?
what
Do you
I
know how
mean?
funny that would be?
Someone who just wants to smoke weed has to deal with the bullshit of the cops, right? So, you know, initially people were kind of pointing to that and being like, because yeah, he brushed it off in the interview, kind of saying like, oh no man, like I just done like an ad campaign where I was with the Libertarian Party running against Trump, but I was willing to like shake his hand in a picture and stuff like that. And I was like, oh okay, well that doesn't sound too bad. That just sounds like it definitely feels like it's like by like 20, 23, 24, like come on man. But it's like, okay, you know, like it's not like he explained, it's like, you know, I'm just trying to make my money, you know, doing play shit, like having fun, but like, oh, you know, being edgy and da-da-da. But then what it turned out that I found out is he had made a Hunter Biden parody song making fun of him and how he had gotten high and all of you know, like, but is allowed to get away with shit because, you know, he's connected to the Biden family, so, like, he's, you know, able to get past all that shit. That song had happened, and I had looked it up, and I was like, wait a minute, because I was listening to it, and I was thinking, oh, maybe it's just, like, a bullshit funny song, and then I really listened to it all the way through, right? Like, this is the fucking rub-a-dub-dub. So, as the song progresses, he's talking about, like, it really feels like is this a political song that, like, Trump, like, hired him for? No. Afro Man decided to do this of his own volition because after, like, this was around the time of the police raid happening where he was really pissed off about it. And so it was like, wow, I get raided for, like, you know, it was partially drugs, but apparently there weren't drugs found on the premises, but also, like, you know, kidnapping. I have to deal with the fucking cops for this. But Hunter Biden doesn't have to deal with any bullshit because, you know, he's connected to the fucking president, so he's fine. And so he kind of feels like, well, I'm going to make kind of song making fun of that. And if you look up, there's, like, an article on, like, Newsweek where he's saying, like, oh yeah, this is gonna be my viral hit. Like, this is gonna be awesome. Like, you know, I'm not even doing this at the behest of Trump. I just might get, you know, this might be my hit that brings me back, and then I'll just be performing at Trump rallies, whatever. And it's just like, oh my god, dude, like, come on. This is like by 2023, 24, like, come the fuck on. Now, he never got invited to do that. That never ultimately happened, but it's just like, just the fact that you were cool with it. But then here's the thing. In the interview, like I said, he says like, when I kind of found out more about him being like anti-black and anti-weed and all this sort of stuff with with what he was doing and how he was in charge of a lot of the police shit happening. Well, then I kind of began to say like, well, fuck him for that because I'm pro-black. And this is my thing about this. It's like everyone is always solipsistic about this shit, right? It's like, gee, why does Afro Man push for weed legalization? Because he likes weed. Why does he push for black issues? Because he's black. You know what I'm saying? It's like most people who are activists, like 99% of the time, if they're advocating for something, it's because they are that thing, right? Like, let's pull, let's be honest about this, right? Like, if you're for queer rights, most of the time it's because you are queer yourself, and so you are like pushing that forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just kind of the nature of the beast, right? And so like, there's going to be that sort of like, oh, you care when it specifically involves you and the thing that you're going through, and it's like, oh yeah, so it's like that's the complication of it, where it's like, no, you're still in the right in this instance because the cops absolutely are fucked up. But it's like, it is kind of like, but you only care when it's about like, when it's affecting black people and things like that. But like, the thing about it is that is just the nature of the beast for all of us, though, isn't it? Right? It's like the only reason why most people start to think about these things is because it's like, wait a minute, hey, this is affecting me in this way. That's kind of fucked up, right? It's like, people who are for disabilities, it's like most people aren't thinking actively about and advocating for disabilities rights unless they have one and they're actively thinking about it, right? Like, this is just kind of how this is. You know what I mean? And so it's like, we can speak to the truth of what people need to get justice for in terms of this shit, while also recognizing that it's like, yeah, but the main reason why you're going to be seeking that justice is because it's affecting you, right? But like, they're still human too, right? They still just want respect. You know what I'm saying? It's just at the same time, it's like,
bro, yapping, big yapper.
It feels like Jordan Peterson's been replaced with this guy. It's become very clear to me that if I want a quick buck, if I want to get a quick check, I'm going to need to talk about whoever the fuck this is. Jordan Peterson felt like a worthy opponent. Like, Jordan Peterson felt like someone worth contending with. CJ the X basically low-key tapped out of making videos because they didn't finish their right? We went from the Joker, Two-Face, Scarecrow, you know what I'm saying? The Riddler. We went from like high-tier real villains and this is worse for the online right or whatever the nebulous community we engage and we're adversaries with is. They used to have Jordan Peterson and now they have Clavicular. Asmongold and Clavicular is like who's dominating their meta right now. We went from the Joker to Electro, from Two-Face to Kraven the Hunter or whatever his name is. The Vulture, Flash villains, even worse. Kite Man. So this got me to thinking, we need to make the online left rogues gallery tier list. Because I'm having fun.
Oh my God.
We're going to rank historically online left villains of the week. All right. So what are we labeling these? What is a high tier villain? In my head, it's like it starts with slot merchant on site. Legitimate threats could be under that. Problematic. And what goes in the middle? Villain of the week, rage bait. Ooh, counterinsurgent. Okay, hold up. That's a good one. I think 7 is enough. Ooh, psyop. We'll see. We'll start with these. I feel like I need a couple of more black excellences up here. I know exactly who it's got to be. Now we gonna save Jay-Z. We gonna save Jay-Z for another time, but we gotta get Oprah up here. Now we gonna leave Stephen A. off for now. We got too many. Look at this. Look at this list. Look at this. Hey, we got some work. We gonna be here all day. So we're gonna try to be quick. We're gonna try to be
amazing,
yes, bro.
Quick with it. Beat a chick. Did I have him up here? I didn't mean. Hold up. I got Ari Lennox on here. I downloaded the wrong shit. Hold up. So the logic, at least for now, is
logic
at the bottom. It's kind of like low key. Should we even bother talking about this other than for clicks? Other than for clicks, what are we really doing here? At the top, it's hey, somebody should do something. I'm not gonna say too much. I'm just saying, if and when it happens, there's probably not enough being said or done about the problem this person is saying. Fresh and Fit. I feel like Fresh and Fit are rage bait. I won't put them at slop just yet, especially with
the one dude is like a hardcore Nazi.
Yeah.
Though, when I can get access to Netflix, I hear that he's a total. He literally destroyed his relationship in that Manosphere doc.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
Amazing.
like basically like it exposed, like it opened her eyes to like what a piece of shit he was.
That's great.
Which is like, girl, if you already couldn't tell.
Yeah. Open your eyes.
Is it Fit now? I feel like Myron Gaines is Fit, right? So Myron Gaines has actively wandered into right-wing provocateur categories.
He's got Ayn Rand
He's
down
now hypercharging FBA stuff to an extent, like FBA ADOS nonsense. So
Honestly,
that requires
great
some
list
redress
of people.
where it's not just complete slop nonsense. So I can't put him in slop merchant just yet. Donald Trump is definitely on site. It is what it is. Ben Shapiro. I feel like we beat Ben Shapiro. And that's another thing. People in this bottom category, we won that. So it's kind of like it is what it is. You know what? Hold up. That makes me think we do gotta hold up. So we gotta make something below slop merchant, which is washed. Love it. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Chad. J.K. Rowling. First off, is she sick too? She gets hired in rage bait because Harry Potter is still a huge thing. Until she's dead, we are going to have to constantly continue.
No.
One of the
it's not rage bait.
Kids things
ever.
Her
It's
shit
above
is not
her.
rage bait.
You know,
He said it's above rage bait.
Well, what's the categories above it?
Problematic.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Lovecraft,
What's above that?
R. Kelly,
Villain
like
of
they're
the
all
week.
in like a similar category. Walt Disney, Roald
Depends on the
Dahl,
week.
right? Like a lot of these folks, they can't just be disregarded until like we don't pay attention. Like as soon as my kids start engaging with Harry Potter for real, I'm gonna have to be like, hey, just so you know, children, here's some things to understand about, you know, art versus artists and da-da-da-da. Like, until we can't have that conversation anymore, if you got to give a disclaimer, it's at least problematic. You know? Yeah, she hasn't stopped hurting people. Exactly. We'll give her problematic. Elon Musk, does he deserve on site? I kind of want on site to be more specific. And you know what that is true. Problematic should be above villain of the week. Yeah, no, you're right. Thank you, McMoblin. Owning like a ton of social media and government contracts. You right. Gary V, washed. I'm gonna put in videos just to make this extra special. Oh, this is dope. I'm gonna put in videos that I think handle certain shit. And I'll never forget, shout out to Thought Slime. Thought Slime's Gary V video is such a perfect distillation of
that guy.
It's like such a quintessential
More reason why Gary V is fucking washed, though.
Yeah, true. Very valid.
Takedown video.
Also, I think it's girl now, but I'm not sure.
Really?
Perfect.
I'm not positive.
It is so well written.
They might be just gender non-conforming or something.
Okay.
But I know they go by Mildred. For some reason, that's the name they picked.
1930s.
I guess because it's like moldy and slimy, and that's their aesthetic.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
So well argued, so well researched, so well performed. If there was like a corpse
I don't
on
care
bread,
enough
making
to,
a bread
to
video,
go check.
Thought Slime's video on Gary V was just like, mwah. I watched it and I was like, yes, this is, I need to pay attention to what happened in this. Joe Rogan. Where do we put Joe Rogan? He's not washed because we still have to deal with Joe Rogan. Well, yeah, because he's still huge, right? He's still huge. I think he goes in problematic above.
I agree.
Ooh, is he counterinsurgent? Actually,
no.
He might be counterinsurgent. That might be exactly why that tier exists. The counterinsurgent tier exists because it's people who are dangerous and prominent, and the danger is not fully identified. He has fallen off, but he still puts up big numbers. Vince McMahon. Listen, y'all. I know I'm planning the Vince McMahon video. I'll put him at legitimate. Like, do y'all understand how evil this man is? I kind of got to put him on site just because he's incredibly evil.
I agree.
He is so evil. It's crazy how evil he is. And we don't have no good Vince McMahon videos. Now I'm going to have to be the one to do that one I see.
Like, bro, he helped build Trump.
Yeah, fair point.
Like, his wife is the Department of Education.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh. Linda McMahon is...
Yeah, she's the one who canceled all the education shit.
Wow, I did not know this.
To destroy it.
Wild.
And he also took a shit on a girl's head that was being fucking sexually exploited and trafficked by him.
He did do that, yep.
And then didn't let her shower.
What
Like,
a cool
fuck
dude.
that guy.
It really and it's not just that he's evil, it's that his evil created the framework for our modern evil, like the way people move. Like Donald Trump said outright that he learned his game, his current shtick from Vince McMahon. On top of being also a predator, also a hyper-capitalist, also an abuser. Like, it's wild. All right, Fuentes. Fuentes is sadly a legitimate threat. So we got to make this point. I need y'all to understand that in the early 2020s, Nick Fuentes was gone. It was a wrap for him. It was over for Nick Fuentes. And because of Destiny, he made an effective comeback. Period. He was not being platformed anywhere. I don't know how they hooked up, or I guess it was through Lauren Southern, and they were doing some weird, well, allegedly they were doing some weird sex polyamory stuff. I don't know the full tea there. But out of nowhere, Fuentes made a comeback. He did a podcast tour, and now he's meeting with possible future presidential candidates. And counterinsurgency is important because Destiny spent most of the last 3 years defending the genocide from the left to the left. Well, how do I even describe what he did with the genocide? So I can't call Fuentes counterinsurgent because he hasn't quite been accepted into the mainstream right yet, from my perspective. Like, there's still a lot of fighting around whether to let him in, and I don't think he will make it in because it's ironic that somehow AIPAC and Zionism is saving us from Nick Fuentes taking over the Republican Party in a weird way. Umar low-key washed right now. I don't know if y'all realize that. Umar low-key washed, but I'm gonna put him above everybody else because I still got to deal with Umar. But Umar's low-key washed. When his daughters popped up, did y'all peep that? I don't even really gonna get into it too deep. When he was exposed as a deadbeat dad, and then he had something go on with his bank, with his money.
I don't know who this is.
He suddenly disappeared. He was everywhere for years, and in the last 6.
He's in that Nation of Islam bracket. I think he might be the head of the Nation of Islam right now or something. But he's in that
6 or so months
sphere.
He's vanished, and so I'm hoping he finally ran his course. We'll see. All right, Ayn Rand. I'm just saying, I need that good Ayn Rand video. Where's that good Ayn Rand video? Can we ask Broy Deschanel for that?
I swear
Can
there's
we
heaps
get
of them. What do you
Unlearning
mean?
Economics? Yeah. Did Sean do an Ayn Rand video? If he didn't, that's a perfect person to do it. Did Sean do an Ayn Rand video? It don't look like it. You know, we need that. We need that. Worthy opponents. All right, Sneeko. Sneeko suddenly came back to YouTube, so I can't put him in Washed. So we're going to put him in Slot Merchant. It was Washed up until YouTube let him back. And he was gone from my feed for forever, but he's been popping up again. And he's doing this. And then him and Andrew Tate are having a fight, I heard. It's a thing. The Clintons, I'm going to put in counterinsurgent. Not enough people fully they should be on site. I agree. You can't be on site. Here's the rule. If the average moderate liberal does not agree that you're on site, then you actually got to be counterinsurgent because that means we got more education to do.
Interesting.
Does that make sense? If I have to explain it to you, then it's not on site. Is the way I see it. If there are fans that will defend whatever the fuckery is and it's not on site, it's another one. Like somehow we have forgotten how evil George Bush is. Which reminds me, hold up. I might do Hakeem Jeffries though. We got to do Hakeem Jeffries. He got to go on here. In fact, just to not start shit, I'm going to take off Obama. Listen, y'all. Olive branch moment to all my black libs and moderates. Olive branch moment. This one I'm going to do for y'all because I love y'all and I want y'all to feel me on this. I'm going to put Hakeem Jeffries on here. I'm going to put Cory Booker on here just to show I'm trying to meet people where they are. We're going to take Obama off the list. He belongs on this list.
Lamel.
But just for the sake of like, I'm going to meet y'all where y'all at. We're going to talk about the same exact shit. It's going to be the same exact conversation Netanyahu ass tried to sneak off the fucking list. No, you definitely on the list, motherfucker. Anyway, academics. Academics gets problematic. We put academics above JK. Okay. Yeah, we put him under JK. Now, academics is problematic because he's still incredibly powerful in the industry. He's still incredibly influential in the industry. He's damn near counterinsurgent because of that. But it's only because it's hip hop and because it's slop hip hop that I'm not putting him higher. Clyburn gets counterinsurgent. That's not Clarence Thomas, that's Jim Clyburn. I understand why you made the mistake. And they also kind of look alike, but very different roles. I have a video on Clyburn on the channel. I'll link that too. But he's a definition of counterinsurgency. All right, Tate Brothers. Low-key,
San
I feel like the
Francisco.
Tate Brothers are washed.
This will
Am
not
I wrong?
do.
Who's more washed right now? Tate Brothers or Gary Vee? I feel like Gary Vee's more washed. I think Gary Vee was like, all right, I'm done. Gary Vee was like, deuces, I made my money, I'm out. I'm sure he got a crypto scam, came up and was like, he's out of here. All right, Andrew Scholes gets Villain of the Week. That's our first Villain of the Week. And we put him there because he's not really as dangerous as the people above him, but he's far more relevant than the people below him. Charlie Kirk is definitely washed. I mean, his definition of it. Part of me wants to put him above Gary Vee just because his name still rings bells. His ghost still haunts the meta, still haunts the community, but his definition of wash. All right, Peter Thiel. Low key, do I put Peter Thiel above Trump? I think Peter Thiel goes above Trump because, like, listen, this is my hot, uninformed take, but like in my soul, I don't think we're gonna be dealing with Trump for more than another 2 years. As individual, he's either not here literally or not in power by 2029. But Peter Thiel and what he's doing, we're gonna have to contend with for the foreseeable future. Like that's the real man behind the curtain. All right, Charlemagne, he gets to be next to his boy. Not a lot to say about Charlemagne. I haven't already said. Him and his boy go in the same category. Killer Mike, I'm gonna be nice and I'm gonna put him in problematic. Low key, Killer Mike's counterinsurgent, but I don't think he's powerful enough to be too much more dangerous. Asmongold, definitely slot merchant. I don't know, is Asmongold dangerous? Like, so I don't know the meta. How dangerous? I know he has a large following, but like, is there a tangible effect from his following? Thousands of viewers makes him dangerous. I don't put him in the same lane as Fuentes because Fuentes abhorrently projects political power. Like Fuentes has an actual movement that can be mobilized. Whereas Asmongold, it's either people that are going through a phase or people that are never leaving their basement. I think for the sake of it, we'll put him at rage bait. Just because there's so many of them, you never know. He's a pipeline, that's true. Nicki Minaj, I think you get Villain of the Week. Nicki Minaj ain't hitting on shit. She just disappointing us. You know what I'm saying? Like the Barbs ain't even scary no more. She low-key kind of washed, but she will put out a hit within the next 18 months. And so we'll have to, like, you got to remember, like Nicki is still, Nicki's last album had like 4 or 5 big hits. She hasn't really fell off. Y'all think she's fell off. She hasn't really fell off. Problematic for turning on. You know what? Yeah, she do need to go up a level just because of like her fan base being so innately queer. To do that heavy of a heel turn on them, you gotta knock her up a notch. Ronald Reagan. So is he on site or is he washed? Where do we put Ronald Reagan?
You got him as a
Because here's the
devil.
wild thing. Ronald Reagan isn't evil enough for the political moment. So I gotta put him at the bottom of the on-site list, especially since he's dead. Jim Clyburn and Cory Booker are closer to Ronald Reagan than Donald Trump. Ronald Reagan is closer to Mitt Romney or Gavin Newsom. All right, Theo Vaughn. I think Theo Vaughn is rage bait. Is he slop? Because his whole thing is like, oh, I'm dumb.
I guess what this Nazi saying is just as interesting as what this socialist is saying.
All right, Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is definitely washed. But so this is an interesting one. So here's the thing. Jordan Peterson was one of the more dangerous figures within the ecosystem. He was the bridge between valid intellectual discourse and right-wing ideology. No, so Kirk and Tate weren't. Kirk and Tate were never taken seriously. Like, they had Jordan Peterson debating Slavoj Žižek. So the fact that he was debating him
Close enough.
is important to contend with. Because, like, Peterson required actual conversation. But his limitations became more apparent over time. And he's gone now. He may never come back. So we're going to put him in wash for now, but we'll put a pin in him. This dude's got...
I already am eating from the trash can all the time. What am I doing here in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpses?
This dude is at the bottom of slot merchant. The most damning thing about this man's rise to fame, clavicular, is that if he was not good looking, I would never have to...
I feel like the frozen corpses Zizek thing is like something that's like an us thing, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Like no,
I haven't
like
heard
everyone
it
else
anywhere
pulls
else.
the toilet thing, the trash can thing. But what am I doing here in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpses? It says for some reason it works so much.
It does. It's so good.
Have learned his name, which in and
My
of
capital
itself
is in such a perfect
is
spot.
proof of his worldview. Does that make sense? If he looked like Nick Fuentes, I would never have learned his name. But because he looks like Superman, like a guest character from Dawson's Creek, he has garnered attention. He's such an oddity. Yeah, the spectacle of smashing his face with hammers and drugs and shit. Again, I watched somebody's video and they kept playing him talking. I'm like, this dude's, there's no reason to make a long video just about him because you kind of know the deal within the first 15 minutes. Where do we put Oprah? We don't put Oprah on site. We don't put Oprah on site. I feel it. It's not really appropriate. Counterinsurgent, yeah. Yeah, if she gets counterinsurgent, do we put her above or below Joe Rogan? No, she got to go below Joe Rogan. All right, this guy. If he's who y'all say he is, then he got to be on site. Larry Ellison, yeah, he got to be on site. I need more Larry Ellison videos, less clavicular videos, chat. Yeah, low-key probably next to Theo. All right, Tucker Carlson has graduated to on-site. This man is going to run for president, and he might be, I don't know for sure if he's legitimately a threat to be our president, but he is, it is plausible. It is plausible that he could be our president, so he has to be on site. He is the inheritor of the MAGA legacy, for whatever that means. But, like, because he's not going to be within the machine, I think that may cancel him out. Pierce Morgan. We'll put Pierce Morgan above academics because they're in the same actual category. You think Pierce Morgan is slop? Am I overthinking Pierce Morgan's influence? Because I feel like Pierce Morgan managed to be pretty influential. He's more slop than problematic. Because he's basically a less problematic Rogan, but he doesn't have any profound thoughts. He may be rage bait. That actually may be more appropriate.
Yeah.
All right, leftist infighting. We're gonna put that as legitimate threats. Nah, that's not real. We put leftist infighting as problematic. We need to box a little bit, y'all. We need to throw hands every once in a while. The problem with leftist infighting is that people think we not supposed to fight ever. And so people treat every
Kick him
fight like
into
it's a
the
heavyweight
camp with
match.
the fascists where they belong.
Actually, it does count better as villain of the week because it's a different person every week. All right, Critical Drinker. Is he still influential enough to be in Slot Merchant?
No.
I guess he probably is. I think Critical Drinker is still pulling numbers. He's one of the few from that era that's still around. So we're gonna pull him at the bottom of Slot Merchant. Steven Crowder, washed. And low-key, I feel like I gotta put Steven Crowder below Gary Vee because at least I'm sure Gary Vee still got money. This nigga Steven Crowder is probably a trucker now. There's no way he is still collecting checks. All right, Gavin Newsom. We're gonna put Gavin Newsom on counterinsurgent. Now the question for Newsom is, does he go above the Clintons? Listen, we can't put him on site because we would have to explain. I feel like he goes above the Clintons, but trust me, it's probably coming. I think I'm gonna put him on site. I think I'm putting Hakeem Jeffries on site. I know I'm breaking my own rule right now, but I hate this nigga so much. And if I do see this nigga in public, I might swing. But actually, never mind. I can't say shit like that on videos. But I hate this nigga so much. It's so important for him to just be up a notch above. Can we move JK up a notch? I mean, I've seen so little of JK lately. I don't know if
the thing with J.K. Rowling is she's really only problematic for the trans community.
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries is problematic for the world. Like, where would we be without Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries being the fucking leaders of the Democratic Party right now?
No, that is
like
true.
the weakest leaders the Democratic establishment has ever had.
Yeah,
and
pretty
it's
much.
like when we need
Critical
Nancy
time.
Like, fuck Nancy, but we need Nancy in there. You know what I mean?
Damn, it's not in here.
I'm so fucking sick of Chuck Schumer. Like, Chuck Schumer's way worse than Hakeem Jeffries, though, honestly.
You reckon?
Yes. He has more authority.
Yeah, fair.
She deserves to go up further. In terms of actual influence, is she influencing anything outside of Twitter, right? I feel like she's been effectively neutralized to just Twitter. Oh, actually, I forgot she's in the UK. I forgot about Turf Island. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all.
Turf Island.
I forgot about Turf Island. I was being too America-centric. She actually got to go up to counterinsurgent. I forgot about Turf Island. My bad, chat. I forget that the UK, y'all in transphobia, it hits different there. Cory Booker. Here's the thing with Cory Booker. Cory Booker is a success story.
But he's fine.
In terms of, if you keep hitting a nigga, if you keep working on getting people to see, it gets it after a while. Because I don't think Cory Booker, remember he tried to do that? He tried to do a filibuster earlier in the year, and everybody was like, man, sit your ass down. He's almost washed. He's not really. He's still powerful. He's still a senator. We've been digging at Cory Booker for long enough that I don't think Cory Booker gets regarded the same way he did 8 years ago. So I'm going to put him under legitimate threat. And Netanyahu's on site. We're going to put Netanyahu above Trump. Only reason he's not going above Thiel and the other guy and Larry Ellison is because Netanyahu is tied to all these other power aspects, and these other two dudes are not. I did forget where's Candace Owens? Did I forget her? Whatever. All right, so this is the list. How we feeling? Netanyahu does not own, and this is why I didn't want to put him higher. And I'm eventually come back and talk about this. Netanyahu is the president of Israel. Let me just be careful. Israel's only power is being America's attack dog. Prime Minister, thank you. Israel's in a position that they're in because they're America's attack dog. And it bothers me that people that this is something that people have lost in the last couple of years, is that the tail doesn't wag the dog. Our modern neoliberal media apparatus, along with some of our leftist influencers and talkers, have really failed at making sure that people understand that Israel does not exist without America and Western interests. We are not Israel's attack dog. We are protecting our attack dog. They cannot do anything without us. And we support them because they represent our interests in that region. And the fact that people have that backwards bothers me. Because it does, it's not a short walk before you start getting into some weird ideologies. And there's a reason why Nick Fuentes is way up here now, and it's not just Destiny. But I'm saving that for another video. Just understand, the tail doesn't wag the dog. Thank you, Nona's favorite. I'm always thinking of that. We'll put it right here. But Nona's favorite, I'm always thinking of that video from Biden from the 70s and 80s where he's saying Israel is America.
He's hit or miss. He has some problematic stuff, but
okay.
He, as far as like black openly socialist content creators, it's like him and God, why am I blanking on her name? The lawyer girl who eviscerated Eric Adams.
No clue.
It's God. What is her name? It was because it's like she's like because like when we had Rebecca on, Rebecca is like on that one girl's show.
Oh, it's some Nigerian name,
Eric
isn't
Adams.
it?
Yeah.
Isn't it the? It's like Alinea or something. It's something like that, isn't it? Or am I thinking of another one that also works with her?
Okay, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm pretty sure for short they just call her Olay, but it's Olay Emmy.
Yeah. So I was close. I knew it was something like that. Yeah.
What are we cacking for over there? Anyway. But I know, like, for example, I think Vosh and him have like huge beef, which is like understandable. I don't think you need to justify beef with Vosh.
No. No, I don't think so.
Okay, I save him.
Now?
Yeah, it's 6 hours.
Sure.
Almost 1 a.m. I just killed Vietnam.
Oh, they're gone?
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I got my city as well. All the American cities are named Israeli cities. Except for this one. I kept its name, but I put spaces between it. I'm pretty happy with my city names. You do it with religion, but I be doing it with city names. Have you picked religion yet?
Mm-hmm.
All right, all good.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. Good boy. Ending now.